Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
You're injured, George. You can't walk by yourself. Charlotte carried the burly George into the passenger seat like a princess and turned to walk towards the driver's seat. Sitting in the police car, Charlotte couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The media helicopter in the sky broadcast the entire scene that just happened live. Without his knowledge, George was seen by countless people being carried like a princess. The host stretched out his tone and exclaimed, "It seems that the detective who was driving the car was shot and injured. And our police team has no choice but to replace the driver." Fortunately, detective's injuries were not serious, but the criminals had successfully escaped and put some distance between them. Zooming in, our new driver looks like a kid, but we are all looking forward to his performance. Are you crazy, Charlotte? We just need to stay where we are and wait for rescue. What are you going to do? George asked in panic. His injured body made him weak and unable to resist. Just observing Charlotte's movements made him feel ominous. What? Of course, I'll chase you with a car. I'll take you to the hospital. George watched Charlotte fasten his seat belt. His left hand twitched in pain, and his scalp felt numb for a moment. After fastening her seat belt, Charlotte smiled and said, "By the way, I caught up with those two bastards. George Tilda trusts my driving skills. They are quite outstanding," looking up at the sunshade. Charlotte started the Chevrolet and joked, "By the way, Georgito, you need to wear a helmet when driving a car." A chill ran down George's head, but he could only watch as Charlotte stepped on the accelerator and pulled the handbrake. As the tires rubbed against each other, George recalled the scene of Charlotte driving a motorcycle. The scene was characterized by danger. Like dancing on the edge of a knife, it's over. Charlotte pulled the handbrake and the car started. George wailed in despair, "God, I'm really dead this time." The Chevrolet took off with a slam dunk and the next moment, it hit a rock not far ahead. George was strangled by the seatbelt and leaned forward. A stream of blood spurted out from his left shoulder and splashed on the windshield in front of him. George turned his head in disbelief and looked at Charlotte, who had an innocent expression. Charlotte calmly reversed the car and explained, "George, this stone is too short and too hidden. I haven't seen it, but I think you can still trust my skills." As he spoke, Charlotte murmured to himself, "Left foot brake, right foot clutch, left foot brake. Right foot clutch." The vehicle started again. George, looking pale, grasped the handrail beside his head and thought in his mind, "Hopefully, the coroner can piece together his complete body and tell Gwen that his father wasn't a coward." As the vehicle moved quickly, Charlotte changed the skill card. I want to fly," briefly paused in midair. Lao dang, burst gold coins. You are the eternal earth driving the ghost fire. Although this skill card is used for driving a motorcycle, it is still very useful for improving road experience. Turning the steering wheel with one hand, the car speed quickly reached 160 miles. Charlotte patted George's shoulder with her other hand, turned her head and looked at George with concern and asked, "George, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" George was horrified and furious. "Asshole. If you don't look at the road, I'm going to die. And you better stop the car right now. Parking is not allowed." Listening to George's angry Charlotte curled her lips, closed the police computer that George was working on in the car, pushed it aside, raised her hand to turn on the car radio, pretending that she didn't hear George's voice. A live broadcast of a program sounded on the radio, and the host said passionately, "The Chevrolet is still accelerating. The Chevrolet is still accelerating. But because it stopped before, it is still too far away from the Dodge. This novice driver who just experienced a car accident is obviously a rookie. They are at risk of car damage and death at any time. Let us pray for him. Boring, what a rubbish show." Charlotte changed the channel with a look of disgust, and the next moment, a passionate music sounded. Charlotte began to shake her head as she listened to the music. Dynamic music is best for enhancing the passion for racing. Charlotte clapped her hands to the music, while George's eyes went dark and he fainted, not long after. George was awakened by the noise again, and a faint voice was heard. "Everyone clap your hands to my rhythm." I opened my eyes and saw Charlotte beside me, honking the horn twice to the rhythm of the music. Not yet satisfied, Charlotte said again, "Everyone follow my rhythm. Let me see your waving hands." Before George could react, Charlotte started the windshield wipers and flashed the headlights repeatedly. George was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just had a nightmare. When he woke up, his face was ashen. Only then did he realize that all his previous experiences were real. The helicopter in the sky was also broadcasting this strange police car live. Compared to the fleeing biker gang, this high-speed Chevrolet was more interesting. "Stop the car, Charlotte. No need to chase us anymore," George said weakly, not only because of the gunshot wound. His body was in great pain at the moment. Although he was an experienced driver, he began to feel carsick when sitting in the car driven by Charlotte. "No, George, my main purpose is to take you to the hospital. Chasing them is just a side job." Charlotte looked serious and noticed that George looked uncomfortable. He was very attentive and opened both windows of the car completely. Sure enough, as the air flowed in, George's complexion looked much better. Charlotte's expression became serious. He turned off the car music and slowed down slightly to make the driving smoother. "It seems like it's time to show off your skills." Taking out the map book that came with the police car from his left-hand side, Charlotte placed it on the steering wheel and spread it out in front of his eyes. "Fuck Tilda," with a trembling voice. George's heart rose to his throat and his eyes widened. He swore to God that Charlotte's car was too scary. He would rather die than ride in Charlotte's car again. Looking out the window, Charlotte carefully identified the surrounding environment. According to the map, Charlotte quickly found where she was. Putting away the map, Charlotte said, "George, what's that expression on your face? Isn't it natural to look at a map while driving? You can't provide me with navigation." He casually turned the steering wheel to avoid the speeding car. George closed his mouth and waited for death. After checking the map, Charlotte determined that she was almost at the Brooklyn Beltway. The traffic ahead increased again. With his superb skills and daring to kill himself, Charlotte dodged several cars coming in the opposite direction. Although the traffic volume increased, Charlotte's speed not only did not slow down, but increased further. After a simple analysis of the police's deployment and the direction he was heading, he immediately guessed Humao's choice. Even though they ran around and chased for more than 100 kilometers, it actually took less than an hour at this time. New York City also reached the peak working hours. There were many intersections where it was difficult to move forward, so Humao had no choice at all, marking on Central Avenue. Charlotte swerved to avoid a heavy truck. Driven by Charlotte, the Chevrolet drove into the emergency lane with a roaring sound from the engine. Of course, Charlotte didn't know that the New York News had discovered the popularity of the car chase and had once again sent a helicopter to broadcast the event live. The previous high-speed reverse driving and the rapid speed of the car attracted everyone's attention. Every time he evaded danger with extreme risk and his superb driving skills without slowing down at all. Charlotte's car attracted great attention, in particular. The helicopter noticed that Charlotte was slowing down, and his driving became smooth. So it chose to use a telephoto lens to zoom in. The live TV broadcast showed Charlotte spreading out a map and examining it carefully. Goosebumps appeared all over her body. And all the audience were stunned. "Awesome. This is so exciting. Mom, come and see the god of cars. Oh my God, he's still speeding up. I'm sure the boy who was driving the car is dead. I know him, he's my classmate. This is my first time here, so I don't understand. Is this teenager stealing a police car? Holding a police officer hostage and escaping capture? Oh my God, he's managed to cause another car accident. By the way, when will he get into a car accident? I'm getting impatient waiting. Oh my God, this movement. It's so difficult. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the skill card. Criminal genius. You are the genius in the criminal world. Free attribute points +2. He turned the steering wheel sharply again, drove into the fork, and did another high-speed drift while charging the nitrogen. Although he got the skill card, Charlotte didn't dare to be distracted to check it. Because with his full concentration, the world in his eyes became sloth dust in the air, the birds flying in the distance, and then Charlotte's eyes were fixed on a pair of white and tender legs on the side of the road. The vehicle was moving, and with the disappearance of the beautiful legs, the speed in Charlotte's eyes returned to normal again. With an abrupt turn and quick maneuvers, even the media's helicopter was almost thrown off. The Chevrolet slowed down and drove onto Central Avenue. When it reached the intersection, Charlotte immediately saw the Dodge coming from another road. The corners of Charlotte's mouth curled up, and a sneer appeared on his face. Got you. Ignoring the red light, Charlotte drove the Chevrolet hearse and drifted to the middle of the intersection, disrupting the normal flow of traffic and blocking the Dodge's path. George turned his head with a pale face, and he also saw the Dodge he had been chasing all the way. Before George could feel relieved, he discovered that Charlotte had parked the police car sideways. If the Dodge hit him, Officer George would be the first to bear the brunt. Watching Dodge approaching quickly, George's face immediately darkened. That bastard Charlotte is coming for me. Open the door. I want to get out of the car. The chaotic traffic caused a small traffic jam, and for a moment the Dodge could not move. He had no other choice except the Chevrolet in front of him. Dodge didn't slow down, but gritted his teeth and rushed forward, wanting to make one last effort. After understanding the other party's thoughts, Xianyu had no intention of sacrificing George to heaven. The Chevrolet twisted and began to reverse, trying to use the rear of the police car to collide with the Dodge. Is Huang Mao stupid? Of course he is not stupid. This is a modified police Chevrolet. In order to detain prisoners, the rear compartment has been reinforced and modified. Using the front of the Dodge to hit the rear of the Chevrolet is no different from seeking death. He tried to avoid the Chevrolet's body with an S-shaped move. But Charlotte was prepared. He steered sharply, stepped on the brakes, used inertia to drift, and crashed hard into the Dodge's body. There was a loud metallic roar at the moment of impact. The speed of both cars was not slow. The glass of the Dodge's window exploded instantly. The airbag was activated, and the left frame of the Chevrolet was also twisted and deformed. The Dodge was out of control, and its entire body rolled over, crashing into a roadside fire hydrant amid the screams of passersby. The tragic scene made the Dodge look like a broken toy. The Chevrolet was equally miserable. George's beloved car let out a mournful cry as it was overwhelmed. The car was torn to pieces. Black smoke came out of the hood, and it stalled in the middle of the road, glancing at Dodge. Charlotte showed a smug smile on his face. That's an American stop, boy, admiring her masterpiece. Charlotte turned and looked at George. Come on, dear George. I can't wait to be praised by you. Praise me as much as you want. I can bear it. George let out a long breath, covered his injured and painful right shoulder, and looked at Charlotte in silence. Ding, congratulations. You get the skill card, Jinx. Equipped with this card, people and things around you will encounter bad luck, including yourself. Free attribute points +2. Charlotte's no, man. What do you mean? George looked at Charlotte with deep meaning in his eyes. Although he didn't say a word, the system perfectly manifested everything George wanted to express. Ding, ding, ding. The New York police arrived late, but surrounded George's Chevrolet in an instant. Get out of the car, get out of the car. Let me see your hands. Hank got off the car and stepped forward first with a gun. He had already reported that George had been shot and injured and was currently near the Lincoln Tunnel. He also coordinated Yulan to go for support. But George's police car appeared here at this time, which made Hank frown, thinking that George had an accident. Charlotte skillfully stretched out his hands from the twisted window of the Chevrolet, stretched out his head and said, Hi Tilda, Hank Tilda, it's me. I was worried about George, so I sent him here. Tilda, Charlotte. Hank was slightly startled when he saw Charlotte. Then he put away his pistol and shouted to the policemen who were on guard with guns around him. "One of our own, this is one of our own. Andrew, take 2 people to check out the bastard over there. Be careful, they are armed criminals. If there is any unusual movement, just shoot, don't hesitate." Hank walked up and saw George inside the car through the window. Although George's face didn't look very good, he still looked energetic. Except that his eyes were a little dull. Soon, the unconscious yellow-haired man was carried out of the car. His companion in the back seat was in an even more miserable state. She had been hit in the abdomen by 2 blind shots from George during the gunfight. Now she was covered in blood and had to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Hank patted Charlotte on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Charlotte, you are a great candidate for being a police officer. Are you interested in becoming one in the future?" Cough, cough, cough. George choked on his own saliva. "Hank, are you kidding me? Letting Charlotte be a police officer? That would be a disaster for the entire New York road. No. Hank, my dream is to become a toy store owner and own countless toys." What a wonderful dream, Tilda. Hank also fell into reminiscence and said, "I still remember that my dream was to be a security guard at the Victoria's Secret fashion show. I never expected that I would become a police officer due to the pressure of life." It's really sad. Charlotte opened the car door and got out. The car was very close to the hospital. But the traffic jam caused by Charlotte was getting worse. With the arrival of police cars and the increase in traffic, the car was paralyzed, standing on the debris of the Chevrolet and Dodge after the collision. Looking up at the buzzing helicopters, Charlotte stretched his arms and sighed. What a beautiful and happy day, helping the police, assisting neighbor stopping crime, and getting rid of harm for the people. I am so kind, Tilda. Charlotte walked to the passenger seat very naturally, ready to carry George out, and then walked George to the hospital. However, in public, George was very resistant to this. "Okay, Charlotte. Continue to experience your wonderful life. Hank is here to help me, and my injuries are not serious," George said firmly, covering his shoulder. His colleagues were everywhere around him, and there was a helicopter broadcasting live in the sky. It would be better for him to bleed to death here than to be hugged by Princess Charlotte. Poor George had no idea that the previous footage had been broadcast live. Charlotte blinked and nodded with regret. "Okay, George, I hope you have a good hospital stay." "Charlotte, I'll take your father-in-law to the hospital first. I'll come back to you to record the confession later," Hank said. George's face was pale, and he didn't even have the strength to roll his eyes. Charlotte waved her hand to show her agreement and walked away. Dear audience, today's wonderful show has come to an end. Although the police temporarily replaced the driver, the new driver has brought the artistic effect to its peak. An audience member asked how high the artistic content was. The answer is more than 10 floors high. I am very much looking forward to seeing this young man's car chase again in the future. It will surely be exciting. Click. The car TV turned off and Smith narrowed his eyes. He had been observing Charlotte's movements, so he naturally did not miss this chase. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, Smith picked up the special mobile phone of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, the original name of HILD, and called Carlson. Post first, then modify. "Hey, Chief Carlson. There has been new progress in the investigation of Charlotte that you asked me to track down." That's right, with Tony Stark being kidnapped. The focus of Smith's investigation shifted. At Carlson's instruction, it shifted from investigating the life returners who carried out terrorist attacks to investigating Charlotte. This is also the reason why Smith decided to come to the door. "Oh, have you discovered his connection with overseas organizations?" Carlson's tired voice came from the other end of the phone. He is exhausted both physically and mentally in his efforts to track down Stark. "And there has been no progress so far," Smith replied calmly. "No, I found him to be schizophrenic." Upon hearing this news, A look of speechlessness flashed across Coulson's face. What's there to report about schizophrenia? Are you just making fun of me after Stark disappeared? Charlotte, who had predicted Stark's disappearance and had been on TV, inevitably became one of the suspects. Prophet. No, the first thing S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected was Charlotte's relationship with the terrorists. They even directly linked the life returners with foreign forces and turned Charlotte's previous escape from death into a drama of self-torture. Of course, because of Charlotte's advance report, Stark's uncle Obadiah is also a key suspect. But unfortunately, Obadiah has no flaws and has recently put a lot of effort into tracking down Stark's whereabouts. Obadiah even said directly that no matter which force kidnapped Stark, he was willing to offer a high price that the other party could not refuse. For a while, the investigation was at a standstill. Smith calmly threw out a big melon. But I am basically sure that Charlotte is Spider-Man. What? This news surprised Coulson and immediately piqued his interest. Pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips without lighting it, Smith presented the results of his analysis. I think Spider-Man is Charlotte's alter ego. The first thing that proves this is the alternating time between Charlotte and Spider-Man. Shortly after Shano was released from the hospital, Spider-Man suddenly appeared in New York and became active. Secondly, Spider-Man rarely appears when Charlotte is working during the day. According to the food delivery information I found about Charlotte, every time Spider-Man appears, he is on the route that Charlotte must take to deliver food. I then checked the surveillance footage of all the roads and confirmed that the areas where Charlotte and Spider-Man appeared always corresponded to each other. This morning after someone saw Spider-Man, I immediately went to Charlotte's house and sure enough, Charlotte was not in the room. Smith raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with confidence. He was very confident in his inference. Coulson also nodded repeatedly. Although Smith had no direct evidence, his inference about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ace agent was absolutely certain. Gently stroking his smooth forehead and narrowing his eyes slightly, Coulson showed his signature smile. There is a unique sense of mystery in this friendly smile. Smith, I guess you're more than sure of that, of course. Smith's smile became more confident. Spider-Man calls himself a good neighbor to the citizens of New York and uses his superpowers in a violent way. According to behavioral psychology analysis, he wants to show off and hopes to be praised and recognized by others. His behavior is full of distrust and hostility towards the police and officials. Pursue excellence but not perfection, pursue kindness, but not peace, justice, but somewhat indifferent to morality. Contradictory social behavior, and a pursuit of emotional stimulation and behavior. His methods of dealing with crime are full of aggression and destructiveness, which shows that he hates criminals very much, and it is very likely that his relatives have been harmed by crime. Arrogant, not afraid of being put down. Sensitive but not hiding eyes, complicated. The same goes for Charlotte. Charlotte is also very complicated. And his complexity is not just due to his schizophrenia. A car chase, through Charlotte's response and risky driving skills. This is enough to show that Charlotte also seeks excitement and has a certain tendency to be self-destructive. He has a sense of justice and is ruthless in the face of violence. To a certain extent, he does not trust the police and only trusts himself. He cares about the people around him and is full of desire to show off. It can be said that except for the fact that her family has never been harmed by crime, everything else about Charlotte is a perfect match for Spider-Man. After a pause, Smith recalled Charlotte's expression in front of him and added, secondly, I think Charlotte is likely to have masochistic tendencies. Masochism. Coulson on the other end of the phone also fell silent. Of course, these are not the main points. Coulson frowned and asked, so, you think Spider-Man was responsible for the death of the life returner? No, Smith shook his head. Spider-Man doesn't have such superpowers. There is no other explanation except that someone else is behind the murder. According to the autopsy report an on-site investigation. The murderer's superpower should be hypnosis or manipulation of other people's will. This person also paid attention to Charlotte, or rather. He noticed Spider-Man for unknown reasons. He controlled the terrorists who were chasing Charlotte, making him dance after being shot and then bleed to death in the kitchen. He controlled every police officer around so that they could not detect the movement in the kitchen, and controlled the life returnees to kill each other. And all died. He may even be controlling Charlotte and Spider-Man right now. Smith sighed. There are many doubts, and the incident requires further investigation. Hypnosis, command, control of others. Coulson frowned and thought for a while. He thought Smith's judgment was very likely. Such abilities are far too dangerous, and once discovered, must not be tolerated and must be restricted and controlled. With a light sigh, Coulson said in a low voice, "Leave it to you, Smith. If this person really exists, then find him." After a few days of busy superhero life, and only a short sleep time every day, Gwen's menstrual period was a little disrupted. Hammer Technology readily approved Gwen's one-day vacation and expressed concern for her health, hoping that she could finish the work of these 2 days tomorrow. With her pretty face drooping, Gwen was wearing a white suspender pajamas with a purple pattern bulging on her chest. She looked listless and yawned, then lay down on the bed with a depressed look on her face. Just a few days of sleep deprivation had left Gwen with a breakdown in energy. I don't know how Charlotte did it. He goes out early and comes back late every day, and sneaks out to be a superhero at night. But he still acts as energetic as an animal. If it weren't for what happened last night, which made Gwen more convinced that Charlotte was Spider-Man, she would really suspect that Charlotte and Spider-Man were two people. Holding the pillow, Gwen arched her body and curled up into a comfortable position. She felt sleepy and closed her eyes contentedly with a peaceful smile on her face. In front of me, her eyes flew open, and the moment Gwen closed them, she saw a flash of the data card Spider-Man had given her. Then, sleepiness swept over her like a tide and disappeared without a trace the moment she was ready to go to sleep. Collapse. At this moment, she was trying to sleep but felt horrible. When she was working at Hammer Technology, she felt so sleepy that she would fall asleep even when sitting at her seat. But when she lay in bed and really wanted to sleep, the sleepiness would disappear all at once and she couldn't fall asleep. Gwen struggled to sit up, his expression painful, and angrily raised his hands to punch in front of him. With her short hair stuck to her face, Gwen looked sad, and her broken face was filled with a broken beauty goo. Her stomach growled at the wrong time. She hadn't eaten much since George had taken her away in the morning. Gwen, feeling listless, closed her eyes and felt for a while, realizing that she was already alert, and it would be wishful thinking to fall asleep now. Standing up and glancing at the coat covered in paint bullet marks under the chair, Gwen sighed helplessly. It's really hard to become a superhero. I had originally wanted to take a day off today and play with Charlotte, Jane and Harry, but Charlotte was kidnapped by her father, and Jane also needed to take vocal lessons. I agreed to call Harry tomorrow to discuss the holiday travel plan we had made before. But Gwen no longer had any expectations for her original travel plan because of her internship at Hammer Technologies. She probably wouldn't be able to go. After struggling for a while, Gwen came to the dining table and with a dull expression, she spread butter on the muffin, added syrup, and put toasted bacon on it, making it like a hamburger. Then she took a big bite of it without any ladylike temperament. Gwen yawned again as she chewed and swallowed her food. What Charlotte said was indeed true. After becoming a superhero, her appetite increased exponentially. Sometimes she feels hungry again right after eating and before she does any exercise. Gwen could feel that both her power and physical strength were still growing rapidly day by day. Now, she is still far from reaching her physical limit. After finishing her bacon pancakes, Gwen started baking desserts. Fortunately, George was not at home recently. Otherwise, her abnormality would definitely attract the attention of George. A policeman Mix brown sugar flour, cinnamon powder, and oats. Then add butter and crispy fruits. Spread it evenly and put it into the oven. Gwen smacked her lips, swallowed her saliva, and set the timer for the oven. She went to the living room, inserted the data card Spider-Man gave her into the TV's playback device, kicked off her slipper, squatted on the sofa, and hugged her legs. He picked up a plate of cut fruit and placed it in front of him, then turned on the TV and pressed the play button. Call. The first sound was the whistling wind. After a brief observation, Gwen was basically certain that this should be the camera recorder on Spider-Man's chest. Soon, Spider-Man's distorted voice sounded. Congratulations. You are watching Spider-Man's superhero tutorial by Lesson 1: Anti-Detection Capabilities. Anti-detection methods include concealment, disguise, transfer, destruction, hiding, and escape. Today, we will mainly talk about hiding, disguise, and escape. Remember, this is a knowledge point that will be tested in the future. Gwen appeared on the screen. She left her home stealthily and walked forward stealthily, looking back every few steps. But she never noticed Spider-Man staggering behind her. This idiot in the picture is a perfect example of what this demonstration should be about. Even now, I am standing here and talking. Without hiding my whereabouts, she didn't even notice me, which shows that her anti-detection awareness is very weak. She didn't even know that I had tracked her home. The corner of Gwen's mouth twitched, and the grape in her hand stopped in front of her lips, listening to the endless scolding from Spider-Man on the screen. He crushed the grapes directly in his palm. Sure enough, Charlotte kept muttering to herself as they followed her all the way, and her criticism made Gwen grit her teeth. She really didn't expect that the bastard Charlotte had been following her. She thought Charlotte would be waiting for her in front. She did her best to make Charlotte fall from the sky behind her. No, Tilda, what are you doing? The question was asked silently from the first-person perspective in the picture. To be honest, judging from the perspective in the video, Gwen is indeed too green, just a stupid newbie. But Gwen would never admit it, and instead gave Charlotte another record of it soon. The main vision instigated Gwen to escape by saying that she had trained Spider Silk and Spider Sense, and then took out a pistol and shot Gwen in the butt. The video shows Gwen's ashamed face as she runs away. Charlotte continued to explain, when escaping, you should first avoid the enemy's field of vision and find a large shelter, instead of going straight up and down like this idiot. Your route and intentions are too obvious. Secondly, you should calm down, observe the scene, and escape quickly. If you want to avoid enemy tracking, it is very stupid to keep swinging in the sky. Instead, you should get down to earth, take off your superhero costume, dress in a low-profile way, and stay away from suspicious people or things. As he spoke, Charlotte started to chase Gwen. He did not chase directly in the direction Gwen left, but instead went to another building in the distance, with spider webs hanging down. He swung leisurely on the edge of the building, glancing at the time from time to time. When you're in disguise, you can't look panicked or behave abnormally. It's best to be the same as everyone else around you. The clothes you wear and the items you carry should not be inconsistent with the environment. Always pay attention to changes around you, and watch out for people or things that appear repeatedly. As he spoke, a strange noise was heard in the picture, and Gwen immediately realized that it was him, as expected. Gwen had just turned the corner when Spider-Man, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly appeared and pulled the trigger at her with a grin. Gwen appeared in the camera in close-up, with her facial features flying around, her mouth open and screaming, and a double chin. There is no sight at all. Recalling that scene, Gwen turned off the TV, collapsed weakly on the sofa, covered her face, and let out a cry of pain. I won't watch it anymore. I'll just get angry no matter how much I watch. I don't know if Charlotte has a backup. Gwen feels ashamed of herself in the picture, and her soul of social death is ready to move. So she turned her grief and anger into appetite. He took out the baked dessert and stuffed it all into his stomach. After eating and drinking, Gwen felt sleepy again and lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes. Jingle bell, The sudden ringing of the phone left Gwen unable to complain. She looked up at the luminous wall clock, picked up the phone unhappily, and looked at the caller's number. The next moment, all the sleepiness was gone. Looking at Hank, who was watching, Gwen's eyes widened little by little, and a chill washed over her body. Problem occurs. This was Gwen's first reaction. Gwen is of course familiar with the black man Hank, her father's colleague and old partner for many years, but the reason why Hank called me. Gwen immediately remembered the last time George was attacked by a killer and rushed to the hospital. Although he successfully killed the killer, George was seriously injured. Gwen, who was still in elementary school at the time, received a call from Hank. She came to the hospital and looked at George, who was bleeding and cried breathlessly, "Hello." Gwen, terrified, quickly answered the phone. Hank's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Gwen, something happened. This morning, your father took Charlotte to chase the criminals. What's there together? Are they okay?" The image of Charlotte getting in the police car flashed through Gwen's mind. And Gwen asked anxiously, "Be anxious. Listen to me patiently." Hank seemed to have noticed that Gwen was very anxious, so he softened his voice, hoping to encourage Gwen and make her less anxious. "Well, the thing is, they drove George's car all the way to 3rd Avenue. Or was it 2nd Avenue? Gwen bit her lip, her expression growing more anxious. "Please tell me the point. How are my father and Charlotte?" Although she was anxious, Gwen could only listen to Hank continue talking. "Of course. They were definitely not on 1st Avenue at the time." "Where exactly?" "I remember it's 3rd Avenue, cough tilde. There they happened to run into a gang of bikers coming in the opposite direction. The 2 bikers had already evaded our police's blockade and were on the verge of being at large. If George hadn't launched a pursuit, they might have really gotten away. So George made a prompt decision and chose to help the police force turn the tide. And this was the beginning of all the misfortunes." As he spoke, Hank poured himself a glass of water. The scene at that time seemed to appear before his eyes. He spoke with high spirits and emotion. "Who is George?" "The ace sheriff of the New York Police Department, who has solved many strange cases with his perfect partner Hank. Under the influence of ace driver Hank, George's driving skills have improved a little. So he thought of a countermeasure at the first time. He drove over to intercept the biker gang, wanting to give them an American-style stop. But the other car was going too fast like a galloping beast, and it crashed into George hard at this critical moment." Biting her lip, Gwen was extremely anxious. Hank also felt Gwen's anxiety, so he comforted her. "Don't worry, it's not over yet, Tilda. Because George is not stupid at this critical moment. He drove out of the way and then drove after it." Gwen couldn't help it. What did she mean by not dying this time? What about next time? Did something happen to her father? "Uncle Hank, what happened to my father and Charlotte?" Hank smacked his lips, still unsatisfied, and drank the cold water in the cup in one gulp. "I was talking with great interest, but after hearing Gwen's anxious crying, I could only say helplessly, 'I told you not to rush, not to rush, not to rush. Don't worry. Charlotte is fine.' And he even managed to catch the bastard from the biker gang." Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hank changed the subject, but George was not so lucky. "He was shot twice and died." "What?" Gwen's face turned pale, and she almost couldn't hold the phone. She felt cold in her heart and slumped on the sofa. "No," Hank sent the screenshot of George being carried by a princess to the working group. Looking at his masterpiece, he added with a smug grin, "Yes, he was shot twice and died instantly. Apart from that, George is fine. He has been given a holiday and is currently in hospital for treatment. His injuries are not serious. It's just social death, Tilda." Gwen was relieved to hear the news. It doesn't matter if she dies, as long as the person is safe. "Uncle Hank, which hospital are you in now?" "I'll be right over." "Which hospital?" Hank blinked and asked. "We are at..." "Hank," George's full-throated roar suddenly sounded on the phone. "What did you son of a bitch, post in the working group? I'm going to kill you." The sound of wind and Hank's screams and struggles came from the phone. Poor Hank seemed to have his nose strangled. And he could only say weakly, "We're at New York Presbyterian Hospital." "Princess George." "It's too late, Tilda. You didn't think the working group had an undue function." "Everyone saved it. Take a look at Yulan's first comment." "Oh my goodness. This picture should really be printed out and displayed in the police department's display case as a tribute to the best detective in the NYPD." All that. After hanging up the phone and hearing George's voice, Gwen was sure that George was indeed fine and had the time to maintain his reputation. But what the hell is Princess George? Did her father come out? Was he looking for a male mother? If this were the case, she would not be able to accept it and would definitely choose to run away from home without hesitation. It is true that appropriate fitness attracts the opposite sex, while excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Soon, Gwen arrived at New York Presbyterian Hospital and saw George with a bandage on his shoulder. George's face was pale. He lay powerlessly on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling with despair. On the other side, Hank was peeling an apple with a fruit knife, looking as happy as a fool who had picked up 500 million yuan. Putting the school bag on the chair, Gwen asked curiously, "Dad, Tilda, Hank said you were seriously injured, didn't he? Why do you look like you're about to die?" "Hehe, Tilda," Hank laughed foolishly, with a long apple peel hanging in front of the fruit knife. "He's not dead, but his heart is dead, hurt." Gwen's eyes widened, and she had a clearer understanding of her previous guess. "Could it be, Dad? You really failed in confessing your love to a man." George straightened his upper body from the bed, ignoring the pain in his left shoulder. What the hell? Who spread this rumor again? Everything was explained once Hank explained it. Gwen couldn't help but scold George, who was unwilling to talk. "Dad, why is it that your reputation as the ace sheriff of New York is becoming less and less worthy of your reputation? Not as cautious as before." In the end, it was up to Charlotte to catch the criminal. "If you ask me, you should just step aside as soon as possible. It would be great if New York had more vigilantes like Spider-Man." Nonsense. Before George could say anything, Hank was the first to lose his patience. He said loudly and righteously, "You can question George's sexual orientation, but you can't question George's professional ability. New York City can live without Spider-Man, but not without Hank and his golden partner." Hank handed the peeled apple to the small dining table in front of George, took a bite of the apple and said, "But to be fair, I have to criticize you, George. Shameful, so shameful. You only managed to catch up with the biker gang thanks to Charlotte. I don't know what to say to you." George was so angry that he rolled his eyes, turned around, and sulked on the hospital bed. After finishing the apple in 2 bites, Hank laughed and said, "Well, now that you're here, Gwen, it's time for me to leave. I'm busy today, Tilda." As he said this, he threw the apple core into the trash, canced it up, turned on the walkie-talkie again, and listened to the noisy gunfight inside. After saying goodbye, he left in a hurry. After Hank left, George perked up and sat up again. "Hank, that bastard finally waited for the day to laugh at me. Wasn't it because I laughed at him last time for being tricked by a robber dressed as a woman? He holds a grudge like that." Gwen was feeling sleepy, but she had no intention of listening to Hank's dark history. He sat down on the hospital bed next to George, lay down and chatted with George for a few words without saying anything. At some point, he closed his eyes and fell into a sound sleep. Time passed quickly and it was afternoon. Gwen sat up unsteadily, holding her growling stomach. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes fell on George, who was snoring with an IV drip. Her eyes were bleary and her brain was dizzy. But Gwen picked up the phone, dialed the food delivery number with a clear stomach, and her mind knew what she wanted most right now. When the takeaway arrived, George was awakened by the noise. Seeing Gwen bring in a whole box of cheese and garlic pizza, George raised his eyebrows and said, "Gwen, nothing else." "I don't really like pizza." Gwen placed the pizza in front of George and said, Then congratulations, this whole box of pizza is yours. In order to hide her huge appetite, Gwen did not plan to eat pizza with George. Instead, she put on the backpack on her seat and waved at George. As for me, I knew there was a highly rated cake shop nearby, so I chose to taste it alone and never come back. I'll see you tomorrow, later after get off work, Tilda. George opened the pizza box with a look of disgust. In order to track and catch criminals, he often stayed in his car for days on end. It can be said that there is no pizza in New York that he has not tasted. Having eaten pizza all his life, he now suffers from stress disorder when he sees it and thinks it doesn't taste good. You don't need to come tomorrow, Gwen. I'm not a seriously ill patient who needs care. I was just shot, which is not a big deal. I even feel like I could be discharged from the hospital right now. Stay put, old George. You are no longer the middle-aged man you used to be. Gwen spread his hands and said, At least you used to brag, I can dodge bullets, Tilda. I can hide now, George immediately retorted. It's just that the one today was a sneak attack, Tilda. Gwen did not comment on this. Regardless of whether George could dodge bullets, Gwen could really dodge them at night pulling the spider silk. Gwen stood on the roof of a building and waited patiently. Soon Charlotte's voice came from behind her. Ghost Spider, I think you need to be more vigilant. Sure enough, as always, Spider-Man appeared behind her without anyone noticing and began to taunt. Oh my God, is your spider sense just a decoration? Relying on it, you should be able to clearly perceive everything around you. Just like a spider lying on a spider web, everything is trembling on your spider silk. All evil is in sight and all living things are prey. What? Gwen understood what Charlotte meant. Not only is it about sensing the impending danger, but it is also about using the spider sense to keep a full grasp of the surroundings. But how can this be? Being able to predict crises in advance is an amazing superpower in Gwen's eyes. Although she is not very skilled in using it, she can still go one step further. That's too exaggerated, Otilda. Charlotte sighed. Yes. I expected too much from you. Forgetting that you are just an ordinary spider with no achievements. A poor little spider. Maybe I should help you improve your combat performance and gradually get you used to combat and danger. Through experience, you will grow rapidly and your abilities will be further enhanced. Little spider, hard days are waiting for you in the future, Tilda. Small party food, HMPH. Gwen snorted coldly and looked unhappy at the arrogant Charlotte. Charlotte, you really think you are a senior? With his arms folded across his chest, Gwen sneered, raised his forehead and said confidently, Okay, Charlotte, I get it. Charlotte, how long are you going to pretend, Charlotte? Gwen asked in a long voice. Is your most powerful superpower your acting skills? I have to admit, I was a little fooled by you. Charlotte blinked. The black compound eyes of the spider mask reflected the light, making it look extremely innocent, needless to say. I even have acting skills in my battle suits. Spider-Man, what nonsense are you talking about? I've already told you, I'm not Charlotte. Charlotte, you're still pretending. Dare you take off your Spider-Man mask and prove yourself? Take off the mask, Charlotte was shocked. He couldn't take off the mask, make an ugly face, and say that he was really not Charlotte, right? Gwen is not so gullible. No, the mask is the face of a superhero. Spider-Man never takes off his mask, ha Tilda, Gwen sneered, and became more confident, pressing forward step by step. Charlotte, can you tell me where you went last night? Why did my dad catch you climbing through the window in your room shortly after Spider-Man left? Sure enough, this flaw is indeed too big. Charlotte tried hard to explain. I'm not Charlotte, how do I know where Charlotte is? He's not at home, maybe. He has a hobby of streaking, Tilda. Gwen's eyes widened. You even blame yourself. Are you planning to deny it? Do you know what your biggest weakness is? Gwen asked with a smile and full of confidence. After a slight hesitation, Charlotte shook his head. He was indeed very curious. Is it that my handsomeness cannot be concealed even by my mask? No, listening to Charlotte's shameless self-praise, Gwen pouted in disdain. Your biggest flaw is your favorite Mickey Mouse children's toy watch. You wouldn't think that Spider-Man also happens to have one. And after being Spider-Man for more than 20 years, it's still as good as new. Damn it, I forgot that. Recognition, it seems there is no other choice. Of course there are options. Charlotte had already thought of a countermeasure and was ready to clear himself and cover up all the previous flaws. He looked at the make friends out of nothingness skill card very calmly. Make a friend out of nothing. Use this during the cleansing phase and you will automatically create a friend. System, let me see where your limit is, thinking of this. Charlotte, full of confidence, suddenly equipped himself with a skill card. Equip the skill card, make friends out of nothing, and the skill will take effect immediately. Charlotte felt that the world in her eyes changed quietly and became hazy. My waist and legs are sore. I climbed to the 5th floor in one breath. It took a lot of effort. He felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but hold his head. This feeling is very strange. As if I have really turned into a spider monster. It has 4 compound isate legs, a huge body, confused thoughts, and a simple mind. A holy light suddenly lit up at the corner of the alley, not far away. Gwen widened her eyes and glanced at Spider-Man, who was pretending not to answer. She gave up asking questions for a moment and chose to go to the alley to check. Covering his head, Charlotte was very uncomfortable with this skill card. The images in front of him overlapped and looked very strange. He only saw Gwen disappear briefly in front of his eyes, and then fell from the sky again after a while, with a surprised expression on her face, and turned her head back with a red face hum. Charlotte's heart moved as if he realized something, and he hurriedly walked towards the direction where the holy light was shining, and came to the edge of the alley. Sure enough, a figure stood naked under the bright light with his hands on his hips. Ah, Gwen cried out in shame and anger. Charlotte, it turns out you're not Spider-Man. But what are you doing here, didn't you see? Charlotte shook the giant thing under his crotch, raised his head and chest with a proud look on his face, and answered word by word, I'm running naked, Wajan. Hearing her own answer and looking at the other Charlotte under the light, Charlotte's face under the spider mask immediately turned dark. System, are you mistaken? Is this how you whitewash me? Hehe, that's right, Making friends out of nothing. As the saying goes, I have a friend, so who is this friend? It's me who is embarrassed, frog fun. After using the skill card, Spider-Man and Charlotte exist at the same time. Then Spider-Man is definitely not Charlotte. And Charlotte is definitely not Spider-Man, therefore, as long as Spider-Man and Charlotte are 2 different people, Spider-Man's black spots cannot be applied to Charlotte, clearing Charlotte's name. And Charlotte's black spots cannot be applied to Spider-Man, clearing Spider-Man's name. Hey, there are no black spots now. It has been successfully washed white. You even told me where Charlotte went last night. Streaking. Applause. System, you really are a genius in the whitewashing world. And system, I'm so naive, hehe. Spider-Man let out a low, defense-breaking laugh. He was really amused by this whitewashing operation. At this time, Gwen also confirmed that Spider-Man is definitely not Charlotte. And Spider-Man really came from a parallel world. The whitening effect is quite remarkable. Gwen took off her coat, walked forward with a red face, blocked Charlotte's waist, and couldn't help but take a few glances. Charlotte, how could you do this? You can't do this, running naked, not good. The whitewashed Charlotte is called White Charlotte. He kept his hands on his hips, not caring about Gwen's actions. He looked around curiously, and then his eyes fell on Charlotte himself. Is he the system? No, by Charlotte is Charlotte himself. The 2 people communicate with each other, share spirit. Visionitis thinking everything. They are exactly the same person. The only difference is that Charlotte clearly knows which one is not the real body, but the clone created by the skill card. An existence that will reappear as long as the skill card is activated. This caused countless crazy operations to flood into Charlotte's brain uncontrollably, churning in his mind. Hehe, I can't die, wow, this is so exciting, I think. No. I don't want to, you really don't want to. Yes, I really don't want to, tap his chin. Bai Xiaoliu couldn't help but think, what does it feel like to die? I really want to try dying once. Charlotte's eyes went dark. You're crazy, although I'm a little curious. Bai Xiaoluo equipped himself with spiritual words and silent meditation, and smiled mysteriously at Xiaoluo. Countless of the suicidal plans he had once planned resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't wait to let everyone know that Spider-Man and Shano were two different people, achieving the most perfect whitewashing separation. Then start the fun first. Call the IRS to report Nick Fury for tax evasion. Then gather up all your strength and flick Coulson's smooth forehead with your fingers. He shaved off Natasha's beautiful bright red hair and secretly replaced Hawkeye's bow and arrow. Fill the Hulk's underwear with itching powder and spread the word that Iron Man has AIDS. My God, this is all so interesting. No, calm down. My real body doesn't have the ability to be immortal. Once my real body is implicated, everything will be over. I won't even have time to cry. Charlotte, why are you? Interrupting Gwen's words, Charlotte, who was wearing Spider-Man's clothes, stepped forward, put his hands on his hips and said righteously, That's right. I'm New York City's good neighbor Spider-Man. Citizen, do you need help? Wow. Bai Xiaoliu clapped his hands pretentiously and took a step forward, with a coquettish light flashing in his eyes. You are the superhero Spider-Man. You are so handsome. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt you rushing towards me. And even the mask can't hide your handsomeness. Wow, tilde. Charlotte took a deep breath and her scalp went numb. Some people can't understand what they are thinking. The feeling of social death was like a sword stabbed into my body. Unable to help but twitch the corners of his mouth, Charlotte sighed, I am really a psychopath, hehe. Glancing at Gwen, who looked a little confused, Charlotte straightened her back and said in a self-deprecating manner, Don't compliment me, of course, I know I'm handsome. But you're not bad either, young man. You're 99% of what I was like when I was young. Of course. Bai Xiaoliu raised his thumb proudly and pointed at himself. I am the most handsome guy in the world, tilde. I gave up the idea of equipping Bai Charlotte with the most handsome guy skill card. Charlotte was really afraid that once she was equipped, her naked body might be projected onto the sky of New York City, accompanied by a hot homosexual dance. The scene was so unbearable to watch that I could only start a new life in another universe. The clone only needs to think about how to obtain the skill card, while Charlotte has to think about how to continue to survive. Sighed. Bai Xiaoliu's arrogant words, I dare to eat, were suppressed in his stomach. He prepared the holy word, skill card. But he must not say anything naughty. If this came true, it would be a big deal. Gwen covered her hot face, her eyes occasionally falling on Bai Charlotte. The scene before her was so overwhelming that she couldn't react. As they have been good friends for many years, she really didn't know that Charlotte also had a hobby of streaking. But the scene before her forced her to believe it. Playing the role of the superhero Spider-Man, Charlotte moistened his throat and said seriously, Brave young man, let me take you home. The muscular naked body is indeed a great art, but you are exceptionally great. Let the equally great Spider-Man come to save you. Charlotte smacked her lips. The scene was unspeakably awkward. Even Gwen had a strange expression on her face and was a little confused by Spider-Man's lines. Charlotte could no longer hold it in and just wanted to end this embarrassing scene quickly. The two of them were in sync, and Bai Xiaoliu immediately cooperated. Oh my God, I can fly naked again. What an honor. Let's set off now. Hey, wait a minute. Gwen was a little uneasy, for some reason. She felt that things were becoming increasingly strange. Ignoring Gwen, Charlotte just wanted to escape the scene. In order to pursue speed, grabbed Bai Xiaoliu's wrist, and the two of them shot into the sky like sharp swords. Woohoo, take off, in the last words of Bai Charlotte's voice. All that could be seen was Charlotte's rapidly fleeing figure. The two of them flew straight into the sky. Gwen hurriedly turned back, her face flushed, and the image of Charlotte Bai's white butt was still lingering in her mind. The scene flashed and Charlotte was sitting in her room, holding her head in pain. Spicy, spicy. Everything is spicy. My image of being wise and brave has been completely ruined. What will Gwen think of me in the future? A pervert who likes to run naked. A gangster distributing welfare everywhere late at night. Feeling her social image being shattered bit by bit. Charlotte slumped down in the chair helplessly. It's not that he doesn't want to try out the skill cards in advance. But these inexplicable skill cards are really outrageous. When he was still in Arkham, he once hid in an empty room and wanted to try out the skill card, haha. Hehe, you must attack the follower with Taunt. He never expected that as soon as he used it, everyone in the hospital rushed into his room and wanted to beat him up. One of the patients got a pistol from somewhere and pulled the trigger towards the sky. If the skill card had not been cancelled in time, he would have been shot in the head by a bullet shot from the ceiling. From then on, he would never easily experiment with strange cards in advance. Even if he used it, he must cover his face. He didn't expect that such a big bomb would be buried for him today. This system is designed to trick you. Isn't there any simpler, cooler skill? What to do now? He didn't want to see anyone in recent times. Re-equip the friends from nothingness, skill card. There was a flash of holy light before my eyes. White Charlotooth Gwen's coat, wrapped around her waist, appeared in front of Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at Charlotte, unbuttoned his coat and threw it on the bed, then opened the closet and started putting on his clothes. The two of them are actually one person, and their minds are connected. The spirit of Gundam 20 fully supports Charlotte dual-core operation. There is no such stupid thing as Charlotte playing games while Charlotte is doing homework. Because Charlotte is Charlotte himself. Whoever does the homework is actually Charlotte himself. And so calm down. Do psychological construction and self-comfort. What's wrong with being naked? No one else saw it. Gwen saw it but didn't ask her for money. So she made a lot of money. Social death. What social death? What's so surprising? Peter Parker sold his artistic photos to the owner of the Daily Bugle in exchange for compensation. So Spider-Man is essentially a welfare girl. And Charlotte didn't take any money. What is streaking? It is devoting oneself to art. What is nudity? It means never selling oneself for money. Sure enough, self-comfort is very effective. Charlotte was determined to forget about this matter. If Gwen dared to mention it, humph. From now on I'll go run naked downstairs of her building every day. The mood is good and the sense of social death fades. Hey Tilda Charlotte opened the game console with excitement. Now I can play two-player games by myself. And I don't need to bring Gwen or MJ with me anymore. Not long into the game, the phone rang. This made Charlotte turn his head slightly. It was impossible to break the opponent's moves in a battle between two evenly matched people. But the flaw Charlotte revealed was immediately caught by Charlotte. A set of smooth little combos instantly sent Charlotte away. Charlotte nodded proudly. As expected of me, I am so awesome. He let go of the game controller and answered the call. Hey. Hi Charlotte, it's me. A young female voice came from the other end of the phone. Her voice was a little hoarse from cigarettes. Not as crisp as Gwen's nor as graceful as MJ's. After a brief recollection, another face appeared in my mind, Jessica Jones. She is also Charlotte's classmate. Jessica, a unlucky little girl. Last year during the holidays, she and her parents went to Disneyland. But because she and her brother were arguing in the back seat, her father, who was driving, was distracted and collided with a private vehicle loaded with radioactive chemicals. In the radioactive radiation, Jessica became an orphan and was the only one who survived. After such a great ordeal, Jessica never recovered. Although her parents' accident insurance inheritance and compensation from the Life Foundation made Jessica a small, wealthy woman. But she believes that the death of her parents and brother is her fault. She didn't want to spend a penny. And what she wanted more was her parents' continued love and companionship. When she was in school, the good old Charlotte had comforted her with a few words. Although the introverted Charlotte feels that he has few friends, most of his classmates in the school think that Charlotte is their friend. Charlotte was a little surprised when she received the call, but Jessica thought it was natural to ask friends for help. Charlotte, Tilda, help me, I feel like I'm being followed. Hiding in the hotel bathroom. Jessica didn't even dare to go home. She was wearing a tattered denim jacket, with tears running down her black eyeshadow, making her look like a ghost from a masquerade party. I opened the bathroom curtain and looked at the Jeep parked downstairs with fear and trepidation. Charlotte, Tilda, as if she felt the gaze coming from the Jeep. Jessica tremblingly pulled the curtains. Only you can save me. I swear to God this is not my illusion. They have been following me for several days. I don't think they are seeking money. You tell me. You tell me if they will lock me up, drain my blood, and use a scalpel to dismember my body for research. Please, Charlotte, I saw you on the New York news today. And I know you must have a connection with the police. You are a good person. And you don't think I am crazy like those policemen do. I haven't had sex yet, and I don't want to die yet. Woo woo woo. By Xyluo, who had just been concentrating on playing games and looked disgusted, sat up and snatched the phone. Where are you? I'm coming to save you right now. Charlotte curled his lips speechlessly, and looking at By Charlotte, who had finished the conversation. He couldn't help but sneered. You are so sexy, Tilda. Charlotte stayed alone in the room and prepared to go to bed, while By Charlotte got on the motorcycle and set off immediately. Charlotte and Bay Charlotte are the same person in terms of spiritual origin and thinking origin, as long as the two are in different frames. I will call him Charlotte. The roar of motorcycles rang out on the streets at night. At full throttle, the piercing scream echoed through the streets of New York. Ding, congratulations, you get the skill card. Improper when someone is cursing. You will feel happy from the bottom of your heart. Free attribute points +2 cut tilde. He sped all the way and arrived at his destination before the night patrol officers could react. Looking around, I saw a Jeep parked downstairs of the hotel. Just as Jessica said. It was pitch black inside, and I couldn't see anyone clearly. Too lazy to think too much. Charlotte walked straight into the somewhat shabby hotel. The girl working at the entrance of the hotel had already fallen into a deep sleep, lying on the table, her chest rising and falling as she breathed evenly. Walking through the entrance, Charlotte listened to the ups and downs of the sounds around her, calmly searched for the room number, soon found her destination and knocked on the door. Who? Jessica's voice was full of vigilance. She held a desk lamp in her hand, ready to launch a surprise attack if the situation was not right. It's me, Charlotte, Charlotte said, as an immortal clone. Charlotte had a feeling of invincibility in his heart. It was so intoxicating that he wanted to die in front of others. So much so that now Charlotte's face showed an arrogance that said, I don't eat beef. And there was a mockery of the absurdity of the world in his eyes. Charlotte, Tilda, hearing Charlotte's voice. Jessica quickly put down the desk, lamp opened the door, and looked around furtively. Seeing that there was no one around, she grabbed Charlotte and tried to drag him into the house. He slapped Jessica's hand away and pushed her aside by her head. I walked inside and looked at the single bed and the simple room. A tattered table lamp was placed on a shelf at the door. The walls were covered with peeling paint, and there were uncleaned spider webs in the corners. The white sheets were stained with dark yellow dirt. The bedside tables were dirty and disgusting. And Charlotte didn't even want to take a look at the bathroom. He turned his head and looked at Jessica, who was following him with her head covered. She had long hair dyed purple and tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. A few sticky strands of hair hung in front of her forehead, with some trivial accessories tied on them. She was wearing a tattered and appropriate denim jacket, with bare thighs and black stockings on her calves. The tears wet the white and black gangster makeup on her face, making her look like a female ghost demanding revenge. Lustful, blinded by lust, haha. Now Charlotte just wants to press Jessica down on the bed, strip off her clothes, and take off her underwear. Then she pulled out the rubber band from her pants, made a slingshot, and shot at the glass of the Jeep downstairs. My previous impatience seemed more like a joke I played on myself. Seeing Jessica and the scene here, Charlotte lost interest. He still remembered the TV series he watched in his previous life and his impression of Jessica Jones. A marginal person without a heroic title. A sex partner of the mentally retarded black hero, Luke Cage. And a sex girl who can have sex with anyone. The impression is not deep, nor is it a good one. Jessica caught up with Charlotte's pace and was very dissatisfied with Charlotte's rough treatment just now. After being soaked in radioactive chemicals, she gained superpowers. Although she has no experience in dealing with things, she feels that she is not a little girl who can be controlled by anyone. She is a superhero who has not yet become famous, but why had I never noticed before that Charlotte was so handsome and stylish? Glancing at the distracted Jessica, Charlotte said with disdain, "Ms. Jones, I don't love you, but I don't want to hurt you either. Do you really have to dress up like a female ghost and destroy my eyes?" Jessica was stunned. Then she screamed and ran to the bathroom. Looking at her horrible appearance in the mirror, she washed her face in despair, walking to the window. Charlotte opened the curtains and activated her spider sense, confirming that the Jeep was indeed filled with malicious intent. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a name flashed before his eyes, quietly Purple Man. When it comes to Jessica Jones, the Purple Man is naturally the first villain that comes to mind. Charlotte felt that the Purple Man's appearance was just right. There were a lot of dirty things that could be framed on him. After washing her face and relaxing her mind, Jessica no longer looked haggard, but instead regained her strong body of a little girl. "Charlotte, you can help me, but don't expect that kind of thanks from me. I can give you some benefits, but you must help me." The preface was inconsistent with the latter part. Charlotte raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course I can help you, but I need a commission." Commission? Jessica was slightly stunned. She had planned to introduce her best friend, Felicia Hardy, to Charlotte as a reward. She could see that Charlotte was a good person, but not her type, and Felicia Hardy, who has a queen-like stylishood like Charlotte. Charlotte didn't know what Jessica was thinking, but he knew, "I am not Franklin, so I won't be liked by everyone." But Charlotte does like Franklin. Commission. "Are you a detective?" Jessica's eyes lit up, and her original impression of Charlotte changed drastically. "I've dreamed of becoming a detective since I was a kid." "Oh my God, I never thought, Charlotte. You're already a detective. A detective is a detective." Charlotte only wants Franklin. She raised her hand indifferently. Charlotte raised her head and said in a full tone, "First, the content of the agreement cannot be changed at will, and the client's ideas must be respected. Second, the client's privacy must be avoided and helped to cover up. And never ask too many questions. Third, keep secrets. Ensure your own safety. And never easily reveal your identity and action plan to avoid danger. Secondly, as long as the price is right, I can help you solve all your problems. So, Miss Jones, how well can you pay me?" A few words from the modified underground courier made Jessica's eyes sparkle with stars. And she had even greater admiration and expectations for the detective. But Charlotte was too lazy to pay attention to her and started thinking about other things. The Purple Man, Spider-Man the Life Returner, SHIL. Day, and an unknown organization were connected together in Charlotte's mind. And a question floated in Charlotte's head. How should I frame the Purple Man? The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. In fact, there was no need to frame him. The Purple Man's superpowers are too dangerous. No matter what the purpose of the Life Returners is, they will never miss him as long as they find him. The same is true for us, HIELD. As long as they know of the existence of Purple Man, he will definitely be a serious threat. As long as the Purple Man is lured out and exposed to everyone's sight, he will naturally become the target of public criticism and the root of all evil. And Jessica is the best way to find the Purple Man. "Purple Man, don't come over here, /I'm rich." Jessica raised her hands and shouted proudly. Although she permed and dyed her hair, stayed in cheap hotels, and dressed in a non-mainstream style. But she stopped pretending. She was a wealthy woman, and she showed her cards. "Dear Miss Jessica, is there anything I can do for you?" Charlotte bent slightly, her eyes shining in an instant. I felt that Jessica was a lot more pleasing to the eye. And even her body exuded a fragrance. Take a deep breath. Oh, Tilda, that's the fragrance of Franklin tilde tilde tilde. Even after washing off the bad makeup on her face, Jessica still looks pretty good. Charlotte certainly wouldn't let things that haven't happened yet, or the plots in a TV show define her. It is really vicious to define a girl as a sex offender. So Charlotte, gave Jessica a new hero code name. Jessica in the comics can fly his immense strength and is regarded as a little superhero. So, how much money are you willing to give me? What kind of weird name is Money Girl? My hero code name is degrees Japanese letter degrees. I mean, my name is Jessica. Wow, Tilda, Charlotte pretended to be surprised. Your name is Jessica, it's amazing, Tilda. So his expression returned to indifference. How much are you willing to give me? Jessica understood that Charlotte was obsessed with money and only wanted money. So Jessica said, as long as you can help me, I can give you everything I have. As if she had thought of something. Jessica's face turned pale and she added, but Charlotte, they are not ordinary gangsters, but mad scientists without the power to tie a chicken. They are extremely dangerous, everything. Charlotte looked at Jessica and shook her head. I don't need everything from you. Of course, my offer is not cheap. After all, the person I'm looking for is a superhero. Superhero? Jessica looked panicked and avoided the question. What superhero? Who is a superhero? No, Charlotte, I don't have superpowers. I'm not a superhero, I really am not. Staring at Jessica, who was feeling guilty, Charlotte said coldly, of course, I know you're not a superhero. I have several superheroes working for me. These include Pig Mango Spider Dancing, Superman and Mr. Eyedrops and my ace partner Spider-Man. What? Your partner is Spider-Man? The deaf girl asked in confusion. Charlotte. I could get Spider-Man to help you out. A real superhero, Spider-Man. Jessica exclaimed after she reacted. Spider-Man is her idol and the source of her motivation to become a superhero. If Spider-Man could come, he would definitely be able to solve it. His face flushed slightly, and he asked hesitantly, so, what would it cost me to hire Spider-Man? You blush like a bubble teapot. Looking over Jessica's barren washboard, Charlotte shook her head disinterestedly. I want $5,000 in Spider-Man. Watching Jessica's expectant gaze, Charlotte said calmly, he also needs $5,000. He only cares about money, not people. Once he gets the money, he will help you do things. Since you came to me, I will give it to you, whether I do it or not. Remember, not even one less piece will do. Do you see the Jeep downstairs? Just give me the money, and I'll get it for you right away. $10,000, this is not a small amount. She bit her lip and thought for a moment. Jessica decided to use the small treasury that she had decided never to use to give Charlotte the 10,000 yuan. Only, Charlotte, I'll give you the money. But they are really dangerous, don't be impulsive. Let's wait for Spider-Man to take action. Charlotte sneered, dangerous. Picking up Jessica's mobile phone on the table, Charlotte dialed the number. Hello, is this the police? I want to report that there is a Jeep parked in front of the XXX Hotel on XXXX Road. With 2 people in the car, they're dealing drugs here, yes. They carry heavy firepower and are extremely dangerous. Who am I? I'm Joe Biden. Watching Charlotte's operation in amazement, Jessica felt that she had really broadened her horizons. So your solution is to call the police. Still using my own phone. Breaking the phone in half and handing it back to Jessica, Charlotte said, if anyone asks you, just say your phone was stolen. Just say it's a gray-haired old man who looks like Captain America. My holy sword, looking at the wreckage in her hands. Jessica wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why did you break my phone, Charlotte? I don't do anything. It just makes me look professional. Soon, 2 police cars drove up and stopped next to the Jeep. Charlotte pulled open a corner of the curtain and observed the movements downstairs. Sure enough, upon hearing about the drug deal, The police responded quickly. A young policeman got out of the car first. The flashlight in his hand shone on the black one-way glass of the Jeep, then illuminated the windshield, revealing the stunned faces of the two big men. An old policeman got out of the car, put one hand on his waist vigilantly and walked forward. It's not that they don't take it seriously, but there have been a lot of false alarms recently. Glancing at the Jeep, the old policeman pressed the intercom and said, "Code 1, Code 1. After that, he hung up the phone. The police arrived too suddenly, and the two strong men in the car were completely unprepared. The old policeman knocked on the cold hood of the car and checked the windshield and the car for any new scratches. The young policeman walked forward expressionlessly, knocked on the glass of the cab to signal them to open the window, illuminated their faces with a flashlight and asked, 'Where are you from? What are you doing here?' Looking at the vigilant police outside the window, the sturdy black man in the driver's seat thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly raised his hands to indicate that he was not a threat, and explained, 'Sorry, the two of us here are.' He hadn't thought of a suitable reason yet, and sweat was unnaturally oozing from his forehead. But the white man with long blonde hair next to him reacted quickly and said first, 'We're having sex in the car. We're having sex in the car.' Sex in a car, the young policeman, who was originally on guard suddenly, had a brain freeze. The burly black man also turned his head sharply and looked back at his companion in disbelief. 'Are you fucking serious? Having sex in the car is such a fresh and unconventional reason.' The policeman cast a strange gaze on the two men, sweeping over their muscular bodies and their untidy clothes, and felt a chill of discomfort. 'Both of you, please show us your driving licenses and get out of the car for inspection.' 'Okay, officer.' Seeing that the young policeman's attitude was relatively gentle, the burly black man relaxed a lot. He took out his driver's license and insurance policy from the sun visor and handed them to the young policeman. The old policeman stepped forward and asked, 'I want to ask, do you have any contraband such as alcohol, guns, and marijuana on you or in your car?' 'Of course not.' 'You can't say that there is, after getting off the car.' The black man consciously raised his hands high. After handing the copped ID information to the young policeman, the old policeman looked much more serious, put his hands on his waist, and his tone immediately became serious. 'We have received a report that someone is selling drugs here. I solemnly ask you again, is there any contraband in the car?' The black man's pupils shrank slightly. 'Drug trafficking, contraband, report, damn, I got caught.' Looking at the young policeman, who had already pulled his pistol out of the holster, the burly black man lowered his forehead slightly, and his eyes became fierce. 'No, there really is no unique product.' The long-haired burly man roared with his ferocious face. 'How can we only sell exclusive products? That's too low-end, more than just selling independence.' The old policeman quickly pulled out his gun, aimed at the black man and shouted, 'Put your hands on your head, get down on the ground. Put your hands on your head right now, get down on the ground.' There is a fierce look in his eyes. As long as he finds abnormal behavior, the old policeman will not hesitate to shoot all the bullets in the gun and perform an American style of EI. Gritting his teeth, the black man had no choice but to hesitate for a moment. Then he lay on the ground and surrendered helplessly. Seeing that the situation was under control, Charlotte in the hotel lowered the curtains. There was no purple man in the car, which made Charlotte feel sincerely regretful. 'My lovely Going, where are you now? I really want you to appear and take the blame for me.' 'Okay, let's go, Tilda Jessica, let's go to your house now.' 'Ah. What? Get rid of all your bad thoughts from your head. And don't force me to beat you up.' Jessica stared at Charlotte suspiciously, raising her little fist in a show of force. She felt that she had learned the essence of Charlotte, which was to be good at utilizing one's own advantages and targeting the enemy's disadvantages. And calling the police is the culmination of this skill. After taking a look at Jessica's mediocre kung fu skills, Charlotte stepped forward, grabbed Jessica's fist and pulled hard. She was not pulled away. Charlotte Jessica. Oh, by the way, I can't reveal my identity as a superhero. What? Jessica screamed. And with extremely poor acting skills, she moved backwards and fell in the direction of Charlotte, ignoring the hands that tried to grab her clothes for help. Charlotte just stepped aside and took a short step back. He calmly watched Jessica fall, headfirst toward the floor. And with a scream, she landed face first on the dirty floor. Looking at Jessica, lying on the ground, Charlotte hesitated for a moment. But finally, reason prevailed, and he decided very gentlemanly not to go forward and step on her butt. Just watching Jessica cover her nose in pain and stand up, Charlotte said with a smile, "Girl, are you performing a flat fall for me? I have to say, you succeeded in making me laugh. I fell towards you. Why didn't you help me, but instead avoided me?" Jessica covered her nose and asked in a muffled voice. Charlotte curled her lips and made up an excuse. "I'm afraid you'll elbow me." "Elbow you?" Jessica laughed. "Man, what can I say?" After a pause, Charlotte asked tentatively, "Mamba out." "What are you talking about?" rubbing her noseth girl, whose mind was not very clear at this time, finally remembered that Charlotte was a patient who had just been released from a mental hospital. But since he has been discharged from the hospital, doesn't that mean that his mental illness has been cured? So Charlotte is definitely not a mental patient now, then. His action of taking a step back just now must have been intentional. Thinking of this, she looked at Charlotte fiercely. But Charlotte ignored her gaze and calmly picked his nose. "Didn't you say you wanted to go to my house? Let's go now." He gritted his teeth and stared at Charlotte, thinking about the possibility of murder and body dumping. She wanted to use her cruel gaze to oppress Charlotte and make her feel scared and ashamed. However, Charlotte glanced at Jessica, who was winking at her, turned her head away with a look of disdain, and said, "Let me tell you in advance that I'm going to your house to help you deal with this matter. Throw away all the dirty thoughts in your head. I always treat you as a good friend. Secondly, I have to say, you look flatter than Harry." This sentence made Jessica's brain burst, and she became furious. You can say she is non-mainstream, call her a little gangster, and scold her for having no taste. But you can't say she has small breasts. This is Jessica's bottom line, with her fist clenched. Jessica stepped forward and punched Charlotte in the abdomen. Looking at the oncoming attack, Charlotte smiled calmly. "Do you still want my help?" Jessica paused with her fist, gritted her teeth, and thought for a moment before saying, "You are so annoying. Even if I die tomorrow, I will beat you up today." Charlotte stepped back to avoid Jessica's fist. Looking stunned, "Oh my God, Ajen, you're serious. Can't we even tell the truth these days?" After dodging Jessica's attack again, Jessica found that Charlotte was not as weak as she thought. So her strength and speed increased further. She had made up her mind not thinking about anything else, to give Charlotte a good beating today. Jessica doesn't have any fighting skills, just her reckless punches, but they are powerful and strong. He jumped up, dodged Jessica's attack, and kicked Jessica in the chest. Jessica took 3 steps back, her eyes wide open, looking at the neat shoe prints on her chest in disbelief. She was almost crying with anger. "Stop it, Jessica. If you do this again, I will take it seriously. I admit that I was a little too much in telling the truth. But as a good friend, I, Charlotte, can announce to the public that you have breasts. Are you serious? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll be a puppy." Jessica gritted her teeth in anger. "Okay, Tilda," Charlotte sighed. "Why bother, Tilda? Why force me to take action? equals O asterisk. Alas." I noticed that Charlotte's aura had changed quietly. He became tall and mighty, with sharp eyes. Jessica couldn't help swallowing, took a step back, and became alert after a simple battle. Jessica knew that Charlotte was definitely not an ordinary person, but was very powerful. Charlotte's fighting skills are sophisticated, and he is experienced. He couldn't hit him at all and was beaten like a fool. If Charlotte was really serious, would it hurt so much that I would roll on the ground and bleed? Well, is it too late for me to kneel down and apologize now? Taking a deep breath, Charlotte glared at Jessica with cold eyes. His expression was intimidating, without anger, and murderous aura was was overflowing from his body, as if possessed by the god of war. Then he stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Help! Someone is beating someone. Jessica is beating someone. Help, someone is beating someone here. Is there anyone to help? Jessica Jones from Midtown Science High School hit someone." Hehe, watching Charlotte shouting out the window. Jessica was completely stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. She looked around hurriedly, then hurried forward, trying to pull Charlotte back and cover her mouth. She leaped into the air and dodged Jessica. The narrow room somewhat restricted Charlotte's ability to dodge. Looking at the panicked Jessica, Charlotte raised her face proudly and asked, "How about it? Are you convinced or not? I give up, I give up, I give up. I am a puppy, Charlotte. Please put away your magical powers, and Charlotte. Are you really cured? The police are downstairs. If we lead them upstairs, it will be troublesome. I thought I had learned the essence, but it seems that I actually know nothing." Looking at Jessica, who was slumped on the bed and wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Charlotte sneered, "You fell before I even made a move." With her purple hair tied up, Jessica looked much more capable. She walked forward, put her fair arm on Charlotte's shoulders, tilted her mouth, and looked at Charlotte, who was watching downstairs from the window. She commented, "I didn't expect you, Charlotte Parker, to be so secretive. Tell me, what is your superpower?" He looked up and down at Charlotte's figure, raised his hand to pat Charlotte's chest, and touched Charlotte's abdomen in a frivolous manner, grabbing Jessica's nose and pulling her aside by her nose. Charlotte said perfunctorily, "My superpower. Haha, tilde, anyone I glare at will get pregnant, tilde. What? Poor Jessica slapped Charlotte's hand away, and she didn't even have time to rub her nose before she was frightened and started to tremble. She believed it, she actually believed it. She is so deceptive, covering her abdomen. Jessica pointed her index finger at Charlotte, stammering and unable to utter a word. "Pregnant? You have to be kidding me, right?" Jessica said with a trembling voice and even a pleading look in her eyes. She was pregnant. This was a huge shock to Jessica. Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, "How could such a perverted superpower exist in this world? I am just lying to you, don't believe me, you must not believe me." "That's right, tilde, you just keep thinking like thisha." Call exhaling. The gullible Jessica didn't hear Charlotte's subtext, and she relaxed. "You don't have to say it so many times." "Of course I believe you, Charlotte, tilde Charlotte. The purple man is just a waste. He doesn't need any superpowers to control Jessica. He can just make up a reason." No wonder Jessica in the future was so miserable. It turned out that she was cheated out of all her family property. It's really boring to tease a fool. Charlotte had a sullen face, completely out of interest. He completely understood that Jessica would never give him a skill card, because her brain couldn't tell what was unusual. Turning his head to look at Jessica, who was looking up with her head in a silly manner, Charlotte seemed to see his former patient in a trance and asked, "Jessica, do you think you're stupid?" After thinking carefully with her head tilted, Jessica replied angrily, "Of course I'm not stupid, oh tilde." After a meaningful "oh," Charlotte said, "So are you often cheated?" With eyes wide open, Jessica looked at Charlotte in disbelief, as if she were looking at the omniscient and omnipotent God. "How did you know?" Holding her little head, Jessica said sadly, "Just recently, I feel like, since I woke up a few months ago. My brain isn't as sharp as it used to be. I used to get a D on a math test, but now I can only get a D." Charlotte was speechless. Another fool like Francie. Who? The hard-of-hearing girl blinked. "Francis. Francis is not stupid. I think Francis is very smart." Charlotte remained speechless, as if she was afraid that Charlotte would be unhappy. Jessica smiled foolishly and complimented, "Of course, I think you are smart, Charlotte. You are as smart as Francie." Charlotte remained speechless. Soon, Charlotte led the dejected and sad Jessica out of the hotel, stepped onto the motorcycle, and took Jessica sitting behind him ready to go to her home. "If you continue to wait here foolishly, you will never see the purple man. It is better to wait for the rabbit." And Jessica was thinking, Charlotte is not an ordinary psychopath, but a mental patient with special abilities. A psychopath that makes herself jump up and down. Jessica was unwilling to give in. So she continued to use her clever little brain to secretly work out her revenge plan. The vehicle started, and Charlotte felt like she was leaning on a wooden chair. He glanced at the two big men locked in the police car, then looked at the old police officer who began to search the Jeep, but didn't pay any more attention to him. The tires rubbed against the ground quickly, and the harsh sound disturbed the couples who were exercising in the hotel. Cursing, he sped away with Jessica. The long-haired burly man sitting in the back seat of the police car, who also heard the noise, raised his head and saw Jessica in the back seat at a glance. The target has appeared. What a pity that we are now locked up here. Otherwise, we could notify the higher-ups and launch an operation under the name of Life Returners again. The black man looked gloomy and glared at the long-haired man. It's all your damn fault, you idiot, if it weren't for you. Would we be locked up here, and don't tell me? There are surveillance cameras and recordings here. You are such an idiot. Surveillance, what's that? The long-haired burly man didn't care. He glanced at the two detectives in the distance and said confidently, Mrs. Gao will never give up on us. She will save me and let me go, but you tell me, why did Mrs. Gao ask us to capture superpowers? The black man was also curious about this matter. He twisted his cuffed hands uncomfortably and said, It seems that in order to prolong life, they have cooperated with Jin Bing and want to. His expression changed slightly, and the black man realized that he had let something slip, and threatened, Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. This is the hand's secret, and shut your filthy mouth. Well, Tilda, long live the hand, Tilda. It seems you do know more than me, Tilda. As he spoke, the long-haired burly man smiled at the black burly man. He widened his eyes, which were bloodshot and bulged outwards. He stared at the black burly man. Looking extremely ferocious, he opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and raised the corners of his mouth as wide as possible to show a smile. He had a weird expression on his face and he didn't move. His eyes fixed on the burly black man. This expression is so weird and twisted that you can even see his own resistance in the long-haired man's eyes. But he was like a puppet being controlled by someone. With his expression frozen and his smile made the black man shudder. Are you crazy? A chill quickly climbed up the black man's back like a spider, covering his entire body. And the terrifying tingling sensation continued to accumulate. My body was shaking with fear. The sirens were blaring in the black man's heart. He twisted his hands behind his back hard, trying to break free from the handcuffs, but it was in vain. The long-haired burly man in front of him with a distorted expression was no longer just insane. He was staring at him with a ferocious face. The sturdy black man struggled desperately to move backwards, but the space in the back seat of the police car was limited. And no matter how hard he struggled, he had nowhere to retreat, holding his breath. The black man's pupils shrank and his heartbeat quickened. Calm down, must be calm. The scene before my eyes was so shocking. The burly man with long hair just sat there quietly, smiling hard, and becoming more ferocious and terrifying little by little, silently watching the black man's every move. The atmosphere in the car was depressing to the extreme. In the black man's horrified sight, the long-haired strong man's lips were cracked because he used too much force. The scarlet flesh was curled back, revealing the bright red gums. Officer, officer. Officer, help, he's crazy. Let me out, officer. He shouted desperately, staring at the white man with a distorted expression, afraid that he would suddenly pounce on him at this moment. The strong black man just wanted to escape from this terrible cage as soon as possible. The long-haired burly man looked so strange and terrifying that his muscles tensed, and he was filled with fear. Call. The black man was now standing farthest away from the long-haired man, leaning against the rear window of the police car. A faint breathing sound suddenly sounded in his ears. The black man turned back in horror with his eyes wide open, and his heart stopped in his sight. The pretty face of the young police officer was right against the car window behind him. Very close to him. The young detective had the same weird smile on his face and stared at him without blinking with his bloodshot eyes. Mazefac, goosebumps appeared all over his body, turning him into Wu-kun. The black man's face turned pale with fright, and his hands and feet were stiff and cold, scalp tingling. The black man opened his eyes wide and couldn't bear it any longer. He opened his mouth and screamed in fear. He suddenly dodged the car window, turned around and faced the long-haired burly man's weird smile up close. The black man's heart almost jumped out of his throat due to the continuous fright. There was another light sound from the hood of the car, and the old policeman was lying motionless on the windshield with a sly smile on his face, with his mouth wide open. The terrified black man was too frightened to make a sound. The front door opened quietly. A light purple light flashed in the black man's collapsing vision. Fear spread in his heart, and the three terrifying smiling faces just stared at him motionlessly. Suddenly, as if he discovered something, he raised his head and looked at the rearview mirror of the police car. The air frozen in the mirror also had his eyes wide open. And, at some point, the corners of his mouth were rising wildly. It's really interesting, wearing a purple striped suit. He stood tall on the rooftop. His manners were elegant and gentlemanly. His steps were calm and unhurried, as if he looked down on everything. He pursed his thin lips and stared with his flashing eyes in the direction where Charlotte and Jessica left. His fingers tapped lightly on his trouser legs, and the purple man raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Purple Man, whose real name is Zebdiakal Grave, was born in the former Soviet Union and is an ace agent of the KGB. It all started when his superior assigned him a difficult task to steal nerve gas from a U.S. Army base. As expected, an accident happened. He was discovered by American soldiers during the theft. During the pursuit, the American soldiers shot through the gas tank. The released nerve gas engulfed everything, with Purple Man being the first to be hit, the gas causing his hair and skin to permanently turn purple. Except for him, the American soldiers present suffered heavy casualties, and he was able to escape successfully after being safe. Purple Man discovered that the nerve gas not only made him different, but also gave him the superpower of releasing pheromones and commanding and controlling other people. Before he could return to the Soviet Union collapsed unexpectedly, and the former ace agent became a homeless person. Using his superpowers, the Purple Man hides in the United States, unscrupulously controlling everything around him. In this process, desires in his heart grew unlimitedly, and he became insane and despised everything. Jessica Jones is the prey he has recently started to focus on. After a simple observation of an immature superpowered girl, the Purple Man wanted to take her away and make her his own collection. And Charlatuho happened to appear, and two members of the Hand naturally came into his sight. Master, with a weird smile on his face, the sturdy black man walked to the top of the building, stood behind the Purple Man, and prostrated himself on the ground, without even glancing at the other party. The Purple Man asked, "Tell me, what do you know about the Hand's actions?" With a slightly struggling expression, the black man knocked his forehead to the ground and said, "I only know that the Hand and Kingpin have teamed up, and that Madame Gao wants to make a sacrifice with blood and soul. Allow dead ninjas to be resurrected in the bodies of superpowered people, giving birth to even more powerful forces. Jessica Jones is one of our targets. According to intelligence, you know that she jumps very high." Jumping very high. Zai Rank felt that Jessica had more than just this ability. And even the boy who had just taken her away didn't look that simple. The agent had a hunch that the seemingly fragile boy was far more dangerous than Jessica. This made Zai Ren even more interested, and he even temporarily postponed his plan to attack Jessica. "The Hand, just a bunch of stupid rabble," said the Purple Man with disdain. There was no room for the ugly old lady in his collection area. The drug trade is not acceptable, and the criminal gangs have no use for them. The so-called ninjas are all useless during these 16 years. He has manipulated countless people and even had the opportunity to overthrow the entire world. He had seen extremely powerful superpowered people and had fought against mentally tough, uncontrollable super soldiers. He understood that power is fleeting and immediate enjoyment is everything in survival. He, Purple Man, just wants to fall in love, knowing that his chosen prey had been targeted by the hand. Ren didn't mind causing them some trouble. When Hank and Yulan arrived, Purple Man had already left, and 2 police officers were found fainted in the car. Damn it, Yulan hurried forward to check on the 2 people, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were both fine. The 2 unconscious people were awakened and were also shocked. They knew nothing about what happened afterwards. Yulan could only turn on the computer and check the surveillance. However, the surveillance footage on the computer had been deleted, leaving only a brief clip. That was a conversation between a strong white man and a strong black man. We can notify the higher-ups and launch an operation under the name of Life Returners. Mrs. Gao will never give up on us. Long live the hand. Slightly stunned, hand-in-hand meeting. Yulan was no stranger to this organization, as the Shui Society had always been one of the key targets of their investigation. However, Yulan was somewhat surprised that the massacre of the Life Returners in Arkham Sanatorium was actually the work of the Hand. The Hand, Madame Gao, Hank frowned. Isn't this the same criminal gang we've been investigating? Why are they attacking Arkham and killing superpowered people? Can we make the superpower person a unique product? Hey, Tilda, Smith, who was traveling with him, sneered. Calmly took off his sunglasses and began to inspect the scene. He glanced at the non-confrontational scene. Checked the computer whose videos had been deleted, but intact. The back seat where the 2 criminals had sat and escaped. And the shoe prints on the hood of the police car. Smith still had that confident smile on his face and asked, "Officers, do you really remember nothing?" The young police officer applied an ice pack to his forehead with a confused expression, while the old police officer replied with a dark face, "Yes. I just remember that I had successfully arrested 2 people and detained them in the back seat. My last impression was of the search of the Jeep. And what happened after that, I don't know, maybe. I took some unknown drug in the Jeep and fell into a coma dam. These disgusting drug dealers." No, Tilda. Smith stared at him with a flickering look in his eyes and shook his head. "I have a completely different view on this, you too. The back door of the police car cannot be opened from the inside. Someone must help them open the door. And the computer storing the surveillance is not easy to crack. And editing the video also takes time. Do you really remember nothing? Are you saying that we have joined the Shura Society?" The old policeman looked grim, as if he had been insulted. Smith shook his head and said, "On the contrary. I think not only did you not surrender to the Hand, but you were under mind control. You are." The old policeman frowned, looked at Smith's suit and tie, and felt puzzled by his words. "Hank, who is this? Tilda he?" "He's the special assistant investigator for the Arkham case." Hank wasn't quite sure about Smith's identity, so he just said it casually. He had never missed George's presence so much, and all the recent mess made Hank feel like he was about to grow a brain. Why did we suddenly get into the subject of mind control? Isn't this a feature only available on adult websites? Or are they talking about topics that are restricted to 18+? Yulan also didn't believe it. There is no cause or consequence. And Smith's inexplicable statement is too incomprehensible. Based on Smith's suspicions, he still felt that the reason why the 2 men were corrupt police officers was more convincing. Smith had a half-smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the old policeman. After investigating for so long, we finally have some clues. I didn't expect that the Life Returner was actually the work of the Hand. I have said before that to deal with these scum, we must eradicate all evil. And we also found the clues of the mind controller. So I believe Charlotte was around here. Did you follow him here? What? The old policeman looked more and more stunned. Why is this person in front of him always talking nonsense? He is becoming more and more confused. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. I just want to say it. A little mouse that had been hiding for a long time revealed its shadow. The moment the cat saw it, it was doomed to be caught. The old policeman was speechless. You have a cat disease, Tilda, after cursing. The old policeman turned around and walked away with a cold face. Smith quickly stepped forward, smiling confidently, and grabbed the old policeman's wrist. The next moment, Smith slightly turned his body to avoid the young policeman's extremely fast whip kick. The old policeman turned quickly and punched Smith in the chest. Everything turned out just as Smith had expected. With a smile on his face, Smith felt that everything was under control. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., would it not be difficult for him to deal with a few controlled policemen? He grabbed the old policeman's wrist and prepared to capture him. But no one expected that the old policeman's arms radiated a power far beyond that of an ordinary person. The smile on Smith's face froze in an instant, and he was forced to resist, coming from the side. The young police officer grabbed Smith's tie and pulled it hard, while holding Smith's belt with his other hand. He easily lifted Smith over his head, exerted force with his arms, threw Smith up, and threw him to the ground in front. After rolling several times and holding his stomach in unbearable pain, Smith, whose clothes were disheveled, could no longer laugh. He never expected that the pheromones used by the purple man to control others could not only allow the controlled person to ignore pain, but also allow the controlled person to gain certain physical enhancements. Everything happened so fast that Hank and Yulan pulled out their pistols and pointed them at their two colleagues. Mazurfak, what the hell is going on? David, Danny. What are you two doing? David, the young police officer, who finally had a name, had a blank expression on his face and was indifferent to Hank's shouting. His eyes fell on Smith, who was climbing up, and he walked towards Smith step by step with cold steps, reaching out and pulling out the guns from their waists. David and the other man aimed at Smith at the same time. Bang bang, two short gunshots were heard. Smoke came out of the revolver in Hank's hand, and the pistol aimed at Smith was accurately shot away. Before Smith could rejoice, David and the other man did not appear to be surprised or hesitate, and their steps remained firm. Fuck. Yulan put the pistol back into the gun bag on his waist and said with an unpleasant expression, "It seems that they are indeed controlled." Haha, of course. Standing up, Smith attacked without warning. A small disc shot out from his sleeve and landed on the old police officer. Immediately, dazzling electric current jumped on the old police officer's body. The old police officer, who was electrocuted, had a flushed face. His legs and feet were shaking and his body was trembling. Another bullet was shot at David, but David dodged it. David quickened his pace. The third disc stuck to David's body. An electric current flashed, but David was already in sight. A brutal charge successfully knocked Smith away. The power of this blow was so great that Smith had to hold his chest for a long time before he recovered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Looking at the two men who were unharmed and had the electric shock discs removed from their bodies, Smith couldn't help but let out a miserable smile. Fuck. I underestimated my enemy. I really failed this time. In the movies, can't the mind control be restored by electric shock? It's all fake, holding the watch on my wrist. It seems that extraordinary measures must be taken. Seeing that Smith was in a stalemate, Yulan stepped forward. He took brisk steps and turned around to punch the old policeman. Yulan raised his palm to block the fist, then slightly turned sideways and bumped his shoulder into the old policeman's armpit. Taking advantage of the old police officer's unstable center of gravity, Yulan swept his leg towards his calf and pushed hard with both arms, throwing the old police officer directly out. Smith watched in amazement as the old police officer was thrown more than 10 meters away and hit David, who was unable to dodge. The two people immediately became rolling gourds before the old police officer could get up. Yulan stepped forward again and kicked away his hands that were supporting the ground, put his toes around his neck, and kicked him upwards with all his strength. The old policeman spun around a few times, then fell to the ground and fell into a coma. He glanced at David, who was about to stand up, and then threw another roundhouse kick, hitting David on the back. He grabbed David's arm and forced David to his knees on the ground. After stretching his muscles that had not been used for a long time, Yulan smiled and explained to Smith, who was stunned. Chinese kung fu has not been used for a long time. Who has a gun now? Why not use martial arts? Smith stood up, swallowed the blood in his mouth with a bitter face, and gave Yulan a thumbs up. Smith never expected that the small New York Police Department would be so full of hidden talents. Looking at David, who was still struggling under Yulan's legs, Smith stepped forward holding his injured chest and said, "Not only is it mental control, but it's also physical enhancement. This is really interesting. So what are the limits and weaknesses of your control?" Of course, David wouldn't answer him. He opened his mouth and dully repeated the purple man's last order. "Hidires my trace, hidires my trace, erase my traces." This immediately led Smith to a new discovery. Oh, so it's not real-time control. Does it still require close-range language as an inducement? The dark road was littered with garbage, and the dim street lights only brightened up a few spots. There was a foul smell in the air, and on the sidewalk in the distance, there was a tent with flickering lights. 2 black men were sitting on the edge of the road drinking beer. It was dark, and several black people walked around them in a group, heading in the direction where the sirens came from. The black man on the left drank all his beer and complained with a sad expression. "Bro, E equals O asterisk. You know what, recently, whenever I see my girlfriend wearing black stockings, I feel guilty." "Bro, of course I know, because I feel the same way." His teammate with black stockings on his head also sighed, picked up the hammer on the ground and said, "Okay, stop lamenting about life. Our carnival today has just begun, okay. Buddy, pulling down the black silk hood. The two stood up and walked towards the luxury store not far behind them. At this moment, the sound of running wheezing came from the darkness. The 2 men who were about to smash the glass door with a hammer stopped and looked into the darkness. The street lights illuminated the figure of Charlotte jogging in Spider-Man's suit. He ran straight to the 2 of them, looked at them in a daze, then squatted on one leg, posed in his spider pose, and said, "Hide our criminals. Today's Hell Messenger is also traveling green. Why is Charlotte here? That's a really good question." Not long ago, Charlotte just told Jessica that he would ask Spider-Man for help. So naturally, he had to arrange a perfect appearance for Spider-Man. But here comes the problem. Because he was equipped with the Friends Out of Nothingness skill card, Charlotte now only had 1 card slot left to equip Spider-Man. Moreover, the only set of spider silk launchers made was not on Charlotte, leaving Spider-Man Charlotte with no choice but to run forward. Faced with such a strange appearance of Spider-Man, the 2 thieves looked at each other. "Are you kidding me? Do you think we are idiots?" He weighed the hammer in his hand. The thief's skin color and black stockings blended perfectly together. He looked flawless in the night, wearing flesh-colored stockings. "Kid, are you looking for deaths? Do you think you are a superhero just because you put on a skin?" Charlotte's hands made the same spinning motion towards the 2 of them and retorted, "You guys are criminals when you put on stockings. So why am I not a superhero when I put on a battle suit?" The robber holding the empty backpack was stunned for a moment and said to his companion beside him, "Man, what he said makes so much sense. I'm speechless." That makes sense indeed. He swung the big hammer in his hand, and for a moment he couldn't make up his mind. Looking at Charlotte's exquisite battle suit under the dim light, he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was most likely Spider-Man. Everyone is spreading the terrifying urban legend of the spider monster. According to the legend, whenever the terror of the night falls and New York falls into its darkest hour, the Spider-Man will appear unexpectedly in a scarlet vegetarian fur. spraying you with sticky white liquid, cruelly imprisoning your body in place, and piercing your soul through the street lamp, of course. Urban legends are often exaggerate after all. Spider-Man has received quite good reviews online. But all city legends are derived from life and are higher than life. Isn't the appearance of this Spider-Man running towards you unexpected enough? Holding the hammer, the thief even thought that Charlotte was stinging him. As long as the hammer was swung, he would be stripped naked the next moment, leaving only his buttocks exposed and trapped in place by spider silk. In addition, this is not hearsay. This is the scene left by Spider-Man that he had visited with his own eyes. The robber held his head high and hammered the ground, saying confidently, "Okay. You win, Tilda. I admit that you are Spider-Man. But what is my crime?" Tilda. Charlotte blinked and said, "You attempted to break into the shop and gain entry to steal valuables." Tilda. The thief waved his hands and said, "You are just making assumptions about my normal behavior. I think it is completely reasonable for me, a construction worker, to carry a hammer on my way home from get-off work." Charlotte pinched her chin and asked curiously, "But why do you two have black stockings on your heads?" Pulling the black silk on his face, the thief holding the hammer laughed heartily and hugged his companion beside him. "This is also normal. It represents the deep love we both have for his girlfriend. It's just a very private personal hobby. I don't think you have the right to ask about it." "What?" His companion had numerous question marks in his head. "Are you serious?" Reaching out and pinching his companion's butt, the thief holding the hammer winked and said, "Don't worry, you are the only one in my heart." The thief, who was tidying up his tattered clothes and holding his backpack, raised his lips. "That's good. Haha, you must be shocked. Spider-Man, this is the bond between brothers." Scratching his chin, Charlotte raised his eyebrows. Since he had been to Arkham, this level of outrageous operations was not enough to surprise him. He just imitated the thief's hammer, swinging movements in confusion. "But you were swinging a hammer at this glass security door just now. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have succeeded." "No," patting his chest, the thief said proudly. "That's me practicing my golf swing." As he stood in front of the door, the thief held the hammer tightly in both hands and demonstrated confidently. "Let your hands and the pole become one, and stand naturally and relaxed. Then bend your hips and knees slightly forward. Aim your eyes at the direction you are going to hit. Let your arms and shoulders hang naturally, and tilt your shoulders about 15 degrees, with the left shoulder slightly higher than the right shoulder. When you hit the ball, aim your target close to your left foot." As he spoke, the thief swung the hammer violently. Thump. There was a loud bang, and the two thieves' mouths twitched at the same time as they looked at the holes they had hammered out on the security door. A shrill alarm sounded in the store. "Then, take big steps with your legs and rush towards the direction where the ball landed." Having said that without hesitation, the two robbers turned around and tried to run. But Charlotte had been prepared for a long time. When they turned around, they saw Spider-Man holding 2 Desert Eagles in his hands, pointing one gun at their heads. "My special hair. Are even superheroes starting to use thermal weapons now? So what's the point of targeting thieves like them who only have hammers?" Paggy, without hesitation, he dropped the hammer and fell to his knees, raising his hands high. "Hey man, let's talk it over." After waving the other Desert Eagle, the other thief wisely raised his hands and knelt on the ground. Charlotte, under the spider mask, smiled and said, "I am a reasonable person. I just want to play a game with you. As long as you win, I will let you go immediately and will never eat salt." "Okay," the two thieves nodded quickly. He took back the 2 Desert Eagles, then took out a revolver, opened the cylinder and poured out 6 bullets, gumbling. He swallowed his saliva and thought, "You are not Spider-Man at all. You are simply a walking underground arms dealer. That superhero has 3 pistols on him for no reason." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the thief couldn't help shaking all over. Could it be that Spider-Man wants to play Russian roulette with them? "Our game is called Russian roulette. Whoever falls first loses," excited Tilda. in front of the two men. He reloaded 6 bullets into the revolver, raised the muzzle, rotated the cylinder, pulled the trigger, and aimed at the thief's head. Looking at his wide eyes, he said, "Now, are you ready to get started? As a qualified original body, you should never expose yourself to danger and only use your clone to travel. Protecting your own safety is the top priority. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Boys must protect themselves, unless it is for the sake of showing off. If a person is alive but doesn't pretend, it's like walking in fine clothes at night. What's the difference between that and being dead? Even if Charlotte dies, he would rather die on the way to show off." Holding the revolver in his hand, aiming it at the two trembling thieves, Charlotte's eyes lit up slightly. After finally catching 2 kind people who could provide him with skill cards, Charlotte decided to have some fun with them to express his gratitude. The thief argued, "No, don't shoot, you're cheating. Your gun is loaded with 6 bullets, no matter who you shoot at. The probability of firing the bullet is %. This is not a Russian roulette." Facing the excited thief, Charlotte counted on his fingers and nodded thoughtfully. "What you said makes sense. Tilt the gun and pull the trigger, bang bang." 2 bullets shot into the palm of a thief nearby. Seeing his companion screaming in pain, the thief's pupils contracted. Spider-Man can really shoot. Before he could react, the smoking gun was pointed at his head again. Charlotte smiled and said, "Now, there are only 4 bullets in the magazine that can hold 6. How about that? 2/3 probability. Are you satisfied? Are you the devil? Take a breath." Even though the thief wasn't very good at math, at least his brain wasn't completely broken. How can that be calculated? The probability of the next bullet firing is still 100%. With a grim expression on his face, he barely took a breath as he faced the revolver in Charlotte's hand, preparing himself for a final fight to the death. At this moment, the sound of sirens finally sounded from a distance. Listening to the shrill sirens, he had never missed the presence of the police so much. Grasping at straws, the thief said, "You are a naturally evil spider monster. Please let us go. The police are coming, the police are coming. Leave quickly. We will never betray you. As soon as the police arrive, we will report you." As the police car approached, thief suddenly stood up, waved his hands in the direction of the police car, and shouted, "Help, Spider-Man shot someone. Spider-Man killed someone, help me." A police car whizzed past the thief's face, which had originally shown signs of surviving a robbery, froze in the police car. A police officer frowned and asked his companion in confusion, "Did you just see anything?" "No, it's pitch black." The thief turned around and saw a half-smile on Spider-Man's mask. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't hit my face. I am a hand." After a short exercise, Charlotte ran away. After a few more blocks, we finally arrived at Jessica's door. This is a magnificent duplex villa. Compared to Charlotte's old house, this place is several times larger, because it has never been taken care of. The original small garden is full of fallen leaves and weeds, and looks very messy. The doorway was covered in dust, and compared with the brightly lit houses in the surrounding wealthy area, it looked desolate and depressed. With one leap, Spider-Man climbed over the fence and walked on the gravel road, occasionally stepping over dead branches and garbage. When I arrived at the door, I couldn't see my hand in front of me. The small light above my head had long been broken. Extinguished Christmas lights, broken balls, broken Christmas tree stand, dead flowers at the door. Without exception, Charlotte was shown Jessica's past and present. This made Charlotte, who was about to show off, feel totally unmoved, and he was only thinking about showing off in front of others. He had comforted Jessica many times before, and Charlotte discovered that diverting attention was the best way to comfort her. Use night vision to observe the locked door and the dark villa. Charlotte has put a lot of effort into Spider-Man's appearance. After finding out the location of Jessica's house, I am now taking Jessica around this large block, and have already driven the motorcycle around for more than 4 times. He even called it a way to get rid of possible stalkers. And he also said that this was professionalism, in fact. He just wanted to delay time and let Spider-Man sneak into Jessica's house first. Then, show your power in front of people and make a brilliant appearance. You always think Batman is elusive, handsome, and charming. But the way he holds the cloak in his arms, peeks out stealthily, and runs away quickly while crouching down when you aren't paying attention is really embarrassing. Every successful person is not simple, and no one knows how much hard work they have put in secretly, giving up the idea of breaking in through the window directly. Charlotte tried to figure out Jessica's simple mind. I guess Jessica has a simple brain. Wouldn't put the key in her hip pocket. If I were Jessica, no. If I were Jessica, who has a simple brain. Charlotte opened her eyes, took a step back, hesitated slightly, then bent down and turned over the mat under her feet. Sure enough, a key in the crack caught Charlotte's eye. It's really hidden at the door, wearing a spider suit. Charlotte opened the door and stood in front of Jessica's house. Looking inside, Jessica's house is covered with dust because she doesn't come back often. The air smells bitterly of oblivion. Wanting to appear miraculous is the first challenge Spider-Man needs to face. Although Jessica might not notice the footprints on the ground, Charlotte didn't mind the trouble to show off. After taking off the spider suit on his body, Charlotte thought for a moment, jumped into the air, stopped in midair and closed the door with his backhand. Afterwards, Charlotte used her extremely weak telekinesis for the first time after her spirit level reached 20. Push me forward, push me forward, push me forward. An extremely weak force gathered behind Charlotte, slowly pushing the suspended Charlotte forward. Not long after, Charlotte climbed out of the window on the second floor that was already open, went downstairs and locked the door again. He put the key back under the cushion and climbed back up to the second floor and into Jessica's room. On the street, not far away behind a speeding motorcycle, Jessica, wearing a ripped denim jacket, was shivering with cold. This was already the 5th round, but she still had the excitement of experiencing the detective life on her face. She opened her eyes wide and asked Charlotte, "Charlotte, have we shaken off our pursuers?" "Of course, Tilda," Charlotte's confident voice sounded. "I've already hidden in your house." After turning the car and raising his hand to say hello to several patrolmen he knew on the roadside, Charlotte turned the car around and drove towards Jessica's house at high speed. Soon, the motorcycle stopped and Jessica jumped off. She couldn't help but rub her cold arms. If it weren't for her superhuman body, she would have been blown to the point of having her nose runny. Charlotte pushed open the gate and walked in front with a detective-like demeanor. Feeling confident, Jessica quickly followed. After walking all the way to the door, Charlotte simply pretended to look around, then skillfully found the key from under the cushion, inserted it into the door lock, and gently turned it to open the door. Wow, Jessica's eyes sparkled, staring at the proud Charlotte with admiration, and said in disbelief, as expected of a great detective, "You are so amazing, of course." "Watch carefully and learn well," Charlotte said proudly. She stepped into the room and skillfully turned on the light she had found long ago. The whole room was brightly lit. But Jessica's heart was indeed dark. The room was large, but many things had been covered with white gauze, making it look lonely and cold. Charlotte walked forward, took a quick look in, then went upstairs. Jessica followed, went to the second floor, turned on the light, and explained, "This is my house. This is the staircase, and that is downstairs. My room is the second one upstairs. The other bedrooms on the second floor belong to my family. I have never opened them again." Looking at the depressed Jessica, Charlotte placed her index finger on the switch and said mysteriously, "Jessica, SHHHHHHHHHH, Spider-Man is coming." As she spoke, lights on the second floor went out quietly, and Jessica was unprepared, let out a short exclamation. When the lights came on again, the handsome Spider-Man appeared before Jessica's eyes, with his head lowered and his hands on his hips. His appearances are still mysterious, making people admire and fascinate him. The handsome spider patterns on her body, the perfect muscle lines, and the black compound eyes reflected Jessica's figure. "Hi, Jessica." His voice was magnetic and low, with a hint of hoarseness imitating someone. Jessica dodged and hid behind Charlotte immediately. Her little head was not enough. After a long while of reaction, she finally poked her head forward and looked at Spider-Man in shock and asked, "Oh my God, Spider-Man, when did you get here? How did you end up here?" Spider-Man smiled crookedly, his voice as indifferent as snow. "Spider-Man is everywhere, if you don't believe me." "Look behind you," Spider-Man said with a faint smile. Jessica turned around quickly, and her scalp went numb. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man, who was just in front of her, appeared behind her. Holding her head, she suddenly felt itchy. Maybe she had grown a brain. Is this a real superhero? Is this the strength of a first-line hero? I don't know how powerful it is. It's really amazing. Jessica clasped her hands, toed through opened her mouth, and looked at Spider-Man with starry eyes. She looked at him as if she was looking at the spider god. With a dry cough, Charlotte smiled as he walked away. "I've said before that $10,000 is absolutely worth it. I really am a superhero's agent, so I have a very important question for you." Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly, stood next to Jessica, and asked, "Have you ever seen a person covered in purple?" Of course, this person is not referring to Thanos, the U.S. national swimming team. Hey, just kidding, Purple Man. Jessica covered her head and held her breath. "Stop making noise, I'm thinking." She was so embarrassed that her face turned red. And finally she had some impression. "I remember that I once saw someone like this in a coffee shop. But I don't have any other impression." "Oh." Charlotte's eyes flashed. It seemed that the Purple Man was indeed nearby. Turning on the spider sense, there was still no special maliciousness on the spider radar. This made Charlotte a little troubled. Could it be that Ren gave up because of the difficulty? Then, how can I put the blame on him? No, he would definitely come to find Jessica. As long as he caught Jessica, he would have caught the Purple Man. After turning her head briefly to talk to Charlotte, Jessica turned back in the blink of an eye. Spider-Man disappeared, and Jessica was so shocked that she was speechless. She pulled Charlotte's clothes hard and pointed continuously to the place where Spider-Man had just stood. Charlotte was very calm. He pretended to think and ignored Jessica, who was anxious. The Purple Man's ability is mind control, and he is not 100% sure that he can deal with his ability. Therefore, the safest way is to use the clone to stay with Jessica until the whereabouts of the Purple Man are found. The code name of this plan is "Wait for the rabbit while the pig waits." Perfect tilde. Having the friends out of nothingness skill card is equivalent to Charlotte having 2 bodies of 1 mind, and having 4 skill card slots at the same time. Although one of the main bodies must have friends out of nothingness installed, this ability will only become more powerful when more card slots are available in the future. Moreover, and his clone are mentally synchronized, and the Purple Man cannot completely control his clone using pheromones. Even if it is a simple control, you can get out of it by cutting off the skill card. But what if the Purple Man finds me and he can control my own body? Charlotte, Spider-Man is gone tilde Spider-Man is gone. Spider-Man is gone tilde he is gone. Without thinking any more, Charlotte patted Jessica's head, signaling her to calm down. "Hey tilde Charlotte tilde." Jessica tilted her head and looked at Charlotte's clothes, and asked curiously, "When did you change your clothes?" Charlotte replied calmly, "Oh tilde, this is just a basic ability that all superheroes must have. Otherwise, if an emergency occurs, there will be no time to go to the telephone room to change it. Therefore, superheroes must master this skill of changing clothes." "Wow," Jessica blinked and asked, "Charlotte, can you teach me this technique of changing clothes? I really want to learn this." "You." Glancing at Jessica's figure, that could do a plank. Charlotte shook her head and said, "Brother, I'll teach you when I have a chance." Then he began to discuss Jessica's funeral arrangements. Charlotte said that if Jessica stayed here, Spider-Man would keep an eye on her condition at all times. $10,000 would definitely not be wasted. After saying a few more simple words, walked out of the door, ejected the hemp rope spider silk, and soon arrived at the tallest building around. He squatted on the top of the lightning rod and observed the movements around Jessica's house. Purple man, where on earth are you? When you are not around, I miss you every day. If you really show up, I will definitely be happy. A holy light lit up, and Baizilu appeared. He stood on the edge of the building, looking for the purple man. The dual-core operation will naturally be faster than a pair of eyes to find it. But the purple man is indeed not here at this moment. The moon was high in the sky, and the two Charlottes sat together sighing. The night is so beautiful tonight, with a sigh. Baizilu propped himself up on the edge of the building and lowered his eyebrows to look at the distant ground beneath his feet. I couldn't help but suddenly thought, just jump down like this and fall to death, Tilda. How do you think that feels? Looking at Charlotte at the bottom of the building, he blinked and said, I think that feeling is definitely not good, Tilda. Don't be like that, Tilda. I'm not an avatar. As an avatar, I will die sooner or later. We must be very curious to experience the taste of death in advance. No, we are not curious, Charlotte said firmly. Heh, Tilda. Baizilu sneered. I am you and you are me. We have the same identity, same memories, the same feelings, same vision, same thoughts, and the same thinking. It seems that I am the one who wants to jump, but in fact, you are the one who is really curious. It seems like we are arguing, but in fact, it is just one person talking to himself. It's you who want to experience it, and it's you who are trying to convince yourself. Charlotte curled her lips and eared him, tilted her head, and stared at the bottom of the building. Suicide? Of course he didn't want to commit suicide. But the clone was himself and the feeling of death. What exactly is it like? Baizilu jumped on the spot, wanting to make something happen, but finally gave up the idea, just like I said before. The clone will die sooner or later. And sooner or later, I will experience it too. But it's hard to say whether you will regret it when you experience it. Charlotte sighed. Is it fun to talk to yourself? We look like schizophrenic psychopaths now. Is it boring? Charlotte curled her lips. Hehe, Tilda. It's really interesting, Tilda. Early the next morning, Charlotte arrived at Dr. Connor's experimental base. Perhaps we arrived too early. Connors was not here. Whistling, Charlotte happily poured feed for the mouse. Pick up a small notebook and record their experimental data. Then comes the highlight. Charlotte smiled, kicked off the office chair, and the chair glided to his workbench. Today, Ghost Spider suit is completed, and Charlotte is preparing to give Gwen a big surprise. Turning on the production device, cold air blew out in the face. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke, and the Ghost Spider's battle suit appeared in Charlotte's hand. Perfectly made and fine workmanship. Touch the silky touch. Observe the spider texture, comfortable ductility, gentle breathability. This is so beautiful that people want to wear it at first sight. And Charlotte couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Who else? I am a genius at making battle suits. Although this suit is not as perfect as a skill card suit, it can also automatically adjust and adapt according to the accessories he made. However, this suit has completely satisfied Gwen in terms of comfort and current combat needs. Updates and upgrades can continue in the future. Of course, Charlotte will not forget the others. Tilda. Holding tweezers, he picked out his masterpiece from the light blue liquid. It was a pair of ballet shoes enhanced by lizard bionics. As a dancer who once danced in Little Swan Lake, this pair of dancing shoes is elegant and agile. Charlotte's design can enhance the lizard-like adsorption ability. The surface of the dance shoes looks beautiful and smooth, but in fact it is covered with padding. There are tens of thousands of hairs under each padding, and the tops of the hairs are all furry little brushes. The little brush already has a strong adsorption force, and it can also absorb biological static electricity and produce mucus to further enhance the adsorption force. She picked out another pair of gloves and shoes. Of course, Charlotte would not forget her own. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Charlotte had to say that apart from the problems in Dr. Connor's research direction, his methods of stealing and defrauding funds were still commendable. Combined with her research on genetic serum, Charlotte felt that she could play the role of a mad scientist and mass-produce spider armies. Well, Tilda don't think about all these nonsense. While Connors is away, Charlotte begins to test the properties of the ghost spider suit and boots. Sweeping away the bottles and cans on the test bench, Charlotte placed the battle suit and boots on the test platform. The instrument was turned on, and a green laser shone onto the suit and began to scan slowly. Professional instruments can not only test the fiber composition of the uniform, but also its adaptability to temperature washing, color differencing stretch value. It can also detect attributes such as grade and defense. So after turning on the instrument, Charlotte had a blank expression on his face. He lowered his head and licked the battle suit with the tip of his tongue. 6 minutes later, Ghost Spider Suit. Producer, Charlotte Parker. Durability, 99.9% grade. Practicality, defense. Adaptation, Gwen Stacy aesthetics. Ghost Dance Shoes. Producer, Charlotte Parker. Durability, 99.9% grade. Practicality. Defense adaptation, Gwen Stacy. Aesthetics. Special, lizard adsorption enhancement. Note, identification. Keep the tip of your tongue on the target for 3 minutes. Or chew it directly and you can identify anything you want. Very good. Rinse your mouth test is completed. And let's start the next work while packing the battle suit. Charlotte picked up her cell phone and called Gwen. Hey Tilda. Gwen, I've already made your battle suit for you. Making a suit, you help me? If I remember correctly, it should be Spider-Man who is doing it. At that time I thought Spider-Man was Charlotte. But I never expected. That's right Tilda, I am Spider-Man. Charlotte said calmly. When you think Spider-Man is Charlotte, then I will tell you that Spider-Man is not Charlotte. When you think Spider-Man is not Charlotte, then I will tell you that Charlotte is Spider-Man. How is it? Is it unusual enough? Hand over the skill card to me now. What? Gwen was busy in the lab, holding the phone with her neck tilted. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, Don't be ridiculous. Charlotte, don't try to fool me. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Tilda. Last night, I witnessed the two of you existing at the same time. Tilda. I can clone myself. Tilda. His brain was confused, and he pressed the wrong button. Looking at the centrifuge that started to spin rapidly, Gwen lowered his head and cursed inwardly, Damn it. I have to start all over again. Charlotte, you bastard, you are definitely not Spider-Man. I am, Charlotte retorted. Damn it, you're not. I am, Gwen. Gwen took a deep breath and started working again to complete the progress she had missed yesterday. She covered her head with one hand and quickly shook the test tube with the other hand. She sighed and asked perfunctorily, Okay, Charlotte, why do you think you'd be Spider-Man? Charlotte was very dissatisfied with Gwen's tone and said while playing with her Spider-Man version of the lizard bionic gloves, Because I can cling to the wall and shoot out spider silk. No, Spider-Man can't stick to the wall. He can only hang on the spider silk and dangle around. Static electricity is Ghost Spider's superpower. Gwen said proudly. Spider-Man's reputation suffered. I also have spider senses, spider fighting skills. Spider lines and a spider suit. He continued to work with his eyes rolled up. And with his flexibility, he made the test tube fall perfectly into the instrument with just a toss. Gwen said, Charlotte, you don't have spider sense. Spider battle spider skill send. Gwen blinked her beautiful eyes, puffed her lips and couldn't help but say, Charlotte, streaking is not a good hobby. If you do this, my dad will catch you naked and take you to the police station. I will supervise you to change it in the future. Also, pretending to be Spider-Man, that's really not a good idea and doesn't make your naked streaking behavior yesterday go away. It will only add the image of transvestite and LYP to you, making you even more perverted. Tilda. On the other side of the phone, Charlotte's face instantly fell and she fell silent for a moment. Charlotte coughed dryly, scratching her head and trying to explain. Is there a possibility that, because I'm schizophrenic, so I have different superpowers? And the person you saw yesterday is not me, he is Spider-Man. Charlotte, no need to explain. Gwen interrupted seriously. As long as you don't do this again. I can keep this secret for you, Tilda. You don't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to know about this. Right? Noticing that Charlotte was silent, Gwen blinked and continued with a smile. By the way, remember our holiday travel plans to Texas? MJ said he would call you and Harry today so that we can discuss it together. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to go on the self-driving trip. And I have too much work to do today. So I can't even participate in this discussion. Driving to Texas, attending the Cowboy Festival. After a brief recollection, Charlotte remembered what Gwen was talking about. Of course I haven't forgotten. But Gwen, you'd better know what you need to forget. Charlotte said in a low, threatening voice. Forgot what? Gwen stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile on his face. Wow, is it about your naked streaking yesterday? You were so proud of it yesterday. Why are you so cowardly today? Do you really have a hobby of streaking? With a cold snort, Charlotte quickly hung up the phone. Gwen is so annoying. There wasn't a good reason for me to appear naked on the street at that time. Just blurt out a nasty remark. Besides, it is easier to believe that streaking is a clone or that you are a Terminator who traveled through time. Right, speaking of the clone. Now the clone is dressed as Spider-Man, equipped with a Spider-Sense skill card, and paying attention to Jessica's movements. After watching for a whole night, Jessica didn't go out, and the purple man was nowhere to be seen. However, Charlotte had perseverance and determination. Isn't it just a long wait? He can afford to wait. Clearing these random thoughts from his mind, Charlotte began to debug the equipment and carry out new research projects. How to make the battle suit have the self-healing ability of a lizard and improve the defense of the battle suit. Unlike adsorption ability, giving an inanimate object the ability to heal itself is a very complicated topic. And Charlotte plans to discuss it with Dr. Connors. After all, no one knows lizards better than Connors. At this moment, the gate of the experimental base opened, and Connors finally arrived at the laboratory. Seeing Charlotte was slightly startled with a ruddy face, then smiled and raised his hand to greet her. Hi, Parker. Tilda. Hi, Doctor. Connors. Tilda. Charlotte didn't look back, but pondered over the material equation. This was a brand new research project. Dr. Connors, how do you think we can transfer the lizard's self-healing gene to an object so that it can have the ability to heal itself like a lizard's tail? Listening to this topic, Connors pinched his chin, walked forward, put his right hand on Charlotte's shoulder, and looked down at the equation Charlotte wrote. Making biological fibers, allowing cell fibers to heal themselves like lizard cells. This is a little beyond my expertise. Unless I turn that thing into a living lizard. I can't think of any way. But Charlotte, you can do it. You are a genius, Tilda. Genius. Charlotte sneered. Who isn't a genius? You mean turning it into a living thing? Charlotte blinked and inexplicably thought of venom. Put a creature on your body and make it into a healing suit. Maybe start with venom, however. No one knows where the venom is now. And what is most needed at the moment is independent research. If we want to upgrade the self-healing ability of the battle suit, it seems that there is still a long way to go. And research on plant cells is also essential. Pulling a stool over, Connors sat next to Charlotte, picked up a cage of a little white mouse with his right hand and placed it on the table. Looking at the trembling little white mouse with green blood vessels, Connors said, It's a lovely piece, but it's a shame it's not perfect. He opened the cage and placed the mouse on the table. Connors watched the mouse's movements and said, Parker, you said that human life is so fragile. So why do humans still pursue wars and kill each other? Charlotte was stunned. It was over, Doctor. Connors gave up researching lizard serum and turned to studying philosophy. After glancing at Connors casually, Charlotte said, Resource shortage, political interests, capital pursuit, religious conflict. No, Connors shook his head. This is determined by human genes. Charlotte rolled her eyes, thinking that Connors would make some long speech, and continued with the work at hand in silence. Connors continued, humans. No, the nature of all the behaviors of all living things is determined by genes. It's just that human genes are more complex and varied, which makes the thinking of highly intelligent humans more complex and varied as well. Some genes even predestine a person to have a twisted and distorted personality, a desire for violence, echoing, and destruction. This allows those people to create ridiculous and cruel wars. Connors moved the little white mouse with his left hand and watched the frightened little white mouse run towards Charlotte. Connors said, "Parker, I found a way to change everything. The lizard serum can not only allow people to regenerate severed limbs, but can also allow them to evolve again. They are still highly intelligent, but without the desire for violence. Instead, the tribes are more united, friendly, resourceful, and brave. So, come and help me, Charlotte." Looking at the little white mouse running towards him, Charlotte heard the sound of wind by his ears, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The hair on his body stood up. Although Spider-Man's clone was dozens of kilometers away at this time, the spider radar clearly sensed a flash of malice beside Charlotte. Without hesitation, Charlotte kicked the table in front of him, rolled on the ground and equipped the dancing skill card. However, Connor's sudden attack came without any warning. It came too fast and even a little inexplicable. Charlotte rolled to the side, covering her neck, pulled out the needle-free syringe that had already completed the injection, turned her head in disbelief and looked at Connors. "Damn. I was careless, I didn't dodge at this time." Connors had both arms intact, and he looked at Charlotte with fanaticism. He has green eyes and a stocky build. "Charlotte, do you know, lizards hug each other for warmth. When we were studying lizard genes together, I discovered by chance that you and lizard serum are a perfect match." Scales flashed on Connor's body, his teeth became sharp. His body became huge, his expression was ferocious, and his voice was hoarse and terrifying. "I've always wanted you to join my research, always. However, I will never force you. I know you want a chain. And I know you are destined to take this step, but you have changed, but I have changed too. I couldn't hold on any longer. This was my last chance. I had to inject myself with lizard serum. When I open my eyes, everything is so beautiful. And I understand even more how perfect you are. How indispensable you are. You are the lizard men's destined god, Gan." Green spread on Charlotte's neck, and scales quickly appeared. His eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and his whole body swelled up. The skin turned green, and the limbs became hideous. A lizard Parker skill card was automatically equipped by Charlotte. The huge tail fell to the ground, bursting the clothes on the body, and the spider silk shooters in both hands also broke into pieces. A hoarse and sharp voice sounded. Connors stuck out his tongue and said, "The most perfect match, let's build the Lizardman Kingdom, ding. Congratulations, you got the skill card Lizard Parker. I always knew Spider-Man's best friend would be a villain. I thought about Harry, I thought about Francie. I even thought about MJ. But I never thought that if I was Spider-Man, I was the villain. When you transform into a Lizardman, your spirit drops to half of its original level, and your strength and constitution increase by 50 points. Free attribute points plus 2. Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded to the 5th stage of Madness Power. You gain 1 more skill card slot and 10 free attribute points. Lizard Serum Enhancement, all attributes plus 2. The spider that bit Spider-Man only gave Charlotte all attributes plus 1. But the Lizard Serum gave Charlotte all attributes plus 2. What is destiny? What is destined to be a villain? Wave your cell phone numbers and cheer for Lizard Parker. Charlotte level, Crazy Power level 5. Age, 16 years old. Strength, 56 plus 50, you are as strong as a lizard. Constitution, 62 plus 50, you are as strong as a lizard. Spirit, 11 minus 11, you are as dumb as a lizard. Appearance, 14. Characteristics, you always attract the attention of special beings. Attribute points, 36. A powerful force spread throughout Charlotte's body. His left fist is as strong as his right fist. And his right fist is as flexible as his left fist. I couldn't help but open my mouth and stick out my long tongue to quickly capture information, such as temperature and humidity. Tilting his head, Charlotte looked at the excited lizardman Connors in front of him. His face turning green. His height suddenly grew to 2 meters and 5. And he was more muscular than Dr. Connors, who was 2 meters tall. The scales on the skin changed from dark green to fiery red. The color of Charlotte's eyes changed several times, and finally became like flowing magma. Just by being stared at by Charlotte, the lizardman Connors felt the oppression from his blood. Connors said excitedly, "That's it, that's it, that's it. This is the most perfect lizard man." If Connors was an ugly lizard monster, then when Charlotte was fully evolved, he would look more like a western dragon without wings. He has a strong body, shiny scales, a fierce and domineering look, an intimidating presence without even getting angry, and eyes that sparkle. So what is a western dragon without wings? It's still a big lizard, raising his forehead. Charlotte looked at his own claw, speechless. The spider sense was never turned off, always paying attention to the maliciousness around. But Charlotte never expected that Dr. Connors, who had no ill intentions, would attack her and turn herself into a lizard man. Looking at Connors, whose face was filled with admiration, pride and joy, Charlotte clenched her teeth. Connors raised his arm and looked at Charlotte respectfully. "Our great king of the lizardmen, please expand our tribe of lizardmen and let us have a more devastating future. Just make more lizard serum. No. The two of us will make lizard spray. And we will make all the people in the world become lizard men together with us." Charlotte wanted to kick him in the head. Who are you with? However, compared to physical harm, Charlotte wanted to cause more trouble to Connors and persecute his spirit. With a calm face and peaceful expression, Charlotte looked around, raised her tail to cover her naked lower body, and shyly covered her naked chest with her 2 paws. How could the great lizard man Charlotte like running naked? In a dilemma, Charlotte finally chose to cover her face. "Dr. Connors, we can't let all the humans in the world turn into lizard people. This is not good and not friendly, not friendly." Connors, who was wearing a white coat, was stunned. He blinked at Charlotte and said anxiously, "Charlotte, they are not our kind. Kindness is used to treat people of our own kind. And what we need are more of our kind." Charlotte looked holy. "I'm sorry, I'm a good person now." "Bah, I've always been a good person." After moistening her throat, Charlotte said, Maybe we can knock on their doors one by one and then, with a smile on our faces, promote the beauty of the lizard empire to them. Open your mouth and spread the gospel of the empire. Lizard empire, let me learn more about it, Tilda. Invite those who are willing to join the lizard people." Door to door, Connors stared at Charlotte in disbelief. His pupils trembling, Charlotte continued, "And the fighting and killing is really terrifying, Tilda. Tilda, we should respect everyone's opinions and seriously introduce the benefits of joining the lizard empire to those who attack us. Such as, we are very tall, Tilda, Charlotte." Connors covered his forehead, and his voice became even hoarse. This won't work. For a moment, he suddenly regretted transforming Charlotte into a lizard man. Charlotte shook her head and continued, "By the way, ask those black, fat women with thick lips and big hair more about their wishes, so that ZZ will be more correct. I talked to you about the lizard empire, and you talked to me about ZZZQ. Well, Tilda's ZZZQ is indeed more important." Holding his head and shaking it continuously, Connors threw away the messy thoughts. "Parker lizardmen, we are lizardmen. Don't bother with those stupid humans. You discriminate against humans. No, Tilda, no, Tilda. Connors, let me ask you something practical. You have a fat black lesbian of Indian descent, an environmental transgender person from a 2-mom household, and a Jewish civil rights activist of German descent. Which one would you like to convert to lizardmen first?" "I don't want any of them." Looking at the stunned Connors, Charlotte looked playful. And in my opinion, every little life is innocent. And no little animal should be killed by the lizard men. So I suggest we lizard men should eat grass. Eating grass? No, you lizard man scum. You damned bastard, we will never. Don't get excited, Knorrs, the world is so beautiful. But you are so irritable, Thiz is not good, tilde, not good, tilde. Looking at Knorrs, who was so angry and jumping up and down. Charlotte felt much better after becoming a lizard man. Connor's IQ dropped significantly. Just a few simple questions made him break down. It was really so interesting. With her hands clasped together, Charlotte exudes the aura of a saintly bitch. 25 species are on the verge of extinction every day. As a lizard man, I can't do anything. Ah, tilde, I'm so sad. Charlotte, tilde, holding his head. Connors looked devastated. Let the animals go in peace and let nature take its course. That's not what we should be concerned about. Those bastard environmentalists and animal rights activists don't care at all. They are all tokenism, they are just thinking. They are just thinking. They only know how to protest and disgust people. They never take any action, it's an ideology on the surface. But it's all business on the inside. They only know how to make money and impress themselves. The earth is great, but the people who live on it are so crude. Charlotte paused and said, "What you said makes so much sense that I am speechless. Otherwise, I'll follow you and be the villain. I couldn't sleep yesterday, and I've been feeling low all day today. I found it quite interesting when I was writing it, but not so interesting when I was reading it. E=O**. Alas, these 2 chapters are tasteless. Charlotte, you have to know that the future belongs to the lizard men. We have stronger bodis, more power, and more self-healing abilities. We work together in unity and don't have so many dirty thoughts. We work together without any worldly desires or deceptions. We are perfect," looking at Connors, who looked excited. Charlotte questioned, "But the lizard man has a bad brain." Brain? Connors was stunned. This is indeed the flaw of the lizard men. After being injected with lizard serum, even Connors clearly felt that his thinking became dull and his temper became irritable. He attributed these to the negligible side effects of the lizard serum. It is the lizard men who focus on obeying their genetic instincts, using rationality as the price of power. Shallow wisdom is the biggest flaw of the lizard men. With his eyes flickering, Connors had thought about a solution, but the blockage in his brain made him extremely uncomfortable, and his mood became more and more anxious. Lizard men are not perfect, lizard men have flaws. Doesn't his idea of using lizard potion to benefit all of humanity also have shortcomings? My pupils trembled, am I wrong? But his genetic instincts convinced him. Compared to his weak body in the past, Connors now feels stronger than ever before. What is needed now is a lizard revolution, not lizard thinking. As long as they make a large amount of lizard serum and release it to cover the entire New York, they will have countless lizard companions. Then, what should they do next? They haven't figured it out yet. Conrad was still thinking, and Charlotte fiddled with her tail and complained. Stupidity is not the most fatal thing. The most fatal flaw of lizard men is that they are too ugly. Charlotte looked emotional. Oh my God. He shuddered at the thought of a world filled with ugly lizard men. Although the third brother might be ecstatic and go into a carnival, Charlotte couldn't accept it. That kind of scene is really terrifying to think about. Ugly, Connor's eyes widened. I am talking to you about the evolution of all mankind, the future development of the lizard people, world peace and strategic changes. But you only care that the lizard men are not beautiful enough. Am I ugly? Angry Connors tilted his head, walked to the edge of the laboratory, and looked at himself in the mirror. What the hell? What a monster. I had never paid attention to my appearance before. I only had a big dream of building a lizard empire. But now I suddenly looked in the mirror. Only then did Connors realize that the lizard people were indeed ugly. Even though his mind was affected by the lizard serum, he still felt that his face in the mirror was extremely ugly. He's somewhere in between the fusion of lizard and human. reaching the peak of the uncanny valley effect. A dark cloud surrounded his head. But he quickly drove it away. Do not. Beauty is not important. What is important is that humans evolved and became a superior race. Beauty and ugliness cannot be used to make a living. I don't care. He walked to the test bench and opened the drawer. There were only 2 lizard serum syringes left out of the original 5 needles. Charlotte, don't dwell on those insignificant events. We should fight for a better tomorrow for humans and lizard men. We need to make more lizard serum. And this physical injection is far too inefficient. We should make a lizard transforming gun. Or a lizard transforming grenade with area of effect. These aspects still require your talent. Standing up. Charlotte looked at the syringe in front of Connors, crossed her arms over her chest, and expressed disdain for Connors' idea. Lizard pistol, lizard grenade, Connors. It's the new century, Noe, can't you be more open-minded? I think the lizard spear is more practical. Connors pondered for a moment, which one is better? The spear with continuous output, or the grenade with area evolution? Extending 2 fingers. Charlotte typed the formula on the computer and pressed the simulation button. Soon, the test result of a jet-type lizard potion came out. With a smile on her face, Charlotte tapped her fingers lightly and loaded the potion simulation into an artificial rainfall shell and launched it into the rain cloud. Giving up thinking. Connors looked at the test results with his eyes shining. Sure enough, transforming Charlotte was the best thing he had done. In just a short moment, he upgraded the lizard potion so that it could be sprayed in mist form to wash New York in the form of artificial rainfall. Great. We are 1 step closer to our dream of evolving the entire human race. Looking at the lizard equation in the computer, Charlotte's changes were not significant. It is also easy to transform 2 lizard serum syringes into lizard grenades by yourself. But the difficulty lies in the necessary raw materials for making lizard serum are running out. Antitoxic plasma somatostatin, which is the most indispensable, is the hormone mainly used to inhibit genotoxicity and can also increase the effect of gene fusion. This is the most proud product of the Osborne Group and the foundation of Osborne's commitment to the biogenetic industry. The former Osborne Group has now been acquired by Hammer Technologies and has become the least valued division of Hammer Technologies. If you want to get more antitoxic plasma somatostatin, you can only find a way to plunder the Hammer Group. The lizard equation was recognized by Connors, and Charlotte curled up the corners of her mouth. I've been helping out here at Connors these past few days, mixing in some American knives. He would naturally also participate in the research on lizard serum. And the equation just now was his latest research result. The lizard serum has not yet been produced, but the antidote serum has already been produced, just waiting to surprise Connors. Charlotte the Hammer Group has antitoxic plasma somatostatin, an essential raw material. It seems we must take action. There was a beast-like cruelty in Connors' eyes, and the sharp claws on his fingertips flashed a cold light. Okay, Dr. Connors. Charlotte nodded and approved of Connors' plan. Then asked, so how do we conduct operations? Connors was at a loss for words. The somatostatin he had previously had was stock given to him by the Osborne Group. It is not so easy to find the location where Hammer Technology stores somatostatin now. For things like this, can't I just call Gwen and ask? What's so difficult about it? Charlotte reminded. Connors, maybe you can ask your colleagues directly, Tilda. Connors' eyes lit up. Charlotte, you're right. Let's go there right away and capture my colleague for interrogation. In the sewer, 2 huge black shadows rushed past at an extremely fast speed, causing the pipes to vibrate and accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. The turbid sewage here emits a foul smell, and discarded plastic garbage floats on the surface. At the top of the filthy pipe, Shanua was crawling in the darkness, twisting and turning, using all 4 limbs. The spiders, rats, and niggers in the sewers fled. Under the leadership of Connors, the 2 prepared to reach their destination through the extensive underground drainage system. Look at other superheroes, some are standing on the clouds, wielding Thor's hammer, while others are traveling thousands of miles, wearing a red and gold suit. And why is he the top hero, Spider-Man, always having problems with the sewers? Oh tilde today, I am a lizard man, that's okay, jingle bell. The phone suddenly rang, causing Charlotte and Connors to stop. There has been a recent surge in manhole cover thefts in New York, leaving dangerous potholes on the roads. The manhole cover of the sewer not far in front of him had been stolen. It allowed Charlotte to hear the bustling streets outside and also allowed the cell phone signal to enter the dark sewer. I opened the phone hanging around my neck and looked at the caller ID. MJ, ignoring Connors's cold gaze beside her. Charlotte picked up the phone as if nothing had happened and carefully pressed the answer button with her paw. Hi tilde MJ tilde. Hi Charlotte tilde. Mary Jane on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Her red lips close to the phone end asked softly, Charlotte, why does your voice sound muffled, very hoarse and echoing? Are you sick? Of course not. I'm as strong as a Mexican monitor lizard. Charlotte denied immediately. I'm not sick, I'm just running naked in the sewer tilde. Mexican monitor lizard, MJ scratched his cheek. What kind of weird description was this? Also, isn't that a Komodo dragon? Hearing that Charlotte was not sick, MJ smiled and joked. I know you are very strong, tilde you are the legendary ghost car Charlotte. Driving in the wrong direction at high speed. Tail wagging hearse driving at the Limit Highway killer. Charlotte, are you tired of living? She didn't know that this thrilling chase was shared with her by a friend who worked with her. After watching it, I realized that Charlotte's daily life is so colorful. A tilde ghost car Charlotte. Why doesn't it sound like a compliment? Does it mean that only ghosts can ride in the car I drive? Then, where do you place the great police King George? He was very happy to ride in my car, and he wants to ride again next time. MJ, if you taunt me, I will hit your glass with a rubber band. Hehe tilde next time. I will definitely take you to experience what ghost car drifting is. Tusk tilde facing Charlotte's threat, MJ sneered with a smile. I just think, don't do anything dangerous, and don't make your family and friends worry. Charlotte wanted to refute, but MJ changed the subject. By the way, Gwen said she can't go to Texas to visit the Cowboy Festival. So, are our wonderful holiday plans going to be ruined? Of course not, it's Gwen's loss if she can't go to Texas. Charlotte said with a turn of her eyes. This was a great opportunity. As long as Charlotte made a little noise on her way to Texas, everyone would know that Charlotte was going to Texas. Then, as long as Spider-Man stays in New York, the thread between Spider-Man and Charlotte will be cut. From now on, no one will doubt that Spider-Man is Charlotte. Haha, I am such a genius. Hey tilde Charlotte tilde. MJ tilted her head and put the phone on her neck, and started to deal with the work at hand. She seemed to remember something and said, You haven't been wearing tights and acting like a superhero at night lately. Have you? I saw a pervert the other night and he acted a lot like you. The corners of Charlotte's mouth, which had just curled, immediately stiffened. Pervert. Tights superhero, MD, is it that obvious? Why can every friend who has seen me guess that I am Spider-Man? This made Charlotte thought she was flawless. Feel no sense of accomplishment at all. What went wrong? He asked himself if he behaved exactly like Spider-Man in the movie. They are all well-intentioned chatterboxes. Helpful knights. Masked men who sneak into enemy lairs at night and spray liquids. And they also have extremely high moral standards. He has a very good reputation among criminals and even earned the nickname Spider-Man. How come no one knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? But he has always guessed right. Charlotte's mouth twitched. And he lowered his voice and asked, MJ, why do you think so? Blinking MJ. Wearing the uniform of a convenience store employee. Sorting the goods on the shelves record. It's probably a similar. A nervous temperament that's both crazy and silly, right? I know you in the past, you were just a bit sultry back then. But after you left the hospital, you seem to have become sultry. Charlotte, I'm not Spider-Man. Charlotte gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak calmly. MJ turned out to be such a good kid. Youthful, beautiful, graceful, and generous. I don't know who led him astray. But now he keeps saying dirty words one after another. Ah. You're not, then I take back what I said. Although I had pepper spray and a stun gun in my school bag at the time, I am especially grateful to Spider-Man because he saved me. He dropped from the sky like a superhero. Although he had some indescribable weird temperament, the moment he appeared I felt really refreshed. He is a little bit weird, but he is different. The sight of you standing in front of me makes me admire you from the bottom of my heart. Charlotte had a cold face, so if I just admit that I am a crazy, stupid, neurotic pervert, can I get your admiration? MJ, you're born evil. I have seen through your conspiracy. If I dare to admit it, you will definitely ridicule me. I won't be fooled, so. Charlotte glanced at Connors, who was impatient not far away, and chose to change the subject. By the way, when is our self-driving trip to Texas planned? I'm really looking forward to the Cowboy Festival. Tilda. When? Next Monday, just by listening to MJ's voice. You can tell she's in a good mood. Charlotte. Tilda, you are such a bad friend that you didn't even contact us during the holidays. Are you so busy every day, or have you forgotten me? Charlotte nodded and said bluntly, yes, I forgot. MJ rolled his eyes, looked at the clock and said, I'm done. I have to start working today and earn money for next week's travel. Tilda. After the call was hung up, Connors's ferocious and hoarse voice sounded from a distance. You are so energetic, Charlotte. Do you have the confidence to turn the whole country into a lizard kingdom within a month, and then travel to Texas with your lizard companions? I see your faith. Of course, Tilda. Charlotte stretched out his huge body and said meaningfully, I am confident that this problem can be solved within a week. Lightning delivery, mission accomplished. Francie rode a brand new motorcycle and slowly stopped next to the tall Sci-Fi Hammer Technology building. He shook his red courier uniform, turned his back, and displayed the yellow lightning logo on it. He stepped on the pedal and rolled over. Then he waved his battle suit and took off his helmet, revealing an expression that could scare a child to tears. With a stiff smile on his face, he took the package from the takeout box, handed it to Gwen, and gave her a thumbs up. Gwen pursed her lips in embarrassment at this expression. She took the package, used her fingers to draw the expression on her face, and asked doubtfully, Francie, why do you have that look? A friendly smile can make customers feel good for the whole day. Customers are God, this is our service tenet. As she spoke, France's smile became even brighter. Okay, Tilda. Gwen spread her hands indifferently. Anyway, she was not the one laughing. She picked up the package and checked it. This was sent to her by Charlotte. Looking at the tightly packed box, Gwen was full of question marks. I don't know what Charlotte sent her. While checking the package, he picked up his white coat and wiped the stains on it, and asked, did Charlotte give this to you personally? Personally, Charlotte told me this personally. France continued to share. Do you see this new motorcycle? Because I listened to the advice of my military advisor Charlotte and bought full insurance for the motorcycle. The insurance company compensated me with a new one. And Charlotte was so generous that he actually lent me this new motorcycle. Oh my God. He even allowed me to help him lead the shift and told me that all the wages for today would be mine, and he only wanted a 50-50 tip. He is such a nice guy. Gwen raised her eyebrows while holding the package, looking at France's serious expression. She nodded and said, Charlotte is not a devil. He at least gives you half. Okay, Tilda. Gwen shook the package in her hand and said, I received the package. I'll be busy now, Francie. I took a day off yesterday, and I have a lot of work to do today. France also waved put on his helmet and drove slowly in the direction they came from. Back in the lab, Gwen placed the package on the table and worked for a while. He couldn't wait to go to the table, tear open the seal of the package and take out the contents. A ghost spider suit. Wow, Tilda. It was really Charlotte who did it. Gwen's eyes lit up. Just by looking at it, she was sure that this suit was countless times better than the one she made herself. If Charlotte hadn't given her this one, She would probably have had to customize it anonymously online. She unfolded the ghost spider, suit the texture, and checked the color and pattern. It was exactly the same as she designed. It was perfect. Holding the battle suit, she even felt the urgency to try it on right now. Pulling back the hood, Gwen was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth. There was no spider mask hidden in the hood, but a clown mask with a pig nose, the one that Gwen had thrown away. Charlotte found it when she went back to clean up the paint and ammunition, and gave Gwen a big surprise. An out-of-place clown mask completely destroys the beauty. Wearing a spider suit and a clown mask with a pig nose, the distorted image made Gwen's cerebellum shrink. If I really show up like that, I'm afraid Spider-Gwen will have to say goodbye to her superhero career. He stepped on the trash, King grabbed the clown mask, and prepared to throw it in. However, the weight of the mask made Gwen slightly stunned. After opening the mask, I discovered there were two things inside. One is a real spider mask, and Gwen fell in love with it at first sight. The other one was a bottle of light blue liquid. Gwen frowned and observed closely. This bottle of liquid is the size of a beverage bottle and looks like a bottle of Mountain Dew. But it has very complete sealing measures and is surrounded by a circle of anti-collision metal components. This thing doesn't look simple, but what is it used for? Click. There was a crisp sound from the door handle. Gwen was startled and quickly stuffed all the things back into the package. She hid the package behind her and turned around to see Dr. Mobius pushing the door open. Mobius was tall and thin, with medium-length, black hair draped behind his head. He had a stern expression and a document in his hand. When he looked up, he saw the guilty Gwen. He frowned but didn't say much. He had assigned Gwen enough tasks today, all of which were small jobs that required a little thinking. And Gwen was just being lazy while working. Besides, who among these workers doesn't often slack off? Gwen, pack up your work and come with me. We're going to Osborne Building. Oh, okay, Gwen said. After quickly finishing the finishing work, Gwen immediately said, "All right, Dr. Mobius," nodding. Mobius walked out the door with the documents in his hand. Gwen hurriedly caught up, then quickly turned back, hesitated for 2 seconds, grabbed the package, and trotted in the direction Mobius left. Soon, Gwen was driving the car, and Mobius was sitting in the passenger seat, flipping through the documents in his hands as they drove. Gwen blinked and glanced at the document in Mobius's hand. Those are all research materials about the Osborne Group. One of them was also associated with antitoxic plasma somatostatin. Antitoxic plasma somatostatin. I know this biochemical hormonate is the result of Dr. Louis' research by using fungal transposons. We transfer the injected foreign gene fragments to the gene fragments, and then inject them into the organism. And through transposase recognition and cultivation, we obtain a hormone that can inhibit gene toxins. Oh. Mobius finally turned his head to look at Gwen and looked her in the eye. Gwen continued. A friend of mine used to work for the Osborne Group. How come? Dr. Mobius, are you interested in this? Of course. Mobius sighed. The Osborne Group is a very suitable group for biological research. Unfortunately, the Osborne Group has been acquired. The current Hammer technology is not interested in human gene fusion and biological gene fragments. Mentioning this topic, Gwen was also a little confused. She joined Mobius's experimental group, whose experiments were related to electric shock spots and the fusion of human genes. Moreover, the progress is very significant, and they now have some research results. But why did Hammer technology marginalize biological gene fusion so much? If we are irrelevant, what was the purpose of Hammer acquiring the Osborne Group? It can't be that Hammer is happy with it, right? Gwen had been thinking about this question for a long time. The Osborne Group was only a medium-sized group. However, Hammer technology took it seriously and showed no mercy, killing him with one strike and quickly devoured Osborne. But when I arrived at Hammer technology, the thriving scientific research that I had imagined did not exist. This undoubtedly made Gwen extremely disappointed and confused. With a sneer on his face, Mobius put down the document in his hand and said, "Osborn is not very good at military engineering. His research focuses on biological weapons and superhero serums. I originally thought that Hammer was just designing a flying skateboard. Later, I found out that he was after biological weapons." Glancing at Gwen, Mobius said coldly, "Having built Hammer Technology Group on par with the Stark Group that started during World War II. You don't think Hammer is just an idiot, do you? That guy is a smart egoist." He looked down on Norman Osborn and thought the idea of fusing animal genes with humans was stupid. They were all inspired by that group of cartoonists and wanted to create some superhero or become Captain America. So stupid. A Captain America who can influence the war is just government propaganda. It is not certain whether he exists or not, so we, the abandoned ones, continue our research on human-animal gene fusion at the Hammer Group. And human experiments are not allowed. Hammer's real purpose has always been carried out within the Osborn Group. He wanted to do the opposite. Fusion of black people's genes with chimpanzees to mass-produce intelligent biological and chemical warfare weapons. Gwen's eyes widened and her beautiful eyes flickered. It turns out it can still be like this, as expected. None of the capitalists of these big companies should be underestimated. By the way, could it be that Hammer was responsible for the recent uproarious case of Stark's disappearance? Unable to fight head-on, use tricks to attack opponent. It's really possible, putting aside her own conjectures. Gwen still has some doubts about Hammer's research strategy for the guerrilla soldiers. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be troublesome for PETA as well? These words caused Mobius to fall silent. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, is a radical animal protection organization that believes animals should have equal rights to life as humans. Therefore, PETA adheres to the principle that animals are not for us to eat, where experiment on, or abuse in any way, and is a defender of animal rights. Under the influence of these animal protection organizations, the Experimental Animal Welfare Act was successfully passed. The Experimental Animal Welfare System stipulates preferential treatment for experimental animals and provides them with a suitable breeding environment, including temperature, humidity, and lighting conditions. It is also necessary to ensure the provision of scientific animal care, such as scientific training, on-time feeding, regular vaccinations, and standardized pathological testing. Holy crab. This bunch of shit is looking for trouble. It had little impact on Stark Group, Hammer Technology and Life Foundation, but the Osborn Group, which raised a large number of experimental animals, suffered greatly and became restricted in its actions. This is also one of the reasons why the shareholders of Osborn Group chose to sell Osborn. Even Mobius felt a headache when this was mentioned. His experimental project also raised a bunch of bats and required electric shock research. I don't want to be accused of animal abuse and lose funding for my experiments. Then we can only keep it secret and proceed in secrecy. I'm afraid those radical animal protection organizations will come to me and cause trouble. Hammer has the military backing him up, and he feels that compared to Osborn's secret human experiments, the Animal Protection Organization is just a small problem that can be solved with money. Today we need to find Abigail, who was Connor's former research assistant for the lizard serum and is now the person in charge of the human serum project. That despicable Abigail must be here. If we find him, we will find Somata Staten at the sewer outlet not far from the entrance of Osborn Building. A vertical pupil flashed by. Attack. Connors planned an attack. All they had to do was rush and openly find Abigail, and Somata Staten beat Abigail up, and then leave with Somata Staten. Things are simple and uncomplicated. Connors believes in the strength of both men. For the lizard people, guns are nothing to be afraid of. What if a superhero who happens to pass by suddenly takes action? Charlotte lay on the wall, puffed up her mouth. Blue on a shivering little lizard tilted her head and asked, Connors, are we really going to just rush in? This is too unfriendly maybe. We can call them to inform them. Or call the police in advance. Connors ignored Charlotte's words and said in a serious tone, Charlotte, the war has begun. They won't show mercy to us. Now we have no choice but to succeed. Okay, you have the final say. He picked up the little lizard and threw it over the wall into the sewage and the sewer. Charlotte stretched. His strong muscles bulged and his eyes glowed red. Love what you do. As a lizard parker, Charlotte can't lose face. Silently equipping himself with a skill card, Charlotte prepared to deal with the next big scene. Criminal genius, you are the genius of the criminal world. Bang! It was a sunny morning, and there were many people walking on the road. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the street, and the manhole cover flew up into the sky, amid screams. The manhole cover flew up and hit a car parked on the side of the road. Then on the chaotic street, two huge figures rushed out of the sewer and fell to the ground. Charlotte immediately spread his arms, opened his mouth, and roared out the lines he had prepared in advance. We, the lizard men who rule the world in secret, are no longer hiding. Tremble, earth, wail, humanity, tell the Queen of England. Zach, George, and Johnsano need to hide. The war of the lizard men has begun. Oh, awa tilde tilde. How about it? Are you afraid? Of course afraid. What? The appearance of the two horrible monsters caused the surrounding people to panic. They screamed and scattered, fleeing skillfully in all directions. The entire area began to clear, and traffic quickly became chaotic and congested. Canorsu was mentally prepared, ignored Charlotte's behavior, and looked at the Osborne building in front of him with his vertical pupils. Abigail, I'm coming for you. Connors slammed his palm on the ground, jumped up, and rushed straight to the door of Osborne Group. The moment the monster appeared, the security captain at the entrance of Osborne building activated emergency measures. But the next moment, Connors smashed the tempered glass at the door and swept away the people blocking his way with his tail. He grabbed the security captain's legs and lifted him upside down in front of him. There was a fishy smell coming out of his mouth, and his vertical pupils revealed cruelty. Tell me, where is Abigail now? Although the Osborne building is not the tallest building in New York, it has 72 floors. If we had searched layer by layer, Abigail would probably have run away long ago. The security captain looked at the ugly lizard man Connors, and he shuddered all over. A hot stream wet his pants and flowed down, holding the walkie-talkie facing the inhuman monster. He didn't dare to resist at all. Basement 3 doctor. Abigail's secret laboratory on the bottom 3 floors. Throwing the security captain aside, Connors rushed straight to the elevator, broke through the elevator door, and disappeared into the elevator shaft. Covering his heart, the security captain shuddered again. What kind of monster is this? Mom, it's true that the lizard men secretly rule the world. Everything is over, pulling out his cell phone. The security captain called the police. Officer, the alien lizards who rule the world have suddenly attacked Osborne building, and the war is about to begin. We must be careful of the lunar matrix. They are hiding among us. What? The operator was stunned. What and what? I say, before he could finish his words, a huge black shadow enveloped the security captain. He turned his head tremblingly and saw the 2-meter 5-meter tall Charlotte, with his hands behind his back staring at him with interest. Ho, holding his heart. The security captain couldn't breathe, rolled his eyes and fainted from fright. Hello, sir. Are you still there, sir? Hello. Charlotte shook her head and was stunned by my handsomeness again. Picking up the phone, Charlotte bared his ferocious teeth and said to the phone, ouch, full strength, loud, deafening. I don't know what the operator, whose eardrum was blown out, reported, but the New York Police Department mobilized in full force. Police cars rushed towards Osborne building. Then they were all stuck in the street. Only police helicopters and media helicopters arrived at the battlefield. Gwen and Mobius were also stuck in traffic, observing the chaotic streets. Gwen unbuckled her seatbelt for no apparent reason and stretched her white neck to look forward. They were already very close to Osborne building. A panicked crowd came running over, dragging the drivers who got off the bus away and running away. This made the indifferent Mobius frown. Did another experimental creature escape from Osborne Building? He picked up his phone and looked through the group's internal messages. Thena unbuckled his seat belt expressionlessly and said, "Gwen, today's plan to go to Osborne Building has been cancelled. We will discuss the rest tomorrow. You can go home for the holiday." After saying that, without waiting for Gwen to ask, opened the car door, "Get out," and walked away along the crowd. "Hey, doctor." Mobius, wait a minute. Sitting in the car, Gwen was at a loss for a moment. Looking at the crowd around, Hirsch hesitated slightly, turned off the engine, pulled out the key and put it in her pocket. He picked up the package and got out of the car. The crowd was not dense, but seemed very chaotic. One of the security captains, his body wet, ran and shouted, "The lizard men are attacking the Earth. We are doomed. The lizard men are attacking the Earth. Let's run." Holding the package in her arms, Gwen walked a few steps with the crowd and then stopped. She looked at the corner of the package that was exposed with shining eyes, looked around and rushed towards the building beside her. At the same time, lizard attacks. Charlotte lifted up the reception cabinet at the front desk and smashed it hard on the camera in the corner. Dragon sweep, the lizard's tail swept out, rolling up the tiles on the ground, scraping the ground, and stirring up clouds of dust. Brutal collision. Charlotte leaped up and smashed the door of Osborne Building to pieces. The elevator lights came on, and a group of Hammer employees were inside. They had just taken the elevator downstairs, and as soon as they opened the door, they saw Charlotte running around. He stared blankly at Charlotte taking down the LCD TV from the wall of the building, and then silently watched Charlotte holding it in his hands. "SHH, don't make any noise, let's go quietly." One of the employees whispered and tentatively stepped out. "Ding dong Tilda, we've arrived at the first floor. Please take the elevator in an orderly manner." The elevator announcement sounded a little late at this time. Hearing the sound, Charlotte turned around suddenly, grabbed the TV with one hand, and looked at them without blinking. "Ah!" Screams rang out one after another. I don't know who shouted first in the elevator. "Close the door quickly." The employee near the elevator butt quickly pressed the door closing butt. Charlotte opened his bloody mouth, clenched the TV in his hand and shouted, "Hehe, flying shield strike." The moment the elevator door closed, everyone saw Charlotte throwing the TV out. The elevator closed and went to the 72nd floor. "It's really boring." Throwing the heavy TV aside, Charlotte curled her lips. "They are so funny, with just a simple action." Charlotte saw several people fainted in the elevator. All of them were at a loss and huddled together. He was not at all like the security captain, who had just pretended to be unconscious and was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Charlotte picked up the potted plant at his feet and watched the elevator go to the 72nd floor. As it descended floor by floor, he raised the corners of his mouth, waiting for the next group of lucky viewers. Suddenly, Charlotte's ears moved, and he turned around as if he had discovered something, and threw the flower pot away. In the distance, a graceful figure was leaping between the buildings, swinging on spider silk, flying high into the sky under the bright sunshine, and somersaulted towards this direction. "Gwen. Why is she here?" Gwen drew an elegant arc in the air and landed nimbly at the door of Osborne Building. As soon as she entered the room, she was frightened by the appearance of Charlotte Lizardmen. She covered her chest, took a step back, and exclaimed, "Oh, my God, there are really lizard people in this world. Wow, my God." Charlotte covered her mouth with her hands and pretended to scream. "There really are perverts wearing tights on the surface. What a tights pervert I have. Elegant tastes, and I'm a famous superhero in New York City, Ghost Spider. And you, an ugly lizard monster, howling loudly under my fist." While saying words to encourage herself, Gwen took the lead in launching an attack. A spider silk shot out and rushed towards Charlotte's eyes. Unfortunately, the fledgling ghost spider has not yet fully grown, and in Charlotte's opinion it is really vulnerable. "Please call me Lizard Sama," He grabbed the spider's silk and pulled it hard. Gwen was caught off guard and flew towards Charlotte. Sharp claws cut through the air and grabbed Gwen. Gwen quickly ejected the spider's silk to adjust her posture and direction, and lay on the ceiling. Parker, the lizard whose attributes are higher than Connor's, is indeed a bit too much for Gwen to be her first battle. Gwen was sweating profusely. The lizardman was so strong that she looked at Charlotte with more caution. Opening his bloody mouth, Charlotte grinned. I eat 800 humans like you a day. Only you, the little spider, look more interesting. Come closer and relax. I am very friendly and will not bite you. Gwen was extremely cautious in her heart and equally ruthless in her words. Gwen raised her hand and waved at the air in front of her, saying with disdain, then you better stay away from me. You have bad breath, tilde so annoying. Bad breath, what? Charlotte widened her pupils and took a deep breath, roaring loudly, dragon breath, after saying that. He opened his mouth and blew all the anger towards where Gwen was. Although her spider sense didn't respond, Gwen quickly dodged, dragon breath change. Another breath of fairy air was blown out by Charlotte. Looking at the unharmed surroundings, Gwen finally realized that the giant lizard in front of her was playing tricks on her. Without much hesitation, Gwen shot spider silk after spider silk at Charlotte. Big lizard, try this again. He raised his right arm to block the spider silk that was trying to restrict his movements, and the sharp claws of his left hand easily cut them apart. Charlotte showed a wicked smile. Little spider, is this all you have? But when the arm moved away, the ghost spider was no longer in sight. Realizing something, Charlotte turned around quickly, and a broken LCD TV hit Charlotte in the face. He was hit so hard that he took 2 steps back and brushed off the glass shards on his face. Charlotte shouted, "Be bold," as he spoke. He swung his tail and slapped it from top to bottom towards Gwen. The tail fell from the sky, creating a deep hole in the ground. Charlotte leaned forward and punched Gwen's right fist where he had just been. Supporting himself with his right hand, lunged forward, and his left hand's sharp claws extended forward, cutting through the air with a loud bang. This made Gwen, who had been barely dodging, jump with fear. He frowned and thought about how to defeat the lizardman. Charlotte stood up, picked up the chair at the reception desk, tossed it in her hand, looked at Gwen, who had escaped not far away, and shouted, "Careful," as he said that he threw it towards Gwen. Gwen dodged in a hurry, but the next moment Charlotte, who followed closely, grabbed her neck and held her in her hand. Being held in the palm of his hand, Gwen showed a flattering smile, looking at Charlotte's malicious lizard face close at hand, and said, "Hey, can we sit down and talk? How about having an Americano together? Fighting and killing is not fun at all. Haha tilde, I don't like coffee. Unless you can get some freshly squeezed blood from Indians. I'm going to feed it to my baby lizards." After saying that, he threw Gwen out with force. You watched her hit the wall, slide to the ground, and stand up again with a grin. The spider's silk shot out and grabbed the table on the ground. He pressed his body down and used his core strength to swing it towards Charlotte. Charlotte smashed the table with one hand, stood upright in the rolling dust, pointed at Gwen with one hand, and said arrogantly, "Little spider, if you admit defeat now, I will allow you to become a member of the Lizard Empire and have a sexy tail." Gwen glanced at Charlotte's tail and imagined herself like that. She felt a chill and said, "Thank you, but that's not necessary. I feel great now." 2 spider silks shot onto Charlotte's arms. While Charlotte was dodging, Gwen jumped and lay on the ceiling, looking at Gwen, who was looking for an opportunity above. Charlotte sneered, "You underestimate me too much." He jumped, and with Gwen's incredulous look, he stuck his hand to the ceiling. Then he used all 4 limbs, opened his mouth, and rushed towards Gwen with great pressure. "Oh damn, you can do that too." Gwen quickly pulled back and shrank into a corner in fear. "Ha, which lizard can't climb? I am the spider's destined mortal enemy. Come and satisfy my hunger." As Charlotte said this, she kicked her legs and bit Gwen. Gwen quickly dodged, her eyes gradually becoming firmer in the face of Charlotte's continuous attacks, her movements becoming more skillful. and she gradually regained her confidence. Facing Charlotte, who was rushing towards her again, Gwen kicked her legs and hit Charlotte in the chest, kicking Charlotte back to the ground from the ceiling. Gwen stared down at Charlotte, just as he thought. Although the lizard men are strong, they are not very flexible. The opponent was a large lizard. Although Sora had great strength, as long as he used his spider sense to dodge, the lizard man would have no room to move. Having discovered the lizard men's weakness, Gwen prepares to launch a guerrilla war. A spider silk was wrapped around Charlotte's left leg, and a spider silk was wrapped around Charlotte's right leg. And Gwen pulled hard. The whole person dived towards Charlotte. Without waiting for Charlotte to react, she crawled under Charlotte's crotch, turned over and jumped nimbly onto Charlotte's back. Oh my God, you are quite smart. They know that the back of a strong man is their blind spot for attack. He turned around repeatedly trying to throw Gwen away, but to no avail. Spider silk shot out from Gwen's hands and stuck to Charlotte's back, dodging Charlotte's palm. She climbed quickly on Charlotte like a real spider, shooting spider silk and even ran past Charlotte. Gwen wove a web of spider silk on Charlotte's back, then took out 10 spider silk capsules and pressed them directly on Charlotte's neck. The sticky spider silk liquid expanded and quickly restricted Charlotte's movements. Dense spider silk covered Charlotte's body, and the white spider mucus made Charlotte's movements slower and slower. He jumped down and tied Charlotte's legs with spider web. Standing in front of Charlotte, who was like a cocoon, Gwen looked at her masterpiece and said with a smug smile, "Who's the tights pervert now, little lizard?" Charlotte laughed twice but did not answer. He felt like he was stuck on a mousetrap, with sticky spider fluid still flowing and covering his body. Especially the left hand, it can no longer be used. Looking down at Gwen, who felt she had one, Charlotte opened her eyes wide, and her pupils shone like raging, burning magma. The corners of her mouth curled up, and the scales on her body moved. His entire aura changed. His strong muscles bulged, and his scales reflected a metallic luster. "You spider, you are such a delight to me." He pulled with his right hand, and the sharp teeth on his fingertips flashed coldly. After breaking several spider silks in succession, the sharp claws cut through his neck, chest, waist, and abdomen without hesitation. A series of sparks flashed while cutting the spider silk. Under Gwen's shocked eyes, the spider silk that bound Charlotte broke apart, cutting the restraints on his left hand again. Charlotte exerted all his strength and lay on the ground like a lizard. The ceiling and wall connected by spider silk behind him were all torn apart in an instant by the tremendous force. Charlotte was lying on the ground, jumped up and swung her tail heavily at Gwen. Gwen had just dodged the first loud bang of the ground, falling when Charlotte in midair exerted force with his abdomen again, and another whiptail fell from the sky. The floor was smashed into powder, raising clouds of dust. Gwen gasped. Charlotte was far more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Gwen's pupils contracted as she watched Charlotte land, stand up and walk over in her sight. The elevator light behind Charlotte lit up red. The elevator door quietly opened, and it was filled with Hammer employees. When they saw Charlotte, they all widened their eyes in fear and opened their mouths, but dared not make a sound. Moreover, Gwen also saw many employees hiding in the stairwell, looking around and looking terrified. It was her battle with the lizard man that blocked the escape route for the Hammer employees. Make the current situation even more dangerous. Gwen suddenly found an opportunity and ran out the door, shouting, "Hey, big lizard. You must be the ugliest one among all the lizards. Let me give you a good beating with my fists." Personal attacks are the most rude thing to do. They are not friendly at all. Let me teach you a lesson about being a lizard man. Charlotte chased after her, grabbed the potted plant on the ground, and threw it at Gwen's head. After Gwen rolled over and dodged, she ran out of the door of the Osborne group, ejected the spider, silk, and swung into the distance. Charlotte yelled, "Don't even think about escaping." Using all 4 limbs, he rushed out of the door and quickly chased Gwen, who was in midair. As soon as they left Osborne House, Media and police helicopters successfully locked onto the target. They were stunned when they saw the huge monster that jumped out and overturned the vehicle. The camera quickly focused on the two people, broadcasting this world-shaking scene to the entire world. Oh my God, the creator of this riot finally appeared. And he turned out to be a lizard man. There really are lizard people in this world. The host held the microphone and shouted at the top of his lungs. The live broadcast channel was filled with the buzzing noise of helicopters. But no audience cared. They all stared at the live broadcast in amazement. Spider-Man, Nothais is a brand new white Spider-Man. And she is having a thrilling chase with the lizard man. We saw the white spider flying in the sky, a height that was beyond the reach of lizard humans. But there was no way the lizardman would just surrender. He was thinking of other ways. Look. The lizard man randomly picked a sports car from a lucky audience member. He threw it, what a pity it didn't hit. He picked up another police car. The battle continues. My God. This scene will go down in the history of live news broadcasts. The moment the lizard man appeared, it not only shocked audiences around the world, but also alarmed the U.S. military, Charlotte Right Arrow, as the number of screaming pedestrians on the street continued to increase. Gwen had no choice but to lead Charlotte to a sparsely populated area. But Charlotte no longer fell into the trap. Instead, he stood in the open space, showing off his figure, and roared majestically at the media helicopter. Bang, bang, bang. The New York police finally arrived and fired several bullets from their pistols, which made a ping-pong sound on Charlotte's scales. Looking at the ineffective pistol bullets against the lizard man, Officer Hank made the sign of the cross on his chest. My George, when will you come back? I miss you so much. The police continued to arrive, but their weapons were ineffective. Charlotte also lost interest in continuing to pursue Gwen. This was just to play with Gwen and let her experience what it was like to be a superhero. It's always more fun than staying on the first floor and smashing the TV. There's no fun in continuing the fight. Why not let everyone witness your strength? The tail swept across, clearing out a large area of cars around. The huge force sent the car flying 30 meters away. Seeing the car coming at him, Hank hurriedly lowered his head to dodge. Then he looked back at the Jeep, mounted on the vehicle behind him, and was scared to death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Spider Silk shot out and Gwen jumped over Charlotte's head, trying to repeat the same trick and land on Charlotte's back. Unfortunately, Gwen was doomed to miscalculate, as Charlotte swept her away with her tail. He punched a big hole in the road end while jumping. He swung his tail and smashed a police car in front of him into a piece of iron. Under Charlotte's attack, cars on the road were scrapped one after another. The police were forced to fight and retreat, and continued to call for support. The first to pose a threat to Charlotte was an AH-64 attack helicopter that had just arrived at the battlefield. The moment he arrived, single-barreled chain gun roared, emitting white flames, and bullets shot towards Charlotte like crazy. The concrete on the road surface exploded. This 30 bullet is different from pistol bullets. Charlotte couldn't bear the pain and raised her hands to resist. Immediately following this was a Sea Serpent 70 rocket. Before Charlotte could react, the rocket hit him accurately. A violent explosion occurred on the live broadcast screen, and flames shot up into the sky. Wow! Tilda, looking at the smoke, the host exclaimed, "Oh my God, is the lizardman dead this time?" It seems that this exciting show is about to end with the intervention of the military. Wait, that is, the fire faded away, and Charlotte emerged from the dust and looked up at the sky. The injured right arm recovered at a terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye during the live TV broadcast, making the scars on Charlotte's body look particularly hideous. Jump up and avoid the Hellfire missiles. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Charlotte lay on the wall of the building, using his hands and feet to climb like a real lizard, and quickly rushed up the building. Oh, my Holy Mother Mary. The helicopter pilots in the sky all broke out in cold sweats. In particular, the host, who originally thought he was in no danger, was frightened and fell to the ground. Climb up quickly. In order to achieve the best live broadcast effect, the helicopter of the fearless media was closest to Charlotte. In the live broadcast, Charlotte seemed to be rushing straight towards the camera, as if he was about to rush out of the screen. The people watching the video screamed in shock, and the host was frightened into silence. Soon they reached the top of the building. Charlotte leaped up, flew through the camera, and jumped out of the frame. The photographer quickly turned the camera around. Then, the military helicopter exploded into pieces in the picture. The host's eyes widened. His body was cold, and he looked at this scene with some despair and said, "Oh my God, who else can deal with him?" Call out. Before the people on the media plane could react, a figure rushed through the open door of the helicopter. He fell from the sky and kicked Charlotte in the abdomen in midair. Charlotte was knocked to the ground without any resistance. He hugged his left shoulder and let out a painful wail. The person who landed supported himself with one hand and placed his legs on Charlotte's chest. He kicked Charlotte more than 100 meters away. With her mouth wide open, Charlotte looked at the person who came in horror. The man put his hands on his hips, slowly stood up, and jumped onto the police car. He stepped on the police lights and introduced himself righteously. "I am the Iron Cross assassin, Spider-Man." "Spider-Man, it's Spider-Man, Spider-Man is here," the host shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, countless people watching on TV were excited. "Superhero Spider-Man is here." When the lizard man saw the person coming, he took 2 steps back, but felt that it was not exaggerated enough. So he took 2 more steps back. Spider-Man landed and walked slowly towards the lizard man. The lizard man showed a caution he had never shown before, and shouted fiercely, "I'm not afraid of you, Spider-Man," he said as he rushed towards Spider-Man, who took his time. It was as if all the attacks from the lizard man were within his expectations. With a casual shoulder throw, he even knocked the 2-5-meter tall lizard man unconscious, causing him to let out an earth-shattering scream. Spider-Man grabbed the lizard man's tail, pulled it hard, and threw him over his shoulder again. The lizard men were beaten so hard that they had no chance to fight back. Seeing the lizard man standing up and wanting to attack him, Spider-Man flew up and kicked the lizard man in the chest with 2 kicks. The lizard man rolled and crawled for another 100 meters. With his mouth wide open, the lizard man hugged his right arm, roared, then lifted the manhole cover at his feet and fled into the sewer. I specially sent Gwen, who was watching the fight, held her head in her hands and looked at the invincible Spider-Man in disbelief. "Ah, the lizard men are playing a fake match. Is Spider-Man so strong?" Facing the wide eyes of the surrounding police officers and the live cameras, Charlotte straightened his back and smiled calmly. Loki, that's how cool I am." The Iron Cross assassin completed the mission. The lizard men were vulnerable. In the live broadcast, Charlotte slowly squatted, down, did all kinds of weird poses, then jumped up, fell into the sewer and disappeared. "I'm stuck equals, oh, me mind feels blank. And I don't have any inspiration. Oh my God, Spider-Man is so awesome. I admire him so much. He is the eternal superhero in my mind. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Spider-Man, 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 did you see that?" He kicked the lizard man, who couldn't be killed by missiles hundreds of meters away. "Oh my God, long live the lizard men, Spider-Man." Ouch. It was a unique Western scene of people gathering together to cheer. As they gathered together and screamed, expressing their admiration for Spider-Man, the last strange noise in the sky made Spider-Man extremely popular. After the battle with the lizard, Spider-Man's fame reached a new level. Unfortunately, people do not share the same joys and sorrows. Gwen, holding a package in her arms, wearing a hood and a white sweatshirt, walked forward with her head lowered, looking unhappy. Everyone was paying attention to Spider-Man, but no one paid attention to the ghost spider who was blown away by the spider's tail. She clearly delayed the lizard man for so long, and she clearly saved everyone in the building. But in the end, everyone's attention was on Spider-Man, who defeated the lizard man. She called Charlotte for comfort. But Charlotte was out of service area, Mulberry Heart. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped on the Coke can in front of him, turned around, stood on his heels elegantly and kicked with his left foot. And the can flew accurately into the trash can not far away. Gwen looked up and found herself in front of a fast food restaurant. It was already afternoon. Gwen rubbed her belly listlessly and pushed open the door of the shop without much hesitation. She raised her head and saw a flash of the ghost spider being whipped away by its tail on the TV in the store. The corners of Gwen's mouth twitched, and she even had the urge to turn around and leave. Compared to other news channels praising Spider-Man, the Daily Bugle took a different approach and reported on the ghost spider. Only, looking at his blurry figure in the picture, he saw a slow-motion close-up of himself being whipped away by a tail. Gwen suddenly felt that it was actually quite good that no one paid attention to her. She lowered her head, pulled her hood guiltily, and walked to the seat in the corner in a stealthy manner. I raised my hand to order a sandwich and a Coke from the waiter and began the long wait. A middle-aged news anchor appeared on the TV in the fast food restaurant. He had a stern face, a small mustache between his nose and upper lip, and was wearing a dark blue suit. He criticized loudly. "Another masked pest. These scumbags will destroy the law and order of New York City sooner or later. Yesterday, there was a red spider. Today, there is a white spider. Will there be black, purple, or green ones in the future? These masked villains are terrorizing the entire city, hiding their pathetic features behind ridiculous masks. They are not superheroes, but a group of despicable criminals. You piece of shit mask trash. George James of the Daily Bugle will never give in to you. I will fight you to the end, oh right. And there are those policemen who are doing nothing. They couldn't catch the endless serial killers before. And now they can't find the evildoers in New York. What can they do? Will it become a public joke? I'm sure even if the vermin were hiding in the sheriff's house, those idiots wouldn't find it. Kill the spiders. Kill the spiders, spiders, putting on his hood again. The guilty ghost spider lowered his head. It seems that, just as Charlotte said, becoming a superhero is much more troublesome than imagined. Even before I became famous, I had already begun to feel the terror of black fans. What will it be like when you reach the same level as Spider-Man in the future? The plate was brought to Gwen and, without hesitation, she began to eat. This amount of food was certainly not enough, so Gwen ordered a few more servings under the waiter's surprised gaze. The news changed the channel and played an interview with the captain of security at Osborne Building. The security captain told a conspiracy theory that the alien lizard people were hiding among everyone and secretly ruling the earth. Gwen ate while listening. Although she didn't know if it was true, it still sounded very appetizing. After eating and drinking, the food made Gwen forget the unhappiness. She straightened up and prepared to pay the bill. When she touched her pocket, her expression stiffened instantly and her waist bent again. She raised her head and her eyes met with the waiter not far away. Gwen smiled awkwardly and shrank her neck. Hehe, can I pay next time? Gwen knew that was not possible. So she opened her mouth and said, "Excuse me, please give me another one." He quietly picked up his phone and started calling for support. Later that night, carrying her small bag and wearing a blue convenience store uniform, MJ walked into the fast food restaurant. She searched her eyes briefly and saw Gwen sitting in the corner. Gwen had eaten 3 more servings at this time and was holding her stomach with a look of despair, staring at the 4th serving in front of her. She has tried everything in the fast food restaurant, and now she really can't eat anymore. When Gwen saw MJ, her eyes lit up as if she had seen a savior. Sitting in front of Gwen, MJ put down her small bag and looked at Gwen with some amusement. Picking up a French fry, dipping it in ketchup, and putting it in his mouth, MJ joked, "You are such a busy man. You finally remembered to look for me today, Tilda. I thought the next time we met would be in the classroom, after school starts, Tilda." "Haha, Tilda," Gwen laughed dryly and said distressedly, "MJ, I'm really busy these days. I can't even go on the trip to Texas. I was just joking. MJ laughed. She called the waiter over. And after hearing Gwen's outrageous meal bill, MJ couldn't help but look at Gwen in shock. Gwen smiled sheepishly. "You been eating a lot lately." "Hehe, Tilda, I'll pay you back as soon as possible." "It's a little bit," MJ sighed and helped Gwen pay the bill. "You guys are really worrying. You act weird every day, and I don't know what you're thinking. For example, when I talked to Charlotte about the trip to Texas this morning, he sounded strange. And I don't know what bad intentions he had. I always felt that this trip would definitely not be peaceful." "Charlotte," Gwen nodded. "Charlotte has always been acting weird. This morning she even said she was Spider-Man, in response. Gwen said that Charlotte was a little strange. But not strange at all." "Yes, Tilda," MJ picked up his phone and checked the time. "Let's talk while we walk, Tilda." Gwen certainly had no objection to this. It was already dark, and the dim sunlight shone on the two people's feet. With her hands behind her back, Gwen took 2 steps forward, turned around and took a light jump, turned her head and looked at MJ, who was walking beside her, and said, "Who do you think superheroes are? Who?" MJ blinked and asked, not afraid of danger-wise and brave. Just neither arrogant nor impatient. Consistent in appearance and reality. Gwen's pretty face turned slightly red, and she twisted her body a little embarrassedly. As Ghost Spider, she felt a sense of joy at being praised. But MJ changed the subject and said, "But I always feel that these superheroes are not mentally normal. After all, who would want to be a superhero? If you want to protect the city and enforce justice, you should become a police officer like your father. Covering my face and putting on a tight suit to be a superhero makes me feel awkward. What do you think, Gwen?" The redness on Gwen's face faded quickly. After thinking for a moment, she nodded weakly. "You're right. Yeah, why should I be a superhero? If I want to enforce justice and protect citizens, I should become a police officer." Charlotte's face appeared in front of him and he whispered, "The greater the ability, greater the responsibility. And the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. So, was it because I was bewitched by Charlotte that I chose to become a superhero? Or was there something wrong with my mind?" MJ glanced at Gwen, who looked conflicted, and thoughtfully shook his head. "Don't take that as an exaggeration. This is just my personal opinion. In general, the crime rate in New York has dropped a lot since Spider-Man started roaming around at night, hanging bad guys in the sky every now and then, just stripping someone of their pants, bending them over, and wrapping them around a telephone pole. This kind of thing is really perverted just thinking about it." Gwen was confused. There was such a thing. She had no idea. It really feels perverted just thinking about it. As a supermarket stalker, MJ often chats with her colleague, whose boyfriend is a victim of Spider-Man, naturally. "I know a lot of negative gossip about Spider-Man, although most of them cannot tell whether it is real or fake. As a victim who has seen Spider-Man, MJ said that Spider-Man is a good guy. Okay. Gwen, let's walk faster. It's getting dark. Who knows what weird things will happen in New York at night." Charlotte used his hands and feet, and his huge lizard body rushed through the sewer. The military dispatched more than just one helicopter. A team of fully armed soldier-shielding instruments are tracking the lizard men in the sewers. The clone rushed back to carry out his plan of waiting, while Charlotte and the sewer told the story of their wonderful fate. Charlotte didn't know that the person who came to track him this time was General Ross. At this time, Ross paid great attention to the lizard men. Or rather, he was stressed by all large green humanoid creatures. Of course, Charlotte wouldn't care even if she knew. Because the clone activated the spider sense, all the malicious forces tracking him in the sewer were under Charlotte's control. Because all the soldiers were attracted to Charlotte, Connors was lucky enough to escape with a large bottle of somatostatin without being threatened. Bang! Charlotte broke through the manhole cover and jumped out. When she looked up, she saw Gwen and MJ, who were dumbfounded. Such a coincidence. This place is very close to MJ's home. Both ladies turned pale with fright. They had never expected the lizard man to appear here. Charlotte didn't expect that she would meet MJ and Gwen here while playing hide-and-seek with the army. What should we do now? Of course, I pretended not to know him. MJ stepped forward and blocked Gwen behind her. She had also watched the news and knew how powerful the lizard people were. Before Gwen insisted on sending him home, but ended up encountering the lizard man. MJ felt a little sorry for Gwen and didn't want Gwen to get hurt. Looking at MJ in front of her, Gwen was extremely moved and prepared for fighting. Charlotte scratched his headboard politely and asked the two of them in a vicissitudes of life tone. "Excuse me, two beautiful ladies, but do you know where the nearest toilet is?" Gwen, who was about to fight, lost her breath. She was also about to launch the first attack and cover MJ's escape. But you just came out to ask for directions, also. When you jump out of the sewer to find the toilet, don't you feel uncomfortable taking off your pants to fart? MJ's face turned pale and his heart trembled violently. I have a toilet at home. But of course she wouldn't say that. She just raised her hand and pointed to the bank in the distance and said, "There is." Charlotte looked up casually. Just making up an excuse, didn't really plan to go. Looking down at MJ and Gwen, the spirit of mischief was ready to make a move. With the corner of his mouth raised, Charlotte reached his hand behind his back and said, "Please accept my thanks as a token of my appreciation." As she spoke, Charlotte took out the tip of the ham-sized, wildly twisting tail and handed it to MJ and Gwen. The two men's scalps tingled, and they stared with wide eyes at the tail twisting and turning. Only a devil would want something like this. Charlotte, a huge lizard tail, that's so cool. I don't want to. MJ took a step back and bumped into Gwen, her face paling even more. He covered his chest and tried hard not to vomit. Gwen declined the offer. The flesh and blood of the green lizard's tail was still wriggling. Just one look at it, and Gwen felt that his sand value had dropped. Charlotte looked at the two of them with a slightly regretful expression. Then he stared at her with his big eyes and recommended, "So do you want my arms, or my thighs, or my whole tail?" No need, no need. Gwen waved her hands repeatedly. That scene flashed by her mind, and her fighting spirit was completely reduced to zero. If a fight broke out, she could only flee with MJ with a sigh. Charlotte played with the tip of her tail in her hand, glanced at the two of them, waved her hand, turned around and walked in the direction MJ pointed. Seeing the lizard man walking away, the two of them ran away quickly, and MJ brought Gwen to the door of his house. Listening to the fierce quarrel between her parents in the house, MJ looked a little embarrassed, and a hint of weakness appeared on her always resolute face. She said, "How about Gwen? You stay at my place for one night, if you go back now. I'm really worried that you'll be in danger." "It'll be fine," Gwen smiled. In New York at night, there is Spider-Man. Unable to persuade Gwen, MJ could only watch Gwen leave and go home to wait for Gwen's text message to report that she was safe. Charlotte followed all the way, quietly following Gwen as she left MJ's house, and landed beside the alley where Gwen was walking. He canceled his lizard transformation and prepared to scare Gwen here. But Charlotte had just finished his lizard transformation and was standing naked under the lights in the alley. Shit, I forgot that Lizard Parker was naked all the time. The smile on Charlotte's face disappeared instantly, and her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Gwen turned her head alertly, as if she had discovered something. He frowned and scratched his head in confusion. She seemed to have seen Charlotte running naked again in a trance just now. Was it an illusion? After a brief attempt to track down the lizard man failed, Gwen called MJ to report that she was safe. The spider silk stuck to the calf of the fleeing robber, and with a slight force, the robber was pulled to the ground and fell flat on his face. Another spider silk stuck to the stolen phone, and the next moment, Gwen raised her hand and elegantly held it in her hand with 2 fingers. Putting on the broken glasses, Max took the flip phone made of special material and expressed his gratitude to Gwen immediately. "Thank you, Spider-Man. This is a special edition issued by the company. This person probably bought it because he thought the phone looked special. A lot of my information is stored in it. And I don't know what I would do if it was stolen. It's no big deal. This is what a ghost spider should do. The meaning of the word ghost spider that Gwen emphasized was very clear. Without even looking behind her, she shot another spider silk at the robber who was trying to escape. Sticking his left foot to the ground, "Ah, tilde sorry, you Ms. Ghost spider, I am extremely grateful to you. Nothing tilde hehe tilde. The feeling of helping others is so pleasant." But at this moment Gwen's phone rang at an inopportune time. It was a beautiful Canon, turning back. Taking out her cell phone, Gwen was slightly startled when she saw Mobius calling. She said casually, "I wish you a happy life, sir." Then he swung up and headed towards the tall building with his cell phone in hand. The call was connected, and Mobius's serious voice came from the other end. "Gwen, you know Charlotte, right? Charlotte." "That's right, Tilda," leaning against the signal tower. Gwen answered in confusion, "Why did Dr. Mobius know Charlotte's name? Did Charlotte deliver the wrong takeout and make Dr. Mobius sick? It's good to know him. Find him as soon as possible and bring him to Osborne Building." Abigail was transformed into a lizard man by Connors, and the only person who participated in Connors' lizard serum research project. Besides Abigail was Charlotte. Gwen's eyes widened, and for a moment she was shocked by the news. "Dr. Mobius, what did you say?" Abigail was transformed into a lizard man by Connors. How is this possible? Aren't the lizard people an alien race from outer space? Aliens who have been hiding on Earth. They can also turn humans into, at this point. Gwen finally reacted, and her pupils shrank slightly. She suddenly remembered something Spider-Man once said. Dr. Connors wanted to heal his broken arm, so he injected himself with lizard serum and turned into a lizard man. He lost his human sanity and wanted to transform everyone into lizards. Could it be that what Spider-Man said to her was true? It's no wonder she never thought of this. Because the conspiracy theory that lizard people are hiding in human society is really popular in the United States. Some people even wrote books specifically describing the huge conspiracy of the lizard people, which sold well across the country. Everyone thought that what happened yesterday was the beginning of the lizard men's desire to rule the earth. But they didn't expect that the lizard men actually came from a laboratory. The lizard man is Professor Connors. Gwen covered her forehead with her hands. She really couldn't connect the weird lizard man she was fighting with the gentle Connors. However, facts speak louder than words. The lizard man is undoubtedly Connors. "That's right," Mobius replied. "This matter requires Gwen's help, so there is no need to hide it from Gwen. Connors probably injected himself with the failed lizard serum, causing himself to become a lizard man. Today he attacked Abigail and used the serum sprayer like a grenade to successfully transform Abigail. Now Abigail, who has been transformed into a lizard man, is imprisoned in Osborne's underground laboratory. Besides him, only Charlotte might know how to make the antidote serum." "Charlotte." Gwen repeated Charlotte's name in a low voice and understood what Dr. Mobius meant. Not only do they need Charlotte, but Charlotte is likely to be in danger now. He quickly hung up the phone with Mobius and called Charlotte's cell phone. The call was answered quickly, wearing a spider suit. Charlotte tilted her head and took off her mask, revealing her face in the video. He shook his hair and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Gwen, who was also wearing a battle suit, greeted him. "Hi Gwen, hey tilde Charlotte pretending to be Spider-Man." When Gwen saw Charlotte, all her anxiety disappeared. I rolled my eyes and asked, "How long have you been waiting to appear in front of me as Spider-Man?" "Wearing this suit, I told you before I am Spider-Man." Charlotte, sitting on the top of the building, swung her legs nonchalantly. "Tisk tilde you are Charlotte. I have a question for you." Okay tilde I'm Charlotte, huh?" "Yes, I am indeed Charlotte tilde." Charlotte blinked, raised the corners of her mouth hand, asked maliciously, "I also have a question for you. How breathable is the suit? Does your fart bulge? It would be embarrassing if someone saw it. I suggest piercing a few holes in the buttocks in advance." although there will be a sharp hissing sound. Charlotte, Gwen's face immediately turned red with anger. And she wished she could rush to Charlotte and beat him up. I have something serious to discuss with you. Does it mean that the previous visits to me were all improper? Charlotte tilted her head and shook her head. I am also teaching you a serious experience. Next time, try it secretly in a place where there is no one. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing when it really happens. I feel embarrassed just thinking about you. After taking a deep breath, Gwen knocked Charlotte's head hard in her mind and said, Charlotte, Dr. Connors has turned into a lizard man. He attacked Dr. Abigail. He will probably attack you too. You must be careful. Should I tell Gwen that I am the lizard man who beat her today? Charlotte blinked and gave up this tempting idea. It would be better for Gwen to find out herself during the battle. As a defeated lizardman, Charlotte would return to normal and applaud her with satisfaction, celebrating her completion of her first battle as a ghost spider. She will definitely be touched, then. Gwen would definitely agree to any unreasonable request I made at that time. Then I can ask her for the luminous wall clock openly. Don't worry, Tilda Kurt and I have a good relationship. He won't attack me, not now and not in the future. Anyway, you have to protect yourself and Charlotte, Doctor. Mobius asked me to ask you, can you make lizard serum? This question finally hits the point. Therefore, Charlotte answered very carefully. You guess, I guess, what am I guessing? Charlotte, you really deserve a beating more and more. It seems that I must find a time to give Charlotte a good beating. The next day, Gwen, who received the message from Mobius, went directly to Osborne Building before entering the door. I saw several workers renovating the first floor that was damaged by the lizard men. The security captain at the gate held his head high, looked at Gwen twice and then calmly let Gwen in. I took the elevator, half naked, to the third underground floor. Finally, I saw Mobius, who looked serious. He brought Gwen to a group of doctors in white coats, most of whom were famous biologists from Hammer Technology. As Marvel's doctor, there is no ugly one here. Everyone looks very regular. It's like the handsome men and beautiful women in this world are born to be engaged in scientific research. My God, Gwen couldn't help but exclaim. In the metal cage, in front of everyone, there was a lizard man about 1.9 meters tall. As soon as I saw the appearance of this lizard man, I knew he was the younger brother of the one from yesterday. Not only does it look extremely ugly, it also looks disgusting. It's Abigail, with his hands on his shoulders. Mobius frowned as he introduced Abigail as he watched her jumping up and down in the cage. Abigail, an Indian American, was Connor's assistant during his time at the Osborne Group. But he betrayed Connors, stole part of the research results of the lizard serum, and was expelled by Connors. Later, the Osborne Group was swallowed up, after Connors had no interest in Hammer's war guerrillas and left Hammer Technology. Hammer found Abigail to take over Connor's job and began to study war guerrillas. Although the research progress was slow, Abigail was extremely interested in this hard-won opportunity. Unexpectedly yesterday, while Connors was stealing Somat Estate in, he also threw a lizard grenade at Abigail. He turned Abigail into a lizard man and fled in a hurry. Glancing at Gwen, Mobius frowned and said, "Where's Charlotte? We have prepared the experimental materials for him. We need him to lead the research on the lizard men and make the antidote serum as soon as possible to restore Abigail to normal. Connor stole a large bottle of Somat Estatin yesterday, and I don't think he intended to use it to breed mice." Tilda, Gwen said awkwardly. Charlotte didn't come. He said he was delivering food, also Spider. Charlotte told me that Dr. Connor's goal is to turn all humans into lizard men. Turn all humans into lizard men. For the first time, Mobius's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and looked at the ugly Abigail in the cage with a serious look in his eyes. We have to stop Connors. The doctors around were still studying Abigail, pointing and commenting on her lizard body. When they heard that Connors wanted to turn everyone into lizard people, everyone became excited and then Then I could only get angry, previously. Kind scientists had drawn half of Abigail's blood and cut off half of her tail for research. The results of the research showed that Connor's lizard serum reached another level far beyond everyone else. The lizard serum, made using somatostatin, has perfectly changed Abigail's genes. Antidote serum reverses mutated genes. How can it be? This genetic transformation seems to be completely irreversible. The energy contained in the lizard serum allows cells to rapidly proliferate, divide, assimilate, and evolve. Achieved rapid healing and body expansion. It also makes the lizard men powerful, but simple in intelligence. Abigail, whose genetic sequence has been changed, has become another creature, a lizard man. Even Abigail's mind has been distorted by the serum. Even if the detoxifying serum can inhibit gene expression. In their opinion, it is absolutely impossible to reverse the changes at the genetic level. How to stop it? Alexander, who had a white beard, looked grim. Have you watched the news? Alexander was still frightened by the scene. The chain guns couldn't penetrate his skin. The missiles couldn't damage his organs. And you know what I thought? Another disaster in 3. Another disaster for a great biologist and physicist. Mobius. We have been studying the mechanisms of understanding humans. Understand human beings, develop human beings, and make human beings more perfect and powerful. But look at what these lunatics who want to subvert humanity are doing. They challenged God, and they succeeded. Is this still the real world? Is there still a need to study the mechanisms of human beings? We should wear our fucking robes together in church, put our hands toes to pray to God, and start studying the Bible. Glancing at the hysterical Alexander, Mobius seemed indifferent and heartless. Calm down. Alexander, science is inherently unpredictable. And your science is a little too one-sided. Nothing is impossible in this world. It just depends on whether you dare to think and do it. Ignoring the angry Alexander, Mobius turned to Gwen and said, "Now call Charlotte. I hope he knows more. It would be even better if he knows the formula of lizard serum." Gwen followed suit and dialed Charlotte's cell phone. Charlotte, squatting on the top of the building, had nothing to do. He glanced at the caller and answered the video. "Hello." Seeing Charlotte still wearing the spider suit on the screen, Gwen covered her eyes in pain. If others saw Charlotte like this, it would be Charlotte who would be embarrassed. But it would be Gwen who would be socially ruined. Charlotte is her good friend. She wants everyone to see the sunny and cheerful big boy, not the silly boy who wears a spider suit and insists on saying he is Spider-Man. Blocking the phone, Gwen lowered her voice and said, "Charlotte, Doctor. Mobius and the others want to talk to you about something related to Dr. Connors. Better change out of this costume. Okay tilde." Looking at Gwen's serious expression and frowning face, Charlotte reluctantly agreed. After saying that, the screen went black. Gwen had a guilty smile on her face. He brought the phone to Mobius and said, "Charlotte," he went to change his clothes. "You are all scientists he admires." He felt that his previous clothes were not formal enough. "I think he..." Before he could finish his words, the phone screen lit up. Charlotte, with his upper body naked, appeared on the screen without changing his expression, staring at Mobius and said, "You just want to see me." Crunch. Gwen's 10 toes were digging into the ground. Her eyes widened little by little, and she looked at Charlotte on the screen in disbelief. However, Mobius' expression did not change at all, and he asked calmly and seriously, "Hello, Mr. Charlotte Parker, I am Michael Morbius. I heard that you once worked as an assistant to Kurt Connors during the holidays, helping him to conduct further research on the lizard serum. I was wondering if you knew the formula for the lizard serum." The formula for the lizard serum. Charlotte shook her head and replied helplessly, "I knew." So, Mobius asked, "I'm sorry. I can't tell you that respecting the achievements of others is a necessary quality for me as a scientific researcher." "Okay, I understand." Nodding at Charlotte, Mobius handed the phone back to Gwen. Gwen, dumbfounded, took the phone. He glanced at Mobius. who had no opinion on what Charlotte said, and then looked at Charlotte, who was making faces on the phone screen. Gwen hung up the phone with a click. I understand, this world is probably crazy. Oh my Tilda, there is still room for my sense of shame to decline. This really makes me feel like I'm being praised by the system Tilda. Just now on the phone, Charlotte witnessed Gwen's face turn from red with embarrassment and shame to dead eyes of self-abandonment. This made Charlotte worry about Gwen. Gwen wouldn't be ruined by herself, right? It seems that I have to be nicer to Gwen in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to have no fun. Raising his head and standing up, Charlotte stretched his mustaches, eyes slightly bright. The spider suit quickly covered his entire body, and he lowered his eyebrows and looked at Jessica, who walked out of the house. In the spider sensing, several malicious red dots began to move abnormally, forming a convoy preparing to attack Jessica. Zyren, are you finally unable to hold back and ready to take action against Jessica? I've been waiting for you so hard. It seems that the purple man is determined to win, and he has sent a large number of people. So Charlotte also decided to give it his all, so. Add points to the system, Charlotte. Level crazy power level 5 age, 16 years old. Strength 40 plus 20, attribute ability. I'm going to throw some dust in your eyes. Constitution 40 plus 20, features endurance. The eldest brother has locked up Heginian. Spirit 30 features, control show yourself baby. Appearance 14 characteristics, you always attract the attention of special beings. Attribute points 8 equipped skill card. Spider pig, you are a one-of-a-kind pig. Shanuo's shock, when this card is used together with the Spider-Man card, you will have the Spider-Man reaction and can sense the malice within a 50-kilometer radius. Super strength, when this card is used together with the Spider-Man card, your strength and physique will be doubled. Charlotte jumped up, closed her eyes in midair, and felt the whistling wind. He spread his arms like a giant bat and dived in the direction of the ground convoy. Then at the moment when he was about to fall to his death, Charlotte temporarily changed the skill card, I want to fly. I want to fly rolled to the ground perfectly, and then did an elegant pigeon flip, spanning dozens of meters and landing on the roof of the target car. In the spider's sense, the most special mental value malice is now in the car. His fingers moved downward, piercing through the fragile iron sheet and instantly grasping the man's neck. Feeling the mental attack, Charlotte raised the corners of his mouth and pulled upwards with force. Let's make a deal, purple man, I have. The roof of the car was torn open like thin paper, and the person inside was lifted out by Charlotte. Looking at the big-headed ninja, in red, that he was holding in his hands, Charlotte's expression under the mask froze for a moment. This is the hand. That group of hands that go around capturing people for sacrifice. E equals O asterisk, alas, Charlotte sighed. Spider-Man has a no-killing principle, so he never kills anyone. Click. Charlotte crushed the hand ninja's neck with just one move. But the hands ninjas are not human. They even kill Spider-Man, the red-clad ninja, whose life was about to end, widened his eyes. Endless resentment, containing her last bit of life, condensed into black lines and spurted out from her eyes, densely entangled with Charlotte. Charlotte hurriedly stuffed her back into the car. But it was too late, your spirit is shocked. Evil cover lasts 30 minutes, spirit, 30 crazy. Slow, persistent, sick, tyrannical. Damn it, I got caught, dodging 3 shurikens sideways. Charlotte quickly reached out and grabbed the red ninja's samurai sword. How can I, a spirited guy with 30 spirit points, be easily influenced? You are the scum who attacked Arkham Asylum, Tilda. The hand that killed my friends. After so many days, I finally found you again, Tilda. In the rear convoy, there were ninjas climbing onto the roof of every car. With his eyes fixed on the red-clad ninja in the front vehicle, Charlotte squatted down and stabbed downward with the samurai sword. The tip of the knife penetrated the roof of the car and casually stabbed into the head of the driver. You're Spider-Man. The red ninja in the front let out a cry of surprise, but his movements with the shuriken in his hand did not slow down at all. Then the vehicle that Charlotte was standing on lost control. Looking at Charlotte, who jumped up and rushed towards him. His eyes lit up with lightning, with a slight wave of his hand. 5 shurikens with light blue electric light cut towards Charlotte's head. Throat, heart, and kidneys. Charlotte's body paused in midair, in violation of the laws of physics. Then flew up again. The shuriken hasn't arrived yet. But it's destined to miss the target call out. The 5th lightning shuriken was fired later, but arrived first. The spider sense was screaming. But Charlotte only had time to turn her head slightly. But the lower half of her neck was still cut in an instant. As blood spurted, Charlotte landed on the roof of the red ninja's car. Looking at Charlotte with blood flowing from his neck, the red-clothed ninja sneered and held the samurai sword high with both hands. Light blue lightning filled the blade. Spider-Man. That's it, hearing the contemptuous words. Charlotte jumped sideways and in his bloodshot eyes. The whole jeep was cut neatly in half from the middle. In the sight of the red-clothed ninja, Charlotte's neck in midair was almost broken. It landed on the other half of the car that was still barely moving. Charlotte took out the Desert Eagle from the pig nose on his chest with his left hand and fired 3 shots at the red-clothed ninja. One knife split 3 bullets. The red-clad ninja cast a gloomy gaze upon Charlotte, the electric light of his samurai sword flashing wildly. Die here, Spider-Man. Charlotte silently said in his heart, System. Physical fitness +1, a faint holy light lit up. And when Charlotte raised his head again, the wound on his neck had completely disappeared. Charlotte tilted her head and asked in confusion, Who said I was Spider-Man? The spider pattern on the spider suit disappeared without a trace, leaving only the red tights and the pig nose on the chest. A pair of black compound eyes turned pale white. He held the katana across his chest with his right hand and aimed the Desert Eagle in his left hand at the red-clothed ninja's head. Charlotte opened his mouth and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He casually shot the red-clothed ninja in the crotch. Looking at the red-clad ninja, who blocked the bullet, Charlotte raised the muzzle of the gun, inhaled the intoxicating smoke and saluted gracefully. Nice to meet you, please take care of me, I am. Tender stack, Deadpool. What Deadpool? Who are you talking about? What do you mean by Deadpool? Hey, how can you curse at me? Charlotte changed his words temporarily and raised his middle finger at the red ninja. He added a little more strength, and the blood that had sprayed out dissipated like smoke and returned to his body. Charlotte stretched his muscles and bones and recovered as before. Do you know why Charlotte always saves skill points? It's because he discovered the system's refresh mechanism. Adding points to your physique can refresh your body condition. Adding strength can refresh your energy and blood balance. Adding points to spirit can refresh your mental fatigue. The system's refresh mechanism successfully saved Charlotte's life, making Charlotte exclaim in his heart, This system is awesome, although at this time. Charlotte is holding a samurai sword and wearing a red tights, and looks very similar to Deadpool. But Charlotte would never allow anyone to call him Deadpool. Ah, did a reader call me? That's right, I am Deadpool. Readers can call me whatever they want, come on, fuck me. Yo-ho, howling. Charlotte flew over and slashed at the red ninja's neck with a knife. Blocked by the lightning katana. The Desert Eagle in his left hand shot downwards, and 4 bullets hit the red ninja's toes. The red-clothed ninja cursed inwardly, hurriedly dodged Charlotte's shooting, and swung his sword to block, but was knocked back by Charlotte's powerful strength. Half of the car under my feet was full of sunken footprints and had long since collapsed under the weight. After slowly knocking away Charlotte's knife that injured him, the red ninja leaped up and landed on the roof of the car at the back, standing with another black ninja. He seemed to have excellent swordsmanship and was able to resist with ease. But his fingers were shaking from the shock, and he began to feel like retreating. Are you kidding? After witnessing Charlotte's recovery ability, who would want to fight a freak like this? Hey, where can the evildoer escape? Charlotte followed closely behind him, jumped up with a knife in hand, and chopped down with the knife. Although there were multiple knife wounds on his body, Charlotte still looked excited. The red-clothed ninja turned around and kicked in the direction where Charlotte landed, trying to kick Charlotte out of the car. But Charlotte's figure in the air hovered again strangely and successfully avoided the attack of the red ninja. Charlotte fell on the roof of the car, stabbed the black-clad ninja in the throat without hesitation. Looking at the desperate eyes of the black-clad ninja and his palm that was desperately holding the blade, Charlotte twisted the handle cruelly and then swung the knife hard. The black-clad ninja's neck was torn apart, and his fingers along with half of his palm were cut off and flew into the air. Blood spurted, soaking Charlotte's mask. "Oh fuck. Your dirty blood is spraying into my eyes. Water, water. I need water," ignoring Charlotte's screams. The red-clothed ninja took this opportunity to light up his sword with thundering lightning, and swung the sword towards Charlotte's waist and abdomen with full force. Another red-clothed ninja also flashed and appeared directly behind Charlotte from the last vehicle. The red bands on both arms flew around, wrapping around Charlotte's limbs, bondage play. Using the straps to wipe the blood off his face, Charlotte commented, "Sorry, Tilda, I don't like SM because my hobbies are more niche." He pulled with both arms, slashed the bandages with his sword, ignored the red ninja's lightning attack, turned around and cut at the instant ninja's neck with his sword. Cut the air with one sword. Just as the opponent was about to be hit by him, he unexpectedly put his two fingers together and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the roof of a car behind him. At this time, Charlotte finally understood how the other party appeared behind him. But it was too late. In slow motion, lightning burst out of the belly little by little and swept away. Charlotte was cut in half. The upper body was shrouded in intestines, and the lower body was covered in blood. Blood and internal organs gushed out of his stomach. But before the red-clothed ninja could rejoice, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Blood flew backwards, internal organs rolled back. The lower body on the ground was lifted up, and the flying upper body fell down. In an instant, Charlotte's body was put together like a puzzle, and even his battle suit was sticking together. Hey Tilda, this feeling is so uncomfortable. After wasting 2 more skill points, the recovered Charlotte swung his knife and stabbed the red ninja's heart. It was discovered that the red-clothed ninja, who was spitting blood, still wanted to resist. Charlotte crushed the red ninja's right wrist again and snatched the samurai sword from his hand. As the red ninja's pupils trembled, the knife slowly stabbed into his neck. He raised his hand and pulled out the samurai sword from his heart, then stabbed it fiercely into the red ninja's abdomen, feeling the red-clothed ninja's gradually limp body, and the desire for life and fear of death in his eyes. Charlotte smiled grimly and leaned close to the red-clothed ninja's ear and said, "You should have chopped my head off." Gravity swung the sword, and the red ninja was cut into 3 pieces by Charlotte. He swept away the fragments of internal organs stuck to his body with disgust. Brandishing 2-notched samurai swords, he raised his head and looked at the remaining members of the Shu society and said, "Who's next, Tilda?" Such an incredible, even terrifying scene wiped out the fighting spirit of all the ninjas present. Are you kidding? Who wants to fight an immortal monster? Holy shit, he's coming at me, help. With an emergency brake, the driver of the car behind turned the car around. But in the sight of the last red-clothed ninja, Charlotte's figure was getting closer and closer. This scene was seen by 2 pairs of eyes. When they heard that the Shuahui had been attacked in advance, they thought that their ambush and arrest plan had been disrupted. But after seeing this scene, Yulan's face turned black and he cursed, "Fuck squid. Smith, are you going to have us capture a bunch of superpowered people? And who is that Spider-Man?" Smith also looked at the battlefield through a telescope. His face turned pale and he shook his head in denial. "Whoever he is definitely not Spider-Man. I think it might be related to Purple Man. And I didn't expect that there would be people with superpowers in the hand. This is not something we can deal with. It seems that the arrest operation against the hand needs to ask for help from the headquarters and upgrade to a higher level. Thank you for your generous gift." Yulan put down the telescope, squatted down with his eyes closed, and covered his stomach in pain, just now in his sight. Charlotte used his spider sense to predict the landing point of the instant ninja in advance. And his fingers penetrated into the opponent's stomach like a hot knife through butter and pinched the spine. Then, Yulan watched in shock as Charlotte pulled the other person's spine out of his body. Just by seeing it, Yulan felt phantom pain. He covered his stomach and tried hard to suppress the nausea, leaving behind the body of the red-clothed ninja. He stood on the roof of the stopped car. There were no remaining handmade ninjas around. Charlotte grinned and said, "I have marked your evil intentions. And none of you can escape. Evil coverage 3210. When his vision became clear again, Charlotte opened his eyes wide and frantically shook off the disgusting liquid in his hands. "Fuck you, so disgusting, so disgusting. I can't stand it, I want to vomit. I want to get out of here as soon as possible." Covering his mouth, Charlotte jumped out of the car, pulled the dead driver away, sat in the driver's seat, pulled down his mask, and vomited violently towards the passenger seat. Charlotte ignited the car and fled. He's pretty good. Charlatuho is staying in Connor's base. Is not equipped with the Lizard Parker skill card. By this time, he was vomiting profusely and was dying. Watching Charlotte drive away, Smith immediately coordinated camera surveillance and satellite tracking. And they have to go and clean up the horrific scene. After receiving the text message, the black-clothed ninja trembled all over. He hurriedly and respectfully walked to the side of Madame Gao, who was inspecting the unique product production line, lowered his forehead and bowed deeply, saying, "Your Excellency, Chief, I just received news that Lord Lameng, Lord Shangguang, and Lord Bixi were attacked and have now died. Mrs. Gao was a small Japanese old woman with a gloomy face. She wore a purple kimono and clogsand, held a bamboo cane. When she heard the news, her expression of joy changed. The wrinkles of age began to ripple. He turned his head and cast a sharp look at the black-clad ninja beside him. The black-clad ninja quickly continued to report. This is an operation targeting No. 68 Jessica Jones. We have previously noticed that there may be a superpower around Jessica. You ordered a few adults to go together and make sure everything is foolproof. However, we did not expect the other party to be so powerful. There were only a few ninjas with superpowers. And now 3 of them had died tragically at once. Mrs. Gao's knuckles turned white as she gripped the cane. And her heart was bleeding. She didn't say anything, but just narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking about something. As one of the 5 fingers of the Shu Society, Madame Gao learned martial arts from Kunlun. Later, they became selfish and defected from Kunlun, taking away the raw materials and formula of dragon bones, which has enabled them to survive to this day. Dragon bones can be used to make elixirs of immortality and can also bring the dead back to life. But after repeated use, a person's spirit will be polluted, and they will gradually lose their humanity. The stronger the drug, the more you take it. And the faster your humanity disappears, of course. If you want to be resurrected, you must keep the important parts of your limbs intact, especially the head. Once the head is cut off and not reattached, the person will die completely, even if he takes the elixir of life. Although dragon bones are powerful, they are limited in number after all, and they will be used up sooner or later. It just so happens that in order to fight for the exclusive territory in New York and build the exclusive network, the Shu Society has put everything it has into it, and the dragon bones have been overused. And now there are not many left. It was at this time that Mrs. Gao accidentally discovered new dragon bones underground in New York. This dragon bone is unique in that it can be used to make the elixir of life without being eaten directly. What is needed is to sacrifice life. Let the dragon bones devour the vitality and produce evil bones, and life condense. Evil bones can be used to create elixirs of immortality and revive the dead, while life condensate can extend lifespan and increase vitality. Through sacrifice and taking elixirs of immortality, those who come back to life will become extremely powerful and possess the supernatural powers of the person who was sacrificed. Of course, the requirement for sacrifice is not just humans. All that is needed is a creature with great vitality. In order for a successful sacrifice to produce a superpowered person, at least 100 people are needed, no more no less. Previously, Jin Bing had shown some interest in Yonshu and agreed to work with Madame Gao of the Hand. Offer them 500 men in exchange for the elixir of life and the condensate of life. Unexpectedly, things changed later, and Jin Bing overturned the agreement. For unknown reasons, Jin not only gave up providing them with 500 people, but also cut off all previous cooperation. If we want to capture people for sacrifice now, we can only collect the homeless people in New York. But the homeless in New York City are hot commodities. And Mrs. Gao is not the only one who wants to give them a warm home. There are also several kind and enthusiastic organizations watching them. Demand exceeds supply, and rare goods are in high demand. Now we can only find ways to help the homeless people from other states or illegal immigrants without documents, and transport them to New York State to attend a happy party with hundreds of people. Seeing Madame Gao frowning, the long-haired strong man poked his head out from behind and reported, "Mrs. Gao, do you know lizard men, Mrs.?" Gao was slightly stunned, turned around, and looked into the eyes of the long-haired burly man. The long-haired burly man smiled foolishly and reported to Madame Gao as if he was presenting a treasure. "I recently received news that Dr. Connors of the Osborne Group has invented a lizard serum. This reagent can give ordinary humans powerful vitality and directly transform them into lizard people." A lizard serum. It gives ordinary humans powerful vitality, Mrs. Gao tapped her cane lightly with her fingers. If they really had lizard serum, they would just have to inject the captured enthusiastic people with lizard serum and throw them into the dragon bone altar. Then they wouldn't have to worry about how to gather 100 people every time. I was thinking about the feasibility of this matter, but Mrs. Gao's eyes were cold. He stared at the long-haired man's face and asked, "Where did you get this news, me?" The long-haired burly man proudly puffed out his chest and raised his head and said, "I put so much effort into this. And someone told me this on purpose, Mrs. Gao was still guessing the purpose of the long-haired strong man, and her mind paused as she thought about the possible conspiracy. "Someone told you on purpose, who, when, Mrs. Gao asked, "When?" The long-haired man's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and he sighed, "This is a long story. And it all began way back yesterday afternoon. That day, I saw a little red-billed magpie fall to the ground and couldn't fly. Out of kindness, I went up and stroked its head. I never expected this to be a honey trap. 2 big magpies flew over from the tree and not only pecked at my head, but also pooped on it. What bad luck." Looking at Madame Gao's sour face, the long-haired man concluded, "This story tells us not to touch other people's birds casually." It was not funny at all. So Madame Gao exuded coldness and said in a cold voice, "What does this have to do with the news you received?" "Of course it does matter," the long-haired burly man explained with his hands on his hips. "Because guano represents good luck." Then the next moment, a man in a suit and tie walked up to me and told me face to face, "Young man, I'm telling you a piece of news. Recently, a Dr. Nas created a lizard serum and transformed Gale into a lizard man. He also wants to turn everyone in the world into giant lizards. But giant lizards are not pretty at all. I absolutely cannot accept that all beauties turn into giant lizards." Then he left, that is to say, this technology really exists. A technology that allows people to heal themselves quickly and have strong vitality. Mrs. Gao murmured to herself. The performance of the lizard men in yesterday's news could be said to be brilliant. That huge body full of vitality. An amazing self-healing ability. If they succeed in sacrificing the lizard men, how many evil bones and life condenses can they obtain? How many lizard men are needed to sacrifice a superpowered person? Mrs. Gao's eyes moved, and the black man not far away raised his gun without hesitation and shot the smiling, long-haired man dead. The burly black man stepped forward and glanced at the smile on the long-haired man's face, looking at the smiling body of the long-haired burly man on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and he calmly searched the long-haired burly man's body. In the end, he did not find any eavesdropping equipment. He stood up and shook his head at Mrs. Gao. Mrs. Gao nodded and signaled the black man to deal with the body himself. He turned around and continued to look at his unique production line, with his hands behind his back, slowly winding a string of Buddhist beads bracelets. Now that she had obtained this extremely useful information, Mrs. Gao naturally did not intend to stop there. No matter who the other party is or what conspiracy they have, Mrs. Gao doesn't care. She just needs to know that the lizard potion is real. With a slight wave of his hand, the black-clad ninja bowed, then turned and retreated to investigate the authenticity of the lizard serum. He supported his chin with one hand and tapped the goblet of red wine lightly with his knuckles. Behind him, a beautiful woman with a slim figure and wearing black stockings and dressed like a bunny girl was slowly massaging his shoulders. Closing his eyes, Zai Ren enjoyed the beauty of his fingertips and slowly spent this comfortable time. Dong dong dong, there were rhythmic knocks on the door. Without Zai Ren's instructions, the beautiful woman with a dazed look in her eyes stood up from leaning on Zai Ren's back and went to open the door for him. She moved her long and beautiful legs, her high heels creating a crisp rhythm. Her black stockings were smooth and her thighs were white. The bunny girl hairpin on her head sways along with her half-exposed buttocks. The purple man's gaze continued downward and fell on the red high heels. He picked up the red wine glass, drank the wine in it, pulled the collar of his purple shirt, and leaned lazily on the pink sofa. Soon, the beauty came in leading a strong black man. Upon seeing the purple man, the black man knelt down without hesitation and reported, "Master, we have disclosed Connor's news to Madame Gao as you instructed. You did very well." Looking at the beauty, who was pouring wine for him, Zai Ren put his hand on her back and stroked her delicate skin with his fingers. With such a great temptation, how could those idiots of the hand turn a blind eye to it? On the contrary, they must want to take the lizard serum for themselves. The Armyth hand the lizardman, Spider-Man, it's all chaos. Ha 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 ha, this is really interesting. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Turning a beauty into a lizard, what a joke. This is such a waste of resources, so. As soon as he learned the news, Purple Man prepared to destroy Connor's plan without hesitation. But he wasn't prepared to do it himself. His method was to use the two members of the hand, whom he had previously controlled, to tell Mrs. Gao the good news. The hand dared to attack his chosen prey. And the lizard man actually wanted to turn all the beauties in the world into ugly monsters. Neither of these two parties deserves to be forgiven. It would be better to watch them fight each other and then stab the winner to death in the arena. And now, all Zai Ren needs to do is continue to watch the show Tilda. When I met Dr. Connors again, it was already evening, following Dr. Connors' instructions. Charlotte traveled through abandoned subway stations and twisted and turned in New York's intricate sewers. We even passed by several subways that were still in use, and finally arrived at an abandoned underground air raid shelter. This is Connor's real secret laboratory base. Not only is the space huge, but the experimental facilities are also far more advanced than those outside. I don't know how this old guy Connors did it, after all. This place is very secretive and hidden very deeply. It is not easy to build such a large experimental base in an underground air raid shelter. If Charlotte were alone, he probably wouldn't be able to move even one machine. So Charlotte understood immediately, that's right. Connors must be the lizard man hiding among humans. He must have summoned his lizardman companions to help him. I, the lizardman Charlotte, am so smart at this time, Dr. Connors was operating experimental equipment to make new lizard serum. Charlotte, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time, look. This is the future of us, lizardmen unfortunately. Poor lizardman Abigail, she did not see this scene. Although Abigail used to treat him like a lizard and stabbed him in the back crazily. Connors used to hate him to the core. But now Abigail has become a member of the lizard people. And as the world's first lizard people, Connors naturally treats Abigail with love and solidarity. When the whole world turns into lizard people, I think Abigail will be saved, as Connors was speaking. He saw something out of the corner of his eye, turned around suddenly and was stunned for a moment. Because in front of him was Charlotte, whose size had grown again. He used to be 5 meters tall, but now he is 3 meters tall. With a burly figure and a thick tail. He almost looks like a dinosaur. The reason why the lizard Charlotte's size suddenly increased was, of course, due to the increase in attribute points. Charlotte's strength, 72 plus 50, attribute, ability. Constitution, 72 plus 50, attribute, endurance. Attribute points remaining, 4. Equipped skills, making friends out of nothing. Lizard Parker shameless. Looking at Charlotte, Connors remained silent. He is indeed the most perfect lizard serum adapter. Standing in front of the lizard Charlotte with his 2-meter height, he looks like an underage lizard. Charlotte looked around Connors' experimental equipment with surprise and said, "Kurt, I have some sad news for you. Because we attacked the Osborne building, the U.S. military became aware of the existence of the lizardmen. So they sent troops directly here, put several areas under martial law, and are searching the sewers. Sooner or later, they will find our hiding place. And we don't have much time left. The next battle we face is not just the police, but the U.S. military, the U.S. military." Connors frowned, but he was not worried. They have arrived just in time. By then, all the soldiers will be transformed into lizardmen. And our lizard empire will have fully armed soldiers. Charlotte's sudden growth to 3 meters in height is just an exception. Most lizardmen would be in a worse situation than Connors. Even after transforming into a lizardman, his height did not change at all, he only grew a tail. Therefore, lizardmen can use all those guns weapons, tanks and fighter planes. But Charlotte was thinking about something else. The thick tail will definitely rip your pants. By the time they are restored by the antidote serum, won't there be air leaking from their buttocks? Good chance. The potion was made very quickly. And soon Connors had 4 tubes of bright green lizard serum in his hands. Holding his proudest work high, Connors slapped the ground with his thick tail and raised his ugly face with a hideous smile. "It's finally done. This is the future of us lizard men." Connors clenched the lizard serum in his hand with blurred eyes. Through the dreamy and shining serum, he saw the most perfect world in his mind. Human beings have evolved air immune to all diseases, have no worse live in a harmonious society, have hands, feet, and even a tail. His hoarse voice sounded, saying, "The lizard empire is now in my hands. How wonderful and amazing. Charlotte Tilda, now we just need to wait for a rain cloud. And then put this reagent into the artificial rain-making device on the top floor of the Osborne building. And the lizard serum will fall from the sky and wash away all the sins of mankind, Tilda." "Ah, Tilda, yes, yes, yes," Charlotte nodded perfunctorily. Connors was ecstatic, as they were only 1 step away from conquering the lizard empire. Abigail's contribution is worth mentioning. It was Abigail who told Connors that Osborne Tower could emit lizard serum to generate artificial rainfall. The empire will not forget everyone's contribution. And Charlotte's contribution is. Stretching her muscles, Charlotte yawned lazily. His contribution was different from ordinary lizards. He took advantage of Connors' absence and made 20 tubes of antidote serum. The main point is to be prepared. Now we have finally come to this step. It seems that using the lizardmen as Spider-Gwen's first battle should be very suitable. Charlotte believes that Gwen can handle it perfectly. I just don't know if poor George has been discharged from the hospital. Well, I hope he hasn't, after all. The unfortunate George in the movie died at the hands of the lizard man. Of course. The main reason why Charlotte was so anxious was that he was really fed up with this lizard body. The lizard body not only suppresses his peak appearance, moreover its body length is 3 meters. And including its tail, it is more than 5 meters long, making it inconvenient for it to do anything. Looking at Connors, Charlotte said expectantly, "I think there will be nice weather soon, Tilda." Time passed quickly, and it was 3 days later. Today at 8:14 a.m., a heavy rain cloud landed in Newport. It is predicted that the rain will gradually start at 18:01 today, and the precipitation in New York will reach foot at. The rain clouds will then spread westward, and the heavy rain will continue to move inland, reaching New Jersey later today. The TV above her head was playing the weather forecast. Gwen was busy in the laboratory, and the sky outside the Osborne building was already dark. The gloomy sky gives people an oppressive feeling, as if a storm is about to come. That's not quite right, because there was only a light breeze beneath the dark clouds. The army is searching for lizard people in Queens, and the 3-day partial blockade has caused great complaints from New Yorkers. Under the promotion of Purple Man, there are rumors that the U.S. military is the biggest threat to New York and is poisoning New York's groundwater under the pretext of hunting down lizard people and driving New Yorkers from their homes at gunpoint. They began strikes and marches, shouting complaints about the lack of freedom. This also makes the exploration of the 3rd underground floor of Osborne building more urgent. At this time, Gwen was wearing a lab coat and looking haggard in the laboratory, copying Abigail's research data. She has been busy here for 3 consecutive days in order to crack the lizard serum. Although Mobius went from despising her abilities to recognizing them, this had no effect on the development of the antidote serum. The vibrations from her spider sense had been increasing in the past 3 days, especially today. Her heart was racing, and she had a sense of urgency that something big was about to happen. But the more I study, the more I realize how powerful Connors and Charlotte are. It is impossible to break through their technical barriers overnight. There's still a long way to go. Gwen had also thought about looking for Charlotte again, but Charlotte seemed to have guessed what she was thinking and was deliberately avoiding her, so she couldn't get in touch with her no matter what. Mobius' research method still follows his old method of studying bat serum. Not far away, Mobius, who was also wearing a research suit, looked solemn and turned on the power switch. The next moment, 1,000 kilovolts of high-voltage electricity struck Abigail, penetrating his entire body. Then Abigail let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Turn off the power and press the button." A red laser shot out from the device in front of Abigail. Then a piece of lizardman biological tissue as thin as silk fell onto the slide and was moved by the equipment to the electron microscope of another researcher. After applying a drop of medicine and observing the lizardman cells, which were still active without any degeneration, the researcher shook his head helplessly. Mobius had naturally anticipated such an outcome. Gwen also copied a new line of data under a full page of experimental records and crossed out one of the speculated antidote serum formulas. Covering his head, he made a guess at the calculation of the lizard equation. The source of the lizard equation is the lizard man serum extracted by Alexander from Abigail's blood. After separating the various liquids, Mobius directly injected the lizard man's serum into the body of the mouse. The vast majority of the mice died tragically, and the few remaining mice were dancing in the electric current. Although Mobius's operation seemed unreliable, there was actually a little white mouse that successfully transformed into a lizard under the electric current and grew back its burnt limbs. After analyzing the composition of the injection solution, we finally got the possible formula for countless lizard serums. Gwen held the pen in her hand. To be honest, the scene before her made her feel like she was not in a very professional biological research laboratory, but more like she was watching a crazy electrotherapy in a mental hospital. Abigail, who looked miserable, was full of life again after a brief recovery. "No," Abigail said angrily. "Your torture will have no effect on me. I will never tell you the lizard equation, never. Connors will come to rescue me. I understand, Tilda, you won't say anything until you send a Bengal monitor, lizard to seduce me. Right? Mobius ignored Abigail's shouting. After all, he was not a policeman, he was just a researcher. For researchers, Abigail's body is more honest than her mouth. And science will tell him the answer. Increase the intensity of the experiment. We are running out of time. Looking at Abigail, Mobius suggested coldly, next, we will directly extract his cerebrospinal fluid and insert the instrument into his lower body. Although he does not have the physiological characteristics of men and women, we still have to give it a try. Oh my God, you are a devil. Even Abigail's eyes widened. It was true that he had nothing down there. But he had always been a human being. When he heard about Mobius's next research plan, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and struggled desperately. No, you're abusing animals. I will go to the Animal Protection Association and sue you. Mobius glanced at Abigail coldly and said nothing. Now an urgent news interruption. Now an urgent news interruption. The host's anxious voice came from the TV above, and everyone looked up at the TV screen. During the live broadcast of the parade, a manhole cover shot up into the sky. And the next moment, Connors rushed out from behind the army. Faced with the numerous police and troops around him, he threw a tube of green bottle to the ground without hesitation. Dense bullets hit Connors, leaving him unable to fight back. But the bottle that fell to the ground exploded, splashing green water all over the ground, followed by light green smoke rising up. As the host screamed and shouted at the soldiers, policemen, and marchers in the screen were transformed into lizard people one after another. When the green smoke dissipated, an army of lizard men appeared on the spot. Armed with guns and ready to go, drip drop Tilda. Gwen hurried to the first floor and saw France riding a motorcycle slowly into the Osborne building. He was still wearing the red courier uniform with a yellow lightning logo on it and a full-body red helmet. As soon as she saw Gwen, Francie waved and said with a silly smile, "Lightning Express, mission accomplished. Lightning Representative Charlotte would like to say hello to you." As she spoke, France took out a package from the delivery box behind her and handed it to Gwen. "Francie, do you know where Charlotte is?" Gwen asked anxiously. "Charlotte." France shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe he's saving the world somewhere right now. Well, he could also be destroying the world, Tilda." Gwen bit her lip as she listened to Francie's speculation. I couldn't help but worry about Charlotte. Not only was she unable to contact Charlotte, but even Aunt May and Uncle Ben were unable to contact Charlotte at this time. After calling to ask, she found out that Charlotte was not avoiding her on purpose, but had not returned home for 5 consecutive days, and even her phone could not be reached in the past 3 days. As if she had thought of something, Gwen asked France, "Is this the package Charlotte contacted you to deliver today?" Francie nodded, not understanding why. Gwen immediately opened the package and examined it. Gwen frowned as she looked at the 4 blue reagents inside, then opened a folded card on top. The front of the card contains a 4-frame comic strip. In the first frame, a roaring, scribbled lizard man appears and tries to attack the handsome Charlotte, who is drawn very specifically on the second floor. Charlotte threw the reagent to the ground. The third frame is filled with smoke. In the 4th frame, the lizard man turned into a beautiful woman with a curvy figure and ran away in panic, covering her buttocks. There are also prohibited items drawn on the back. Under a red cross is Gwen holding a reagent and pouring it into her mouth, with a note saying it is non-toxic and harmless and cannot be eaten. Snapped. Gwen slammed the card to the ground. What on earth is Charlotte doing? She had already guessed in her mind that the blue reagent was the antidote serum. And then she thought about the bottle that Charlotte had sent her a few days ago. The questions in my mind not only did not decrease, but increased instead. Her mind was in a mess. But Gwen decided that once this matter was over, she would definitely give Charlotte a good beating, and now she urgently needs to return to the laboratory to verify her hypothesis. Francie flipped through her phone and asked Gwen, Gwen. Experts say the lizardmen's target is the Osborne building. There must be something they care about here, you say. I contacted a clothing store. Because the owner is planning to run away. All the goods in the store are sold at a discount. I am going to wholesale a batch of jeans and send them to Osborne building for purchase later. What do you think? Can I make money from this? I wanted to ask Charlotte, he's so smart, Tilda. But I can't contact him now. Tilda. Gwen blinked. Picked up the card on the ground. Looked at the beauty covering her butt. And nodded in approval of France's idea. While running towards the elevator, he replied. It's a great idea, just do it if you want to. Okay, Tilda. Francie spread his hands, picked up the last package. Started the motorcycle and drove out of Osborne building. The Lizardman army has not yet launched any action, but is only moving towards the direction of Osborne building. The news that the lizard serum would turn humans into lizard people spread quickly in the city, throwing the entire city into chaos. Suddenly, everyone was scrambling to escape, leaving the Osborne building area, leaving Queens, and even leaving New York. With fewer people on the surface of the city, evil spirits with evil intentions are revealed. I'm talking about you, Shura Society. Several ninjas holding bazookas were bouncing on top of the building, observing the direction in which the Lizardmen army was moving. On the route they had to take, the military and police gathered and set up checkpoints in an attempt to hold back the Lizardmen army. Gas masks pulled on, everyone was on high alert. As the Lizardmen army gets closer, the battle is about to break out. Call out. A tube of green reagent flew into the crowd from behind the lizard army. Exploding and emitting green smoke, his vision obscured. His breathing quickened. Hank tightened his grip on the assault rifle and clenched his teeth. Don't make trouble, don't make trouble. An officer shouted from the direction. But before Hank could calm down, the soldier next to him suddenly roared, and in the green mist, Hank clearly saw that he had grown bigger. A pair of vertical pupils stared at Hank. He held the trigger with his left hand and held the muzzle of the gun with his right hand, pointing it at Hank's head. It's over, George. I'm really dead now. Sure not. To next moment, Hank, whose face turned pale, was strangled by the lizardman soldier with a rifle. The lizard man stuck out his tongue and used both hands to try to strangle Hank to death. Mazefak. Hank put his right hand in front of his neck and was strangled by the lizardman soldier, making him scream. Yulan, who was not far away, was the first to discover this scene. Get out of the way. Yulan yelled in the blink of an eye. Yulan appeared in front of Hank and kicked Hank in the crotch. Wow. Hank immediately made a sound that was 1,000 times more terrified than when he had just been attacked by the lizard man. The potential in his body was stimulated. He slapped away the hands of the lizard man that were holding his neck, jumped up with a shout, and jumped to an unprecedented height. Yulan's crotch kick was not aimed at the lizard man's lower body, but his toes accurately hit the bulge at the base of the front end of the lizard man's tail. With a wail, the lizard man was kicked 3 meters high by Yulan. After landing on the ground, he curled up into a ball and couldn't get up. Hank widened his eyes, turned his head in disbelief, and looked at the lizard man, who was rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. He shouted in fear and anger, Mazefak. He really couldn't imagine what would happen if Yulan kicked him in the crotch. Yulan had no intention of letting the lizard man go. He quickly stepped forward and punched the lizard man on the forehead with a heavy punch. Then he kneeled down and broke the lizard man's right hand. Then he turned his head and looked at Hank with concern. Are you okay? Am I okay? Hank covered his little brother and said angrily, You almost lost me as your brother. I almost lost my brother too. Fuck it, Yulan. Yulan spread his hands indifferently. Since you have the energy to curse, it seems that you really don't have any problems. However, the green fog was everywhere, and the situation on the scene was not optimistic. The roars of the lizard men and the screams of the soldiers could be heard all around the defense line, and there were flashes of fire and gunshots from time to time. Yulan narrowed his eyes and looked towards the front of the defense line. In the green mist, one can vaguely see huge black lizard shadows approaching. With his fists clenched, Yulan kicked the rifle that the lizardman had dropped to the ground and pointed the gun in the direction of the lizardman army. Yoho tilde call out. Yulan looked up and saw a figure flying in the sky. A bottle of blue thing fell from the sky and landed in front of the defense line. The next moment, light blue smoke dispersed the green surrounding everyone's heads. Amid the painful howls of the lizard man, as it regained its human form, Gwen dropped from the sky and stood on the police cars that were piled up to form a defense line. Ghost Spider says hello to everyone tilde, looking at Gwen. One after another, the soldiers policemen. And recovered marchers cheered excitedly, Ghost Spider. It's the Ghost Spider saved us, great. The Ghost Spider is here, we are saved. Long live the Ghost Spider. After getting the serum, Gwen immediately returned to the laboratory for verification. Sure enough, this is the detoxifying serum. Covering her head, she really didn't understand what Charlotte was thinking. But she was right not to understand. If she did, Arkham Asylum would have warmly welcomed her. Anyway, Gwen immediately told Mobius, who was torturing Abigail, the exciting good news. Then, Gwen arrived at the battlefield with 3 bottles of antidote serum, successfully prevented further outbreak of war. At this moment, Gwen seemed to be covered with sacred gold sand. Listen to the cheers around you. Gwen's eyes widened slightly as she stared at the crowd around her who were cheering for her. An inexplicable thrill spread in her heart, and even her eyes became a little moist. But now is not the time to be moved, Spider. The front was shrouded in a faint blue smoke, and the few remaining lizardmen army did not dare to move forward. Connors, who was standing at the end, roared angrily. He looked angrily at the other bottle of antidote serum at Gwen's waist. Who is it? Who did it, Charlotte? Our lizard empire has been destroyed by unknown traitors. First of all, Charlotte is definitely innocent, and secondly, I am innocent too. Then there is only one sinner left in the lizard empire. And that is Abigail, the bastard who has already set a precedent. I'm going to kill him. The live helicopter may be late, but it will definitely not be absent. The previous live broadcast made the TV station a huge profit. This time, the TV station directly hired 4 helicopters for the live broadcast at a high price. Along with the live broadcast, the number of fans of Ghost Spider increased rapidly. In the picture, Gwen took out the antidote serum from her waist, shot spider silk from her wrist, and made the lizard serum fly towards Connors at an extremely fast speed. Connors leaped back, avoiding the antidote mist, looking at the last of the lizardmen army being restored. He opened his mouth and roared angrily at Gwen. I hate spiders. Gwen spread her hands indifferently, jumped down from the police car gracefully, and pouted after landing lightly. What a coincidence, I don't like lizards either. I prefer cute and obedient puppicer little foxes kittens. Or maybe something else tilde. It is worth mentioning that the lion dog with snow-white hair is the cutest. All right, ugly little lizard. I know you are not the mastermind of the queen. Let the cooler big guy come out, your conspiracy ends here. Although she said this, Gwen was on high alert, ready to deal with the sudden attack of the giant lizard at any time. Sure enough, a huge mound of earth rose up at the sewer outlet on the road and roared towards Gwen. The concrete floor shattered, and Gwen dodged deftly. The mound of earth turned around and surged back. The next moment, Charlotte's huge figure broke out of the ground and shouted. Tornado destroyed parking lot. Looking at the 3-meter-tall lizard, Gwen opened her mouth in surprise. Oh my God. How come he got bigger again? Charlotte swept its tail across the sky. Raising a cloud of dust, it looked up to the sky and roared, ignoring the incoming bullets. Charlotte, friends from Nothing Lizard Parker, excellent acting skills. Why are you so nervous, Spider-Man? The pain will only last for a short time. As she spoke, Charlotte picked up a huge rock on the ground and pulled it towards Gwen. As Gwen dodged, Charlotte yelled again. Dragon's breath, he opened his mouth and exhaled. turning the air into wind, which blew away the antidote serum in front of him. He leaped up again and pounced towards Gwen. The sharp claws tore through the spider silk with great force, but it was dodged by a hair's breadth and fell to the ground. The farmer threw 3 more punches, and the intensive attacks put Gwen in danger. A flick of the tail forced Gwen to retreat. After standing up, Charlotte sneered. "Little spider, why are you silent? Don't you like to talk?" Hehe. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief and stood where she was. "If you were half as good as you are at talking, the lizard men would have ruled the world long ago. Ha!" Charlotte roared angrily, "Crows fly." He shouted, jumping up and sitting down towards Gwen. As Gwen dodged again, Connors, who had been preparing for a long time finally, made his move. He flew forward, and a tube of lizard serum was thrown out and hit Gwen. The fluorescent green potion was getting closer and closer to Gwen. The light inside gradually enlarged in her sight. Seeing that the lizard serum was about to hit her, everything was hopeless. A spider silk as thick as a hemp rope shot out from the sky and accurately hit the lizard serum in an instant, exploding into a fishing net, completely wrapping the lizard serum inside. Spider-Man fell from a great height the moment he landed. He slowly rolled over to dissipate all his strength. Standing up, Spider-Man pointed one hand to the sky and put one hand on his waist. "I'm an expert in exterminating monsters, Spider-Man." Thump, 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 the finger slid down. Pointing at Connors, Spider-Man posed and said, "To be fair, it's 2 versus 2 now. There were 4 people present. 2 of them were actors. I won't say who they were." Facing Spider-Man, Connors' expression became extremely baddened. He roared, "Why are you stopping me? This is an evolution of all mankind. It is developing and liberating the genes of all mankind. And Spider-Man, you are the sinner of mankind." Spider-Man picked his ears. "Blah, blah, 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 what are you talking about? I'm not even listening. Now are you 2 going to come together? Or are you going to come alone? Believe me, it's just you. Your chances of winning are much higher. I'm really not lying to you." Connors said nothing, and a can of lizard serum was directly opened, spraying intense green serum smoke, and thrown in front of Spider-Man. The next moment, Spider-Man bent down and picked up the can that was spraying green poison, missed in front of Gwen and Connors, in front of the wide eyes of everyone in front of the screen. "Put it to your mouth and breathe deeply." Spider-Man inhaled a large amount of green smoke into his nasal cavity and into his lungs, closing his eyes and feeling the sweet taste of the lizard serum. He seemed to be enjoying it. Then tilting his head and staring at Connors, Spider-Man raised his forehead and nonchalantly blew green smoke out of his mouth. Connors' resolve was broken, and he had lost all desire to fight. What kind of expert in exterminating monsters? You, Spider-Man, are the biggest monster. What are we fighting for, Charlotte? Lizard men have their limits. The harder they try, the more desperate they become. The harder they fight, the more painful it becomes. Charlotte, I don't want to be a lizard man anymore. Spiders are the future of mankind. Before Connors could react, Lizard Parker took 4 steps back. You could see panic on his lizard face. Then Lizard Parker turned around and ran towards Gwen. "I'll take care of Spider-Man. And I'll leave Spider-Man to you, Doc." I. Connors, wait a minute. I beg to differ, call out. A beam of blue light shot up into the sky from the Osborne building. This is Mobius launching the artificial rain device, and the antidote serum is shot into the rain cloud. The light blue light quickly spread out, making the entire sky look dreamy. Although the rain did not fall, Connors looked up at the sea of clouds, his heart filled with despair. At this point, the lizard empire was truly doomed. Connors despaired, but Parker the lizard did not. Reaching his hand into the sewer and groping around a bit, Lizard Parker held a bottle of light green tube in his palm. "Doctor, it's not over yet because, hehe. Everything is as I expected, now. What I have in my hand is the special lizard serum. A brand new version that cannot be neutralized by the antidote serum. If you are a spider, come to Osborne Tower and chop me down." Lizard Parker dived into the earth without hesitation. And the pile of earth pushed open the police car that served as a roadblock and pushed away the fully armed American soldiers and police on it, heading straight for Osborne Building. 2 media helicopters immediately followed. Damn it. Gwen also cursed inwardly. She didn't expect that the mastermind behind this was so cunning and even created a lizard serum that could not be detoxified. Damn it, he predicted my prediction of his prediction. I have to stop him. Gwen chased after Lizard Parker and rushed towards Osborne Building. With the departure of Gwen and Lizard Parker, Spider-Man and Connors were the only ones left on the scene. In an instant, Connors' pressure doubled. Just looking at Spider-Man made Connors break out in a cold sweat. Spider-Man raised his head, slightly smiled, and asked in a friendly voice, "Hey, doctor. Kurt Connors, if I call you, will you answer no? Then are your eyes dry? No." As soon as he opened his mouth, Connors wanted to refuse. And then his voice suddenly became high-pitched and terrified. His worries turned out to be correct. Spider-Man is a monster, after one question. Connors was sucked into Spider-Man's palm in an instant without any resistance. Holding his big head, he bent down and held him in his arms. There was an infinite amount of power in Spider-Man's loose hands. A power that overwhelmed all his resistance. Connors could only stare with wide eyes in panic at the Spider-Man in front of him who was looking down at him. My panic self was reflected in the black eyes. Holding Connors' head with one hand, Spider-Man raised his hand gracefully and took out his eye drops from his arms. It was a green beverage bottle with a skull printed on it. Connors. When you unscrew the bottle cap, a pungent smell wafts out. As a researcher who often stays in the laboratory, Connors' pupils vibrated and he smelled it the first time. This smells like sulfuric acid. No. Connors stared with his eyes wide, open, unable to move, and could only watch Spider-Man tilt the bottle mouth little by little. This feeling was like having the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head. With no way to resist and only able to watch the blade fall, Connor's voice was filled with indescribable despair. With a smile on his face, Spider-Man opened his mouth and uttered the devil's greeting. "Be good, Tilda, how can you be a lizard man without blinking? Let Uncle Spider-Man help you, Tilda, buzzing." A motorcycle pulling a cargo box was approaching slowly from a distance. The driver looked at Spider-Man, holding the lizard man's head and giving him eye drops. France looked puzzled, but did not pay much attention to it. The most important thing now is to sell the precious pants he purchased. As he drove past the lizard man, Francie saw the people hiding behind the bunker, watching the battlefield and live streaming the video. When France saw them, it was as if she saw countless naked men and women. And her eyes sparkled, nourishes. A bottle of eye drops was finally poured into Connor's eyes. Connors, who had regained his freedom, quickly broke away from Spider-Man's arms, covered his eyes and howled in pain. It was true that what Spider-Man poured into his eyes was not concentrated sulfuric acid. But this thing was countless times more evil than concentrated sulfuric acid to Connors. Because this is antidote serum, as the serum flowed, Connor's vertical pupils recovered first, and his skin turned from green back to flesh color. His body shrank and his right arm and tail turned into ashes. Connors, who had successfully recovered, fell to the ground weakly. He immediately reached out to Spider-Man and begged, "Spider-Man, Tilda, hurry. Hurry and help the lizard man, Charlotte. Help Charlotte return to normal." "Oh, Tilda, okay, Tilda." Spider-Man threw away the drink bottle, nodded at Connors in a friendly manner, tilted his head to glance at France, who had stopped the car, shot spider silk from his wrist, and then jumped and ran towards the direction of Osborne Building. The cool wind blowing through his butt made Connors couldn't help but tighten his sphincter. In the distance, Francie's voice sounded at the right time. "Pants for sale, pants for sale, pants for sale. $9.15 a pair. There are also underwear jeans. And all kinds of cool Tilda gentlemen. Do you really not want to have one?" After a brief silence, Connors, who had just looked weak, stood up as if nothing had happened and dusted himself off. and walked towards France only. Connor's eyes widened as he looked at the jeans in France's hand. Capital genius, France. Your genius idea is to sell sexy lingerie to a bunch of naked men and women. Staring at the pair of jeans in Francie's hand, which were almost only the waistband, Connor's hands were shaking. This is not as much as blocking it with your hands. Most of those who had been transformed into lizards before were soldiers and police. So those who walked around naked were basically men. Of course, there are also some fat ladies in the parade. In short, the current scene is really hard to describe. Connors looked at the other products France was promoting. Wow, translucent sexy underwear crotchless jumpsuit. Pieces of cloth connected by 3 lines. And weird-looking slim-fitting clothes. Although the things Francie sold were outrageous, the crowd really had no choice. After watching a soldier with a bruised face and nose by a tail, Connors walked forward silently and picked up a pair of women's sexy slim-fitting, hip-enhancing denim shorts. This is the most covering pants France has, at least. It can be worn as underwear. As the lizard Parker, with the lizard serum left, the hand ninja on the roof heard the news and took action. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck into the soil, blocking Charlotte, who was digging the soil excitedly. The red-clothed ninja appeared in front of the sword, grasped the hilt, drew the sword, and stood up. The road exploded, and Charlotte broke out of the ground, his sharp claws tearing through the air and sweeping forward. The red-clothed ninja blocked with his sword, and the thunder blade and sharp claws collided violently, flashing a series of electric sparks. He put his fingers towed the rand in a flash. The red-clothed ninja appeared several meters away, looking at the familiar, red-clothed ninja in front of him. The smile on Charlotte's face disappeared. His brows furrowed, and his expression returned to being cold. If I remember correctly, this guy should have been torn to pieces by me. The hand can actually revive even this, of course. Charlotte had no idea how heavy a price the hand had paid. In order to snatch the lizard potion, they sacrificed all the superpowered people and homeless people they captured. This was far from enough, and even the ninjas and gang members were forced to sacrifice themselves, which allowed the red ninja to be successfully resurrected. But Mrs. Gao originally wanted to combine the superpowers of the 3 dead ninjas into one red ninja. But he failed in the end, and the resurrected red ninja only had the ability to teleport. Compared to before, the red-clothed ninja's expression was dull, and there was no humanity at all. There were black threads on the exposed neck. His eyes were shining with lightning. His face was pale, and his eyes were cold. He looked like a thunder zombie. Charlotte sneered. If you can kill the red ninja the first time, you can naturally kill the red ninja the second time. This time, he wants to crush his opponent to ashes and see how the hand will be resurrected. The power of up to 72 points rushed towards the red ninja without reservation. The red ninja's blade flashed with lightning and hit Charlotte hard. The skin exploded. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, but it began to heal quickly. Charlotte's lizard body crashed into the red ninja like a dump truck, knocking the red ninja away with great force. SHHH. 2 rockets bombarded the road in front of Charlotte. The explosion caused dust to rise. After a brief obstruction, the red-clothed ninja disappeared from his sight. Charlotte looked up at the direction where the rocket launcher came from and immediately saw 4 ninjas in black, holding the lizard serum in his hand. Charlotte glanced at the Osborne building more than 10 meters away, and without hesitation, turned around and rushed towards the 4 ninjas. Damn it! With a strong slap of his palm, a black-clad ninja was beaten into a pulp. With a flick of his tail, the other 3 ninjas were also hit and had their bones shattered, and were whipped hard into the sky. Charlotte looked around and locked onto the figure of the red-clad ninja again, looking at the red-clad ninja holding knives in both hands in the middle of the road. Charlotte flew towards him. The huge claws smashed onto the concrete floor, causing the concrete to break and crack, and a large hole was created on the road by Charlotte. The red-clothed ninja flashed and appeared beside Charlotte. His samurai sword flashed with lightning and chopped Charlotte's left wrist hard. The lightning blade cut into Charlotte's skin, but was blocked by the hard bones. "Are you tickling me?" With a sneer on his face. Charlotte grabbed the red-clothed ninja's face with one claw, wanting to crush his head directly. With 2 fingers put together, the red-clothed ninja successfully dodged. His face was calm without any expression. At this time, Gwen finally arrived. Seeing that someone successfully stopped the lizard, a hint of joy flashed across her face. The spider silk shot out and stuck to Charlotte's back. A righteous flying kick came from the sky and kicked Charlotte hard on the back. Turning back, Gwen landed lightly hateful. Charlotte blinked her eyes, 2 against 1. The situation was not favorable for me for a while. Looks like we have to use some tricks. Charlotte shook off the spider silk on his bodice, stood up, raised his right hand and said, "MS Spider, I report. The guy in red is a bad guy. I suggest that we 2 kill him first, Red Ninja." Looking at the lizard serum in Charlotte's hand, Gwen had a firm expression and was not moved by Charlotte's persuasion. "Dr. Connors, stop kidding. As long as you hand over the lizard serum, there is still a chance. Dr. Connors, what Dr. Conrad?" "That's right, I'm Dr. Connors." Charlotte held her head high and confirmed Gwen's guess. "As everyone knows, I Connors. I'm just a good guy who often defrauds research funds. The red zombie in front of you is despicable and shameless. He is dirty and vulgar. He is insidious and cunning. He is full of tricks. I have never seen such a shameless person." "Haha tilde," Gwen sneered twice. "Look in the mirror, maybe you'll see it. By the way, why do I always feel that Dr. Connor's style is familiar? He doesn't seem to be infected by the lizard serum, but more like he's been infected by the funny serum." The red-clothed ninja said nothing, but clenched his samurai sword tightly, ready to launch an attack at any time. Seeing that Gwen was unmoved, Charlotte rolled her eyes and said, "Let's make a deal. How about this? Let's take out this clown in red first. Then I'll give you the lizard serum. Then I'll beat you up and take the lizard serum back, okay? Give me the lizard serum first." Gwen blinked. Her goal was to get the lizard serum back. Then the antidote serum will fall from the sky, and Dr. Connors will naturally return to normal. But was Dr. Connors really not lying to her? Besides, she would not be easily misled and attack a stranger without knowing the specific situation. Gwen turned her head and glanced at the red ninja. He was dressed strangely and looked like a corpse. Gwen secretly complained in her heart, "This guy really doesn't look like a good person." Charlotte added fuel to the fire again. He also stalked girls, kidnapped and threatened civilians, attacked and killed superheroes. His crimes are unforgivable if what you said is true. I will defeat you, investigate thoroughly, and bring him to justice." Striking a fighting stance, Gwen shouted to Charlotte with a determined look, "Now let's fight, Ghost Spider. Will not make any kind of deal with any bad guy. My justice will not be compromised. Even if I fail 10,000 times, I will stand up and try my best to stop you." Looking at the determined Gwen, Charlotte smacked her lips and made clicking sounds. "She is so righteous that I look like a bad person. How abominable." Looking at Gwen, "What do I feel? My cheeks are flushed. The huge heart is beating wildly inside the body, almost escaping from the body tilde. Gwen's voice is the only one in my ears. This feeling, yes, that's right." She yelled so loudly that I got scared. "As you wish, little spider," Charlotte roared at Gwen, then turned and rushed towards the red ninja. Lightning stirs resisted Charlotte's attack. The red-clothed ninja disappeared in a flash. Shit. Charlotte couldn't help but curse out loud. Without his spider sense, the red ninja with teleportation ability was like a slippery loach. Last time, the instant teleportation ninja was killed instantly by Charlotte as soon as he showed his head. This time, I truly felt the horror of the instant teleportation superpower.